right, I don't know what you're teaching today, but all of your stuff should be right here.
Is this the last week?
I just found that out. Yes, it is.
Is that from the thing over here?
Nope, this is my only thing I accomplished this morning between waking up and leaving the house.
That looks amazing.
Making an egg sandwich, yeah. I can offer you, are you hungry? You can have a piece of pumpkin bread.
Thank you.
It's really good, actually.
It's grandma's recipe
Ooh,
From,
no, but I'll take your recipe.
from like a 1963 women's magazine.
Right, that's where all the good recipes come from. Reader's Digest from 1980s or whatever.
Something like that, yeah. It's like, when Allison was putting
I
in,
honestly, I didn't do nothing.
the scent in the kitchen was like overwhelming, because it's got more clove in it and
Yeah.
nutmeg in it than normal, than like, it's not a Starbucks pumpkin spice
Right.
flavor, you know, it's
Yeah.
like, it has a more old school flavor to it or something.
Yeah. I love that. We're all like fighting the bug. So I was up with the kids half the night and just like, there was no,
I was sleeping at 6 o'clock last night.
you were asleep, were you? I put my son down at 6 last night. Like
Oh,
it was,
I got home and my mouth hurt, my jaw hurt, and I was like, nope, go to bed.
oh, good.
Alarm went off at 6, and I was like, this seems early.
I didn't get home from Bonsai Club till 10 o'clolock, past my bedtime.
Yeah, you're young and energetic.
I'm usually jammed up by like 9:30.
Oh, yeah, same here.
Like, I was looking through the guys, and I was like, nope, there's no football games on tonight, there's no baseball games on tonight, the Nuggets aren't on. I was like,
Nothing worth staying up for.
nothing worth it. So I get to the remote, and I was like, good night.
How do you feel
Much
today?
better
Do
today,
you?
yeah. It's
Sometimes
still, it's still a little bit sore. Awful.
it's just gotta sleep for 12 hours.
Yes, that's my version of a 14er. If I go to bed and sleep for 14 hours about once a year,
Yeah,
that's my Colorado 14.
I love it. That's my kind of
The
14.
downside is when it's something where I'm off and I woke up and I was like, all right, my back is gonna be screaming for 20 minutes this morning.
Yeah, it's a long time to not move.
Yeah, so I moved in, I was like, oh, yeah,
Uh,
my age is showing. However, I've learned if something hurts when I wake up in the morning, at least I know I'm still alive.
yeah.
Pain lets us know we're still alive.
Amy, is there a resource where I can find the most popular and common add-on plugins or apps that go with our website kind of stuff?
For like, what are you trying to do?
I guess I don't know exactly. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Gotcha.
Like I'm building another website right now through Shopify,
Yeah.
and there's like tons of like, add this plugin for the little chat box that pops up when people pop
Oh.
on your website. Add this add-on to recover abandoned shopping carts, you know, where it automatically sends an email to somebody who
Yeah.
saves a bunch of stuff in their cart, but then they don't execute on the sale.
Yeah.
So there's like literally, there's like 5,000 plugins and apps that you can upgrade the caliper of your website with. And I just wondered if there was, like when I was talking to Michael Lee the other day, he was telling me that anytime a lead comes in to his website, he gets a text and an email. So immediately he knows somebody's browsing the MLS through his website, through his IDX website or whatever. And so that and then his web, I think he said his thing automatically sends a text to them, and then he can have someone on his team follow up with a phone call. I
Right.
see you were looking at 3-bedroom houses in Highlands Ranch.
Yeah.
Can we help you out with that, or whatever it is? I just feel like my specialty in construction was crew optimization, so I can't help but to think about ways to optimize stuff.
Bingo. First of all, I don't know if he's using our KW website through Command. That would be the first question I ask, because some of the things that you're talking about, I don't think can be done through our Command.
Or you'd have to know how to code to add stuff like that anyways.
Well, even then, I'm not sure that.
It sounded like his
Yeah.
web presence was just like an internet scrubbing bot that was
Yeah.
like bringing him leads. you know, so it sounded like the way he described, from my very limited technical capacity.
So he's probably, if I had to guess, he's probably not using
Mhm.
the command. He's probably paying for
I
it
think he's got
outside.
his own website for Distinct.
Yeah,
I can go look at his website and just figure that out. quickly.
That's like basically exactly what I'm getting through Elevate.
Oh,
Cause I
that's
signed up with them.
That's Tom's thing. Yeah.
That's like verbatim what is happening with them.
Is there something tricky about making this work?
But I will say,
Is it on?
this is my first
Yeah.
month that I've been doing it.
I wanted to follow up with you on
They
this.
So it is
guarantee
working.
what, like, 5 to 7 days a month or whatever for that, like, low grade package, you know, I just did the base
Like,
one.
if you're like 30 more minutes to talk, that.
And I think I've received 4 leads.
Hey, Zach, can you hear us?
2 of them have been out of state really relevant, like looking.
I sure can.
It's like maybe I can get a referral fee out of it, but they're looking for like $100,000.
Can you guys hear me?
Is it worth my time for
Yeah, I gotta turn the volume up a
to
little
search
bit.
for a good agent there and follow up? and-
So I will say, so what would that be? That'd be $3,000. You would
I
get seven
think
hundred
the
and fifty
volume on
bucks.
this.
If you got him as agent, that would be your commission split would be $750.
That's the 25% of the 3%.
Yeah. So it's not worth it.
Yeah.
I'm just
Can you try
Right,
again,
because
Zach?
I'm paying, you know, $500 a month for leads and it's.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
And you're like, oh, I'm sorry,
Mm.
the algorithm's not perfect. Okay,
Oh.
well,
Right.
it's not worth it.
I'm a little sick, so I don't want to be around you guys.
You appreciating what they're
Thank
doing
you for
social
keeping your
medias.
cooties at home.
Yes, don't
Yeah,
give me
your
cookies
Facebook,
over the
you got
internet
your
though.
Instagram.
I'm just trying to be a professional or a professional realtor, you know.
Awesome.
And we
Love it.
value in that, but they're doing it.
How
All right,
about,
cool. You guys all ready today?
Yes, is this our last week?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, you get me today, going tomorrow and you get on Friday. Today we're gonna talk about winning the buyer and winning the seller, the second half. All of your hugely successful agents will tell you to be seller heavy in your business. Just make a little bit more money and you spend a little bit less time. Personally, I prefer to work with buyers. I'm just naturally a better buyer's agent. Although the last 3 years, I was looking at some numbers a couple days ago, the last 3 years, I'm about 55% seller, 45% buyer. So you don't have to worry about so much time spent at inspection and things like that when you're working as the seller. And you can be the listing agent from the beach in the Bahamas if you want. There's nothing when you take a listing that you ever have to be there for.
yeah, so I was gonna ask, like, my dad has some stuff going on in Tampa, and I know my fabulous sponsor is in Tallahassee. If she were to list his house, like, would that be an inconvenience for her? Does she have to
So that
actually
would
be
be
there?
100% her decision.
Right, but there's not a lot that, as the listing agent, you have to physically be at that location for, right?
the caveat is we're moving back into an era of open houses, which you can have,
They
young,
would,
hungry agents do.
Yeah,
they
you can get
would.
open houses done. The only thing is, I think you should have at least a licensed agent of some sort be there for photos.
Okay,
Beyond that, nope, absolutely not. So talk to him or find out if they take one in Tampa. If not, I know a great couple in Tampa. We
Okay.
have the same maps coach. So,
Okay.
yeah, they're pretty successful. So, course overview today, we're gonna, every real estate expert, lead gen, lead follow-up at the transaction. So you've done the first 3. So for the rest of this week, we're gonna talk about the transaction.
That's Jesse?
Done your lead gen, you've got your buyers, agency reviews, your listing contract, and those kind of things. This is gonna be really about going on through the transaction.
I ate it this morning.
Right approach to close for a meeting is the only approach, just ask for it. I helped an agent years ago, she was a big door knocker. She was out knocking 100, 150 doors a day, and she was having little success. She wasn't getting shut out. She wasn't having massive success either, so we had a coaching session. We sat up front in the conference room, and I said, all right, so you go out there in the lobby, this is my living room door, and you knock on my door and take me through your script. So we role played it out. She was great. She nailed it. And when she was all done, she got up and left. And so I was like, the mistake you're making is you're not asking for it. You're not asking, do you know anyone? She started doing that and within a month had 6 listings. So you got to make sure when you're talking to buyers and sellers that you're asking for the business. Ask for the order. Today we'll talk about getting the appointment, conducting the consultation a little bit. A buyers preparing for the buyer consultation, getting them signed, and then out looking for homes. Gary's telling us now that we need to be super focused, hyper focused on getting lead captures in, right? We need to get more people in the top of our funnel because fewer and fewer are falling out the bottom of our funnel and leading to closings because of the type of market we're in. So we've got to be collecting as much contact information as we can and getting people turned into contacts in our database. The 7-step service cycle, the lead to an appointment. You've got to close to an appointment and get that, sit down and get in front of them. Prepare your buyer's consultation, find a home, offer negotiated contract, contract to close, and your post-close systems. Your post-close systems are going to be huge because these people are going to be your clients 5, 6, 7 years from now, right? When the market opens back up, it's a little easier. Interest rates, in theory, interest rates on this cycle, no one knows what they're going to be at 7 or 8 years. My guess is they're not going to remain at 8 or 9%. All right, keys to converting your A buyers. Respond the right way to lead inquiries. Most important thing about a lead inquiry is time to lead. On average, if you get a lead through your website or some other form of lead generation that you're doing, do you know what the average time is that you have to respond to them if you want to land their business?
Michael said something
It's
stupid,
like
like 90
13
seconds.
seconds.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's crazy. The conversion rate at 13 seconds versus 90 or a half an hour is dramatic. You gotta at least respond right away, even if that response is, hey, thanks for contacting me. I'm in a meeting right now. I will call you at 11 o'clock or whatever. Some response that lets to the point where most agents anymore that are doing any kind of pay for lead gen or website lead gen or anything have an auto response. So when it becomes an official lead, they automatically get the response. Right? That's why one of the reasons your schedule is so important. From 11 to 12, you've got it blocked off that you can contact anybody that came in that morning. Valid and complete contact information, save it to command and create an opportunity in command. Transparency, I'm not the command expert. Rule number 1 in my business, as long as Nikki's my assistant, I don't touch command. I'm not allowed in there. I went in one time to look at the phone number and accidentally triplicated the contact. It's a true story. That's rule 1. I don't go into command. I don't profess to know anything about it, other than I know it exists. The TCs can help you train on that. There's a thing called the 66-day challenge from a guy that I always blank on his name.
Marty Miller.
Marty Miller does it. I would advise you to go through that. It's about 5 minutes a day for 66 days. It'll be like, it's like, here's how you do one thing and that's it. If you want to go through it in 2 weeks, you can. It's on Facebook and YouTube. If you just search for Marty Miller 66-day challenge, it comes through how to start a contact all the way through the end. That will help you out. Determine the motivation to buy so you can speak to it. This is really important. How your goal is to find people who are ready, willing, and able. They have to be all 3. You'll come across people a lot, way more often that are 2 of the 3. They're ready and willing, they're not able. They're willing and able, they're not ready. Right? They're ready and able, they're not willing. Those are the frustrating ones because you can provide them all the logic in the world why it makes sense and they're still scared. Set the appointment for a time and date for as soon as possible. This is really important. You know, Ricky, I've got 11 more months before my bankruptcy is completely discharged. I know I can't buy for 11 months. That's fine. Let's sit down in the next couple of weeks and at least get you on a path so that the day that hits, we're out writing contracts. Let's get you on the path. Let's get you with the lender and see what your financial picture looks. I want that done as soon as I can because that gives me 11 months to really build a relationship to where they're really gonna be able to trust me when that time comes. You gotta get in front of them as soon as you can. When you're just chatting with people and trying to just get the appointment, and at the end of the day, the agent that sets the most appointments wins, right? You gotta show the benefits. I want to talk to you about what your financial picture looks like so we can get you on the road. So in 11 months, you're ready to pull the trigger, right? All kinds of different ways to close. I like the tie down. That's my favorite. Sometimes if I'm feeling really frisky, I'll use it as something to close. But I like tie downs. Hey, you know, I think it makes sense for us to sit down next week. How's that sound? Does that sound good? Right? Tie downs are really just questions, right? Does it make sense to you for us to sit down together? Let's really tie that down. You'll learn a lot about these when you do your daily script practice. When they bring up their objections, why they're not ready, why they're not willing, whether they're able or not, a lot is out of their control at this point. They don't have the credit score, their income to debt ratio is off a little bit, whatever. That's the part that we may have to put them on a bit of a longer term path until they're able. They're gonna bring up objections. We're gonna hear 99 out of 100 buyer appointments right now, we get the same objection, which is, what's the one reason, but interest rates. People are terrified of it, right? Gotta ask questions, isolate the issue, make sure that's the issue you're dealing with, right? You gotta empathize. Hey man, you know what? I bought a home 2 years ago too. I'm looking at buying another one. I hear you on the rate issue. Let's talk about what that really means. If rates are at 7.5 today. What's it look like? Can we get you in at 5.5? Can we get a rate buy down? Right? Can we get a permanent rate buy down? Can we get a 2-for-1 and buy you a couple of years? We have options to work around this. Because here's the deal, with no buyers, lenders don't loan. Do you know what happens when lenders don't loan?
They go out of business.
They go out of business. They don't want to go out of business, right? There are ways and things we can do in loan products to get you in. Is that the only issue that would keep you from buying a home today? Right? Offer a solution in an urgent agreement. The sooner you get a buyer agency in place, the sooner you know they're your client. Had an agent once, met a lady, she was an electronic lead of some sort. The lady wasn't moving to Denver for 2.5 years. She got her to sign buyer's agency agreement for 3 years. Because there's the blanks in the contract, we get to fill in the dates how long they are. 2.5 years later, the lady moved from California and she was her buyer's agent because she'd signed the agreement 3 years ago. So there's always creative solutions to whatever objection they're going to give you. Confirm the date and the appointment. Depending on what your communication is, how this is going, if you're texting on the phone, emailing, whatever, right? Hey, will you do me a favor, go grab a pen and pencil real quick and just write down that we're gonna meet on Monday at 3. I believe there's power in the pen. It's just more likely that it'll stick to you. If you write it down, put it on your fridge, right? Do you work off of an electronic calendar? If so, I'll wait for you real quick. I don't mind, but just put it on your calendar to make sure. Confirm the appointment location. Where are we going? Starbucks ever goes better than that, we're gonna have no place to meet clients. I've met clients here. I've met them at their apartment, at their home. I've been to at least 90% of the Starbucks in your Aurora area. That's where a large part of my business is. Monk and Mongoose is a great coffee shop right down here on the other side of Lincoln here. That's a great place to meet them. Confirm the appointment. Are all the decision makers going to attend? This is even more critical on the sell side, right? On the buy side, hey, who are the decision makers going to be? Can we please make sure they're all there? Time is important. I'd like to not have to do this twice, right? Married couple, are they both there? Single person, who's the other decision maker in your life? Is it your dad, your mom, your best friend? Who is it? Can you bring them along, please? Complete your buyer's guide. There's one in Command, there's one in like KW, whatever your buyer's guide is going to be. Okay. Prepare a meeting space, review the lead sheet, review the sheet so that you can have as as much information on about this person or these people that you can get. All right, the 10 service areas of the buyer value proposition. Needs analysis, what do you need? Right, what does your next home look like? Draw it out for me, tell me what it looks like, bedrooms, bathrooms, color, size, location, floor plan, what does it look like? Right, pre-qual or pre-approval, again. The difference between pre-qual and pre-approval is super important. Pre-qual means they've chatted with the lender, and the lender's given them a letter that says, if everything they told us is true, we'll make them a loan. Pre-approval means they've already verified everything they said was true. They verified their taxes, they verified their income, they verified their debt, right? Their credit score, they've looked at all that. Pre-approval is much more in-depth. And your buyers are much better on paper when you send an offer in for somebody who's pre-approved versus pre-qual. Something I look for when I receive offers on this. Neighborhood information, what's important about the neighborhood, is it the schools, what's important about it, right? Be careful on that. Well, we want to live in a neighborhood that has a low crime rate. The best I can do is I can send you the link on where to go research that. I cannot share that information with you, it's against the law. And I'm not real bright, and I studied really hard to get my license, I'm not putting it in jeopardy. Do the home search, it's why it's so important that you have at least gotten very comfortable with, if not mastered, the MLS. Make the offer, which I think is tomorrow's class, is tomorrow we can receive offers maybe. Negotiating to buy. It's like an out to have your negotiating skills out, right? How do you make it win-win for everybody? How do we negotiate this out so my buyers get what they want and the sellers are getting at least a fair offer, if not everything that they want? Right, vendor coordination. You gotta coordinate getting rid of somebody to the title company. You've got to coordinate getting in for the inspection. Pre-close preparation. Pre-close preparation in most deals to me is still the most stressful. Right, I've got a closing today at 3:30. We didn't get clear to close from the lender until 4:58 on Monday, and we didn't get a final settlement sheet and final CD until 5:05 yesterday afternoon. My buyers are freaked, and I don't blame them, because you can tell them, I told them at the beginning, listen, the last 48 hours before closing can be really, really stressful. Because if we don't have the correct documents we need from the lender, which may or may not be on the lender's fault per se, there's nothing we can do. So we get the final settlement statement. We didn't get their exact cash to close until 5:05 last night. We closed at 3:30 today. That's not enough time to guarantee the buyer can get there.
I didn't even get mine. My closing was at 9 a.m. and 8:58. I still didn't have a final cash to close. I'm like, how am I supposed to get a cashier's check?
That's
What,
right.
what are you talking about?
Yep. So the answer to that is you probably had a pretty close number within a couple of grand.
Yeah, and
Right.
it was within
So
a
you
couple
gotta go
bucks.
get, so if you, like in this case, this is what my people had to do. We knew their cash to closing was gonna be somewhere between $34,000 and $39,000 cash to close. So they sent 40,000. The difference between the 40,000 they sent and what they actually need, they will be given a certified bank check at closing for the difference.
Right.
Title companies are very good about that because they don't want that laying on their books. Title companies want escrow opened and escrow closed. They don't want unopened business laying around. They think they're squared away, right? They don't mess around if you have a deal crash. The title companies don't mess around and hold the buyer's earnest money very long. They want it off their books. When they get audited, they don't want any of that laying around. Closing is pretty easy. Newer agents, when they have their first closing, when you have your first like in-person closing where you're not the buyer and it's not in Sterling,
Yeah.
the day before it can be a little nerve-wracking. Like, what do I do? What do I have to do? What did I screw up? What if I screw up tomorrow, right? First of all, I can say this till I'm purple and I will continue to do so until you've experienced it. No one will believe it. It's the easiest part of the transaction. At Keller Williams, there's one document you have to sign and it's the settlement statement. And you'll have already hopefully received it more than 2 minutes before closing, right? It's really just the time for you to celebrate with your buyers. Very seldom do you close with very angry buyers because they're finally closing. They finally made it. They gave up skin tissue and their firstborn child and everything else they had to give, they're happy to be done. They're either super happy that they're finally buying a home, or at the very least, they're super happy that they're done. Right? On occasion, you'll have the seller that ultimately ends up selling and they're angry because they didn't get everything they wanted for whatever reason. And then what's your post-closing look like, right? You should call them in a week, hey, how'd your move go? Right? Call them in a month. How's the first month? Is it everything you hoped? Call them in 3 months. What's already broken? Buy a brand new home in 90 days, something broke. Right? Have you had to use that home warranty yet that I bought? Right? Because every buyer I have gets a home warranty. So I don't get yelled at because the microwave light went out. So those are all the service areas. All the information you can cover, you can do it however you want. You can send them an email, you can have a nice fancy letter with all your stuff on it, the general stuff that buyers want to know. A welcome letter to welcome them to, well, once they've hired you, the timelines of the buying process, here's what this looks like, right? From under contract to close is 30 days, give or take, depending on what time you're in, holidays. Maybe what the seller wants, maybe the seller wants a 45-day transaction and you could accommodate that, right? How to access the KW app, that's still sort of, it's not real popular yet. I think it will be in a couple of years. Your value proposition, reasons to buy a home. The number one reason for me to buy a home is wealth, right? I can find you a rental property in the school district you want. I can find you a rental property close to where you work. Buying a home offers your opportunity for wealth because buying a home is an investment, right? Market analysis, all credit check requests. I tell every buyer, are you on Credit Karma? If they say no, I tell them, let's download it right now. It's literally free. And while it's never going to give you an accurate number on your credit score, it is a great guideline. It's going to be fairly close. It will allow them to start tracking like how many consecutive months have they made their current mortgage payment? How many consecutive months have they made their credit card payment on time? Those things. And it will allow you to ask, at least again from a thumbnail view, what could be a hard stop on their credit. 7 or 8 years ago, I had a friend of mine reach out and she had gotten divorced 2 years before. And she was like, you know, Ricky, I'm ready to buy a place. I've been renting, we got settled, ready to buy. Sent her the lender I was using, she got pre-approved, went out, got her under contract. Got through inspection. The night before appraisal, the lender calls me and said, this deal's dead. Well, I hadn't been in the industry very long, so my response was still fix it. Because I really didn't understand what happened, you know, on the lending side of things. She said, I can't. And I was like, well, then I'll find a lender. She said, no, you don't understand. Nobody's going to be able to make a loan to this young lady for at least a year. And I was like, all right, explain it to me like I'm 5. And she said, well, her credit score is outstanding. Her credit was like 820. Her income to debt ratio was almost nothing. What happened is 2 years previous, she had gotten divorced. They owned a condo, and through their divorce, he was awarded the condo. A year later, he called her and said, hey, I sold the condo, but we never filed the quitclaim deed to get you off of it like we were supposed to. So I need you to show up at closing. And she was like, wow. So it seemed to her the easiest thing for her to do was to go ahead and go to closing and sign the docs. So she said, what time is closing tomorrow? We told her whatever time, and she said, I'll show up 30 minutes after that. You have 10 minutes. Someone points, I sign, I leave, and you don't get to talk to me. And he agreed, he had no choice. So she showed up the next day at the time, people pointed, she signed and left. A year later, she's trying to buy a house. Unbeknownst to her, that was a short sale. He sold it for less than he owed. Now it shows up on her record, on her credit as a short sale. She didn't know. My lender told me the reason that she missed it was the buyer had a great credit score. She had the divorce decree that said he got the condo. At the bottom of the page of one of the pages of the 28-page credit report or whatever was where it said it was a short sale, and it got cut off when she printed it. So she didn't see it until she was ready to line up with appraisal. So I called
Perfect
Beth and said,
storm,
I'm
right?
sorry, you cannot buy for a year until your short sale is 2 years old.
Is that how long it takes for,
2 years at that point, you can get it. If you can qualify for a conventional one, you can get it in 2. If you're FHA, it's 3. So that sucked. Now here's where I wanted to I have not talked to this lender since, nor do I have any intentions of it. I said, well, here's the deal. I'll make her whole for the appraisal. You're gonna make her whole, or I'm sorry, I will make her whole for the inspection. I'll reimburse her for the inspection. You are going to reimburse her for the appraisal. This is your mistake. And she said, no, this is your mistake because you never asked. And I said, you're the lender. You're the one that had access to the information anyway. Your printer cut it off.
so it's the
That's your
lender's
mistake.
printer that cut it off? I thought you were saying the
No,
buyer.
No, the lender's printer.
Oh, hell no.
Lender's printer cut it off. And that was the hill she died on. She would not. So I reimbursed the buyer for inspection and appraisal. It cost me about $1,000. But I was like, I can't sleep tonight if I don't make my friend and my buyer happy and fully. That's not right. She did nothing wrong.
Right.
Literally nothing
Oh,
wrong.
that's heartbreaking.
And I had to call and tell her, sorry, you can't buy for at least a year. Here's the worst part about how that ended. 11 months later, I call her up and I'm like, hey, next month is the day we can start looking now. I've got a better lender who understands that, well, we can write a contract now. We just can't close till after the discharge date. She's like, great, we're not looking at properties, whatever. And she ghosts me. Can't find her, can't get a hold of her, nothing, right? For like a month. Nothing. I scroll open Facebook one day and there she is standing in front of her new house.
Oh, hell.
I was furious. I was so mad I didn't even try to contact her after that. Well, I know her from my bowling community, so 6 months after that, I walk into a bowling alley to hang out with my brother in a league that he's bowling in, and she's there. And I just walked up and stood next to her looking at her, and she stared at me like she was seeing someone come back to life after they had died. And she was like, hi, Ricky, how are you? And I was like, no, what happened? Because that ain't cool. And she goes, well, you know that guy I've been dating for about 8 months? And I said, yeah. She goes, well, we ultimately decided we were going to get married, and his mom's a realtor. And so I was sort of obligated to use her. And I was like, you can change realtors for whatever reason you want. You could have said, Ricky, you're left-handed, and I don't want to use you anymore. Or you screwed me a year ago, I'm not using you. You could have said anything. But saying nothing's not right. You got to let me know. Turns out that agent screwed up and they had to spend an extra $6,000 in closing. So that was a mess. So fast forward to 2 years ago, and she called me and she's like, hey, we're getting divorced and I need you to sell my house. And I'm like, why don't you use this mom? And she was like, because she cost me too much money and I hate her. So she's the one that I listed her house for $450 and sold it for $505. So you never know how things are going to play out, right? Market analysis, financial worksheets, credit checks, interest rate charts, items required for the loan application. I tell my buyers, your loan application process is in-depth and it's invasive. And it's also necessary because we had to change our lending practices post 2008. Because the problem that we had in 2008 were the type of loans that were being made. Right, the public blames realtors. Realtors blame the lenders. The lenders wore, to this day, still wear that scarlet letter. What happened? The fact was, the feds got involved and they went to the lenders and they said, you guys aren't making enough loans. So they made up these exotic interest-only loans, and you could buy a $700,000 home. All you needed to do was prove you could fog a mirror. All you had to do was be able to breathe. And then you were on an interest-only loan for 3 years. So you got a $700,000 house, you paid was $1,100 a month. So all the strippers in Florida all went down about 8 houses. 3 years later, when those ARMs became 30-year fixed mortgages, and the mortgages went from $1,100 to $7,000 a month, no one could afford them, so they just turned them all back into the bank. That's a very simplistic view of what happened, but that's what happened. So now they have this lawsuit called Dodd-Franks that got involved, and said, okay, now we want skin cell type and kidney tissue and all this stuff to make sure that buyers are solid. And the buyers, when they buy now, will still be able to afford their payment unless there's a major life change. Will still be able to afford their payment 3 years from now. So yes, it is credit checks and someone at your employment, if someone at your business is going to have to fill out a form and take a phone call that says you work there. We're gonna need your last 2 pay stubs. I don't care if you're paid monthly, quarterly, weekly, daily, they're gonna need your last 2 pay stubs, right? And if this takes longer than a month, you're gonna have to update the pay stub. You need to send your pay stub to the lender every time you get paid between the first conversation and the time we close.
And you have to have that income for 2 years or it doesn't count.
Most of your lenders can work around that if you've got at least one. Most of them.
Self-employed is 2 years, but
Self-employed is 2 years, although there are a couple of exotic loans that you can get. The one closing today is a bank statement loan.
Yeah.
Because the wife is self-employed. This is crazy, by the way, sidebar, because I can do that on the front of the room. You know what she does for a living? So you have 2 people that get divorced and they hate each other with kids. And one of them is a really bad person, and so they have to have supervised visitation, right? She's the visitation supervisor. She's the one that goes in while the dad who's an ass gets to spend an hour with his kids, right? She's self-employed and contracts to the court system.
Wow, how do you do that?
Because we started this process with them almost 2 years ago. And they were like, we're like, maybe we can figure out how to make this work, but she's 1099 only from the courts. And then COVID happened and he got laid off temporarily and it was a mess. So they're back, but because of that, she can only be a bank statement loan. So it's been fun getting them to the closing table.
so you, hold on, I just want to touch on it, because you said 2 years thing or 1 year thing, but like some, unless it's changed in the last couple months that I'm not aware of, there was definitely the case, like as long as you have steady work history, like 2 years of taxes, you only need to have 2 months of check stubs. The last
Yes.
loan I got, so.
If you have to be able to show 2 years of tax returns, right? It's one of the reasons lenders, it's tricky on the lending side, they'll never tell you this. Because your good lenders understand they're in the customer service industry. The great lenders understand that their truest customers are the realtors. And if you close in April, it can be tricky. Because if I'm supposed to close on April 27th and I filed my taxes on the 15th, technically that loan's got to be repaid because I filed a new set of taxes. Now, in my case, luckily that doesn't, it's not a problem because I don't file my taxes on time anyway. I do mine in October with an extension like every other business owner. So that can get to be tricky because they do have to have the last 2 years worth of tax returns, right? They need your last 60 days of bank statements. Because if your parents are gonna give you $12,000 to help with the down payment, right? Which is perfectly fine, you just have to have a gift letter, a letter from your parents to the lender that says, hey, this is a gift. Whatever goes on between you and your parents is whatever, right? If that money were sitting in your bank account on day 1, and you provide them 60 days worth of bank statements, that money's been in there, they're not gonna ask, right? That's why they'll tell you from the time that you start getting your pre-approval process, don't put money in or put money out that's gonna be a pain to track, right? Like don't randomly put a $21,000 drug deal set of cash in your bank because they're gonna go through it. They're gonna wanna know, what is this $21,000? And if it takes longer than 30 days, you gotta send them your newest bank statement so they can find out all the money's gotta be what they call seasoned. Money in the bank's gotta be at least 60 days old. So it's invasive. I tell them up front, here's the deal. This is gonna be invasive until you get your pre-approval. Then it's gonna be maintenance on your loan. You're gonna have to send them pay stubs. You're gonna have to send them bank statements. It's just the first couple weeks, you're gonna hate me. It's also necessary. It's also why I do business with the lenders that I do, because they are the best at this. They will have patience with you. They will work through this with you. There are lenders out there who will tell you, here's the checklist of stuff. And if you don't have it to them the next day, it just becomes a rough relationship. Nobody's got all that very few people have all their stuff together, so they can send it all in right away, right? So they'll be patient with you, just know it's a headachy and can be a pain process. The good news is, once you get through that, the rest is actually very easy. Finding the right home is easy. It can take patience. It's very easy. Getting it under contract, maybe it is 1 or 2 or 3 offers that we have to write. It's pretty easy though. The stress is getting the pre-approval on the lending side. Buyer questionnaire. I don't have a full-on buyer questionnaire per se that I have them fill out. I want to know what they want. I want to know where it is. Beyond that, there's not a lot. I tell them, listen, I want your 5 must-haves and your 5 can't-haves, right? Everything else is gonna fall in the middle, right? Have to have a 3-car garage. Have snowmobiles and 4-wheelers and skis and a camper. You have to have a 3-car garage, cool, what else? Has to have a minimum of 3 bedrooms, 4 would be great. We have to have 3, right? Well, all right, and I wanna drill deep on that, all right. 3 you have to have, you want 4. If you were to have 4, what would you use that room for? Well, my mother-in-law lives with us. Do you know what? We just went to 4 bedroom.
Yeah.
Because there ain't no.
Mom's out on the street.
Position where you need 3 bedrooms and grandma got to sleep on the couch. Right? Like, let's be realistic, right? Whatever that's gonna be. The 5 can't-haves. Will not buy a home that faces north. Cool. The trick with that is you may not know if it faces north until you get there. Right? And guarantee if that happens to you, and they're like, well, let's just see it anyway, they're gonna love the house. Right? Whatever that is, right? We don't want to live in a cul-de-sac. We do not want a pie-shaped backyard. I've heard that before. Okay, right? Whatever their can't-haves are, we do our best to accommodate that. It's also where the phrase, if you haven't heard it yet, you will start to hear a lot, buyers are liars. Because there are 5 must-haves and the 5 can't-haves. After you show them 2 houses, it's all jumbled and switches. It just changes because they think they want this one thing, and then it turns out, well, that's not really even important. Or this one thing they can't have now becomes a, that's all right, whatever, right? But you need it up front. You got to have a bridge to jump off of.
Oh my God. That list is very long.
It is. Your buyer representation, that's your buyer agency. Sample contract. Some people, I will send them a blank contract, one that we, the offer, so they can start reading it and get all their questions together. So that if we're in a hurry to write it, we find the right one, and the listing agent says, hey, I've got 3 offers already, we're making a decision at 6 o'clock tonight, it's already 2. I gotta show it, write the offer up. I need them to be able to understand what's that offer, what's in that offer, what do they actually offer? So sometimes at the very beginning, I'll send them a blank contract and say, this is the blank one, I'll fill in the blank and check the boxes, get familiar with it. If you have questions, let me know so I can answer them now or we're not under the gun. Right? I'll walk them a little bit through what the offer process looks like, closing, inspections, title, all of these different things. I'll walk it through. And we'll go from there. Some of these things aren't gonna matter, right? Maps of names of neighborhoods and zip codes, if they're moving from out of state, can be important. Right? You've got to get as clear as you can on what's important to them about where they live. Is it the schools? Is it one of the schools? Is it just, we just want to be in the district, right? In Cherry Creek, I have found that there are a lot more times they're specific about a school. I want to be at Eagle Crest High School, or I want to be at Campus Middle School. Douglas County tends to be a lot more, we just want to be in Douglas County. Right, but it's taken years to gain that experience, so I know those questions to ask. All right, you're sure the school doesn't matter, you just want Douglas County? Yep, all right, cool. Then you go show them 2 homes and they're like, hey, by the way, we decided we want Thunder Ridge. Great, none of these schools fit Thunder Ridge, and we're gonna go see this after. Buyers and buyers. It just happens. First time home buyers have no idea what they want. So you take them out a couple of times. The best part is the way here's how I run my business. When we're ready, I set up the search in MLS, I send them the initial search. And I said, I need you to go through these homes and make sure these are on par with what you're looking for. And that's bedrooms, bathrooms, square footage totals, yard, location, schools, whatever. When they tell me, yep, we're good, this is our search, I'm like, great. Now moving forward, I will never pick the home that we go see. You will always be the one that picks it. The moment that one of the homes that hits your search criteria hits the market, you're gonna get an email and I'm gonna get an email. I'm not even looking at it. You look at it, if it's one you wanna go see, you let me know, hey, we wanna go see this home, great, and we'll make that happen. So that we know when we walk in, that at least on paper, that home checks all of their boxes. Right, and they'll trust that right away after you show them about 2 homes, they'll know, we don't have to go in curious, does this have 3 bedrooms? We already know. We've seen the backyard, the photos of this backyard, right? What happens then is after you've shown them 2 or maybe 3 homes, you will know as they walk in the door, if it's the one they're gonna buy or not. Right, so after the first 2 homes that we show, I check to make sure it does indeed check all their boxes, and I watch how they go through it. And then after that, I know when they're within 3 steps inside, I know if it's the one that they're gonna buy. Right, because they both go, wow, well, I'm gonna go start writing in the car, let me know when you're done, right? Or if they walk in and they're like, yeah, no, not the one, because they already know and trust that it fits all their criteria.
Hey, just so you guys know, because it's ungodly early that we're required to show up for these things. Some vendor dropped off a huge pile of Santiago's breakfast burritos in the break room.
Really?
If you guys are hungry at all,
Oh, nice. Thanks.
sorry to interrupt, but I noticed that.
Always interrupt for
There
food.
is a buyer guide in Command. Play around in Command and you can find it printed, it'll already have your stuff on it. If you look at that route. It's good, I think having a buyer presentation, something on paper serves 2 purposes. 1, it gives them something to take with them, something to take notes on. 2, it will help you stay on track to make sure you don't miss anything that you want to make sure that you convey or share with them at your appointment. For me, mostly so that I don't forget something. We are required to provide them different lender options if they don't already have their lender, right? So what I'll do, if it's not somebody that I know real well, most of my business are people that I know. I get referrals from them, their parents, their siblings, whatever, that I haven't ever met before. Probably 80% of my business is people that I know. But if it's someone I don't know, I will provide them 3 lenders to call. Based on my information that I have at that point already, I'll know which lender, before I get there, I'll know which lender I want to refer them to. I have my number 1 preferred lender. She's not comfortable if she's not going 900,000 miles an hour with her hair on fire. She's just not. So if I get somebody who's a super high S on the disc, which is 73% of the nation, she goes too fast for it and she'll scare her. So I may recommend Patrick. Patrick seems much more methodical, right? Whichever one I'm going to recommend for them gets a nice color flyer. The other 2 are black and white. Here are the 3 lenders. Call all 3, don't however your process is. They always use the one that I printed in color.
So you have like a little expansion folder in your car with the color and the black and white.
I print them out one by one. I don't go into the buyer appointments to need to pre-print them. Very, very seldom in my business will I get a phone call at 11 o'clock and my buyer presentation at 2. It's only happened like twice. I am knowledgeable and caring and the best agent for these clients. They will appreciate my expertise and preparation and choose me to represent them as they buy a home. Some sort of self-fulfilling prophecy, I think, is really important for everyone. You're gonna go through, all right, you're gonna hear this phrase love letters a lot. In multiple offer settings for a long time, we would write a love letter. I had one that worked
Yeah, I wrote one.
on behalf of my buyers that said, hey, listen, you people have, your sellers are, they were older and empty nesting. They'd raised 2 kids in that house, they'd owned 21 years. So my letter was listing my couple, my buyers that want to buy it have 3 and 1 year old. No, in fact, they have 2-year-old and 1 on the way. And they are looking for the home to raise their children. Very similar to where you were when you bought this home 21 years ago. I'll bet it would be nice for you if you could sell it to somebody that you know is going to take care of it like you did. And the room, this was in 2016 maybe. And there were 3 offers on loan and they chose ours, and she told me it was because of the love letter. Now, they're not illegal, but the Colorado Real Estate Commission frowns upon them now. And Donna will freaking break my neck if you write one.
Really?
Yes, because here's the thing, in that situation, the buyer, the listing agent told me, we chose yours because of your love letter, which is great for my buyers. If anyone else had made an offer on it, let's say there had been an African-American couple that had written an offer on it, all they have to do is simply say, well, she didn't pick our offer because we're African-American. And now that seller's got a problem. Even though it's completely untrue and unfounded, she's got an issue. So the issue is fair housing.
But they could say that regardless of whether the love letter is there.
Yes, but without the love letter, in theory, the seller should know nothing about the buyers, other than here's the offer. Right? And so there's a liability issue. The real estate commission doesn't want us using him. Our office attorney will. Our office attorney is super protective of everything. Like if he could figure out a way to get rid of realtors altogether, he probably would. Because he's terrified of liability on everything. And Donna is step in line with what the real estate commission frowns upon at all times. So she's like, don't write him. So I don't.
Is that Damian Cox?
I love the guy, but like if I show up in a Zoom with his, he puts me on mute, he won't let me unmute. He and I got in a huge argument the last one I was in about a year now. And to this day, I fight him to the death on it. Let me ask you guys this. Who determines the actual value of a home?
Buyer.
Yeah, the buyer.
About the market. I mean,
But let's be specific.
yeah,
Be very specific.
yeah, the buyer.
It's the
Or is it
buyer.
writing the check for the house?
It's a buyer.
Yeah.
He said, no, it's the appraiser. And I was like, it is not the appraiser. He's like, yes, it is. The appraiser says how much the bank will loan. It's 100% true. And what the bank will loan is not necessarily the value of the house.
Right.
If you're a football fan at all, 5 years ago, Kirk Cousins was a free agent leaving the Washington football team, whatever. He landed an $84 million guaranteed contract for the Minnesota Vikings, and they were the only team that even considered signing him. 31 out of 32 teams were like, no, you're terrible. One team gave him $84 million. Do you know what that makes his street value? $84 million, because we found a buyer that would buy it for $84 million. If I have an appraisal that says 400,000, Damien's like, well, then the value of the home is 400,000. And I'm like, no, the value is when I get a buyer to pay me for it, period. And we argued and he put me on mute and I couldn't unmute the rest of the class.
Well, if you want to go Razzo, he's one of 4 industry professionals that's participating in a stand-up thing at Comedy Works.
Damien is?
Damian Cox is going to be on stage waiting to be razzed by anyone he's ever pissed off in the industry, so.
What
Go
is that?
roast Damien, I love it.
I just got an email from D-Mon.
He's great and I love the guy. When my dad died, I called him because I was like, dude, I need an attorney now. My dad didn't have it. Well, he had a 4-inch file of it, but he never put it together. And then I said, I need a probate. Can you help me? And he said, Ricky, I can, but I'm gonna refer someone else that's better suited to help you. It's not me. And that meant the world to me that he said that. He actually sent me to the attorney that was Damien's mentor when Damien got out of college. And he's fantastic. I recommend him for probate and estate stuff all the time. But it meant the world to me that Damien said that to me. Because he could have taken it and helped me out and everything would have been just fine. He was like, nope, I'm not the best suited person for you. And his wife is super cool. This is funny. If I ever really wanted to cause problems with him, I don't, because I do love the guy. When I disagree with him, it's very deeply and passionately. His wife, Jill, is a title rep. She was with First American Title forever, and then she moved to Heritage a while ago. So she was sitting at my desk one day because I used them. And they had been trying to have a baby forever. And she was at my desk when she got the call from the doctor confirming she was pregnant. So I literally knew his wife was pregnant before he did.
So that's how you really get under his skin, right?
I don't know, I've never told him that. I watched, there
Really?
was just something that felt uncomfortable to me about that. Like the parents should be the first two to know what they've gone through in vitro. And
Yeah.
they spent tens of thousands of dollars to have this baby, who's now 5. And the parents should be the first to know. So, and then I watched my daughter go through, and I was like, absolutely, the parents should be the first to know. All right. Offer your KW app. You all have an app. You all have a link to it. You can put it on your stuff. I don't use it because I hate electronics and tech.
Shit, it was last night, sorry, Ricky.
Yep, it's all right. Set the expectations. Explain what happens next. I never, ever, ever leave a conversation, whether it's text, email, invoice, face-to-face, whatever, without making sure I've done my best to explain to them what should happen next. Don't say what will, because this is real estate. You have no idea what's actually going to happen. Generally speaking, here's what should happen next. Right, we're under contract. What should happen next is we got to discuss earnest money and get scheduled for the inspection. Right, whatever the thing is, I try to let them know this is what's going to come next. Right, set up searches, not send info. I don't know why this even says that. You can send part of the info on neighborhoods. You can send them links to check out crime rates and school test scores and things like that. Right, and then send your lender recommendations, and those lenders contacted them. Right, and then do this. If you send them, here's what I tell them. Call these lenders, talk to them, interview them. When you decide which one, call and let me know. I would like to be the one that calls the lender and says, hey, so-and-so's been working with you. I do also try to let my lenders know immediately after a buyer appointment. Hey, I recommended you for this particular buyer. We need a call from them. Don't be shocked. I just want the lender to know their phone's about to ring. All right, I engage every conversation in the spirit of contribution. People are happy to be in a relationship with me. Always come from contribution. How can I help these people? Why am I the best agent for them? And to prove to myself that I'm the best agent for them, I'm going to make sure that I actively listen. I'm not listening to respond, I'm listening to understand. Right? We want to be in this school. Great. What's important to you about this school? Right? It might be the test scores, it might be the principal, it could be one of the teachers, whatever. Right, but I want to make sure I understand that because I don't want to trample on the importance of that as we go through the search of which homes, right? So listening to understand is so critically important. We're going to skip the role play because that's what we do. What questions do you guys have about working with buyers?
Jenna, I've heard you say this a couple of times. I just want to make sure I understand. Because people always ask up front, like what money am I going to need to bring to the table up front? It's about $1,000 between appraisal and inspections, give or take what they do on their inspections.
Depends on your price point
Okay.
and depending on what they do on their inspection, right?
'Cause they can do
Standard
sewer stuff and
inspection
then, yeah.
is going to run $450 to $500, depending on your square footage. Anything over about 1,800 square feet with my inspector. Appraisal is going to run somewhere between $600 and $900. Now, some lenders will still allow you to pay that at closing. Others there are a lot of them now making you pay for it at the time of appraisal.
Right, you said that's,
Because they have so many deals going on.
okay. So appraisal is usually 6 to 9.
Yep.
And then inspections about
Inspection's
500.
gonna be somewhere between, I tell them be prepared to between 3 and 6.
Okay.
Depending on if they want radon test.
Yep.
And
Sewer scope.
if they want a sewer scope. My general rule is if I walk out the front of the house and I can see a tree somewhere, I recommend a sewer scope. Right, we wanna know what the roots have gotten in there. Because if you got a sewer issue that comes up at Sewer Scope, I'm a firm believer that that's a seller problem now. Right, I had one time where I was the listing agent and the sewer line had come disconnected at the main line in the middle of the street. I wrote it away and was disconnected. I was a seller problem for my seller. They had to figure out what they were gonna do. The estimate was $28,000. Because back at the city of England, they're gonna have to tear up the street. As far as radon goes, I tell them, go home and Google radon and form your own opinion. Right, because radon can be pretty divisive in people's opinions. Some people are convinced that radon is the ultimate cause of all cancers, and other people are like, whatever, right? So make sure that you have an opinion on radon if you want a radon test, and then you have to be able to explain to them. The state of Colorado recommends anything under 4 picules per microgram. Anything over 4 has failed and needs a radon mitigation system. So again, radon, that's up to you if you want to test for it or not. I'm not making a recommendation either way. I happen to fall on the side of radon myself. But I also don't know that radon may be the cause of all cancers. I don't know.
We're living in the wrong state.
Yes, we are living in the wrong state, but here's the other thing. I do a radon test. Radon test takes 72 hours. They put the testers in for 72 hours and then they go and read the testers, right? In order to get a true reading of radon, they will tell you close your windows. Okay. But if all I have to do is open windows
And the radon goes up, yeah.
and radon drops, like I don't, like, why would I
Right.
just open the windows, right? I don't know. And I could do one on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and another one on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the same conditions, get way different readings. It's just by guess and by gosh. The good news is, I do believe radon is also a seller issue. We fail radon, I can make an argument that that is a material defect of the home. And now the seller doesn't agree to put a mitigation system in. My buyer backs out because of it. I believe I can make a solid argument that now the seller has to disclose that to every person that comes in the house. Right? And it's $1,100-$1,200 to have a radon mitigation system come in.
Do you know anyone who's ever had a radon test done after a mitigation system has been put in?
Yes,
Because my personal read on radon systems, they're a joke.
it's a fan. All it is a blower.
I know, but like mine runs into the ground under the slab in my garage.
As long as it's got a way to vent outside, that's fine. So,
I'm saying.
but just be
pulling-
careful. Yeah, but just be careful what you recommend to your buyers. Right? I tell them 100% on you. You'll do it, great. If you don't, great. I have no opinion on the matter. Now, what's funny about that is that's how I present it. If you want to, great. If you don't want to, great. I have no opinion. Every person I know understands, every person that knows me understands, Ricky has an opinion on everything. Ricky's never opinionless, ever. So then they'll be like, all right,
What do you
what
really
do you really think? And I will say again, I really think you need to make the decision on it. And then some of my smarter friends will be like, would you test for it?
Yeah.
And then I'm sort of stuck because I'm like, well, frankly, no. Right? So this is my radon story. I had a buyer one time that was looking for a home over by Wash Park. We were looking up to 650. Found one, a new one hit the market, listed at 650, a bungalow over there. We went over there and he walked in and I knew this was his house. Like Camelo out water, somehow he was gonna buy this home. It was literally perfect for him. So we do the show, I call listing agent says, I've already got 2 offers. I need you to just bring me your bad, or I've been threatened with 2 offers. I need you to bring me your baddest offer. So he called his dad and she moved some money around and he could get to $666,000. So I wrote it for 666 and we sent it over and the listing agent called me about 2 hours later and he said, a couple of things, Ricky, you were first and you do have the best written offer, but I got a cash offer after yours for $700,000. He's like, can your buyer compete with that? And I was like, he's a max man. He goes, can he get to 675? And I said, I don't know, maybe. So I called my buyer back and he's like, Ricky, no, I'm maxed at 666. That is the max I can get to. Call listing agent back and he's like, look, for 34 grand, he's like, I think my seller's gonna take the cash deal. And I'm like, bro, like I completely understand that. And my buyer is a very, very level-headed guy, like he gets it. So they took the $700,000 cash offer. Those little bungalows that were built in the 20s over by Wash Park have what amounts to a cellar that we in real estate call a basement. This one's literally like 6 by 4. The stairwell, like almost you have to walk down like this, the stairwells to get there, right? 7 days later, I'm pulling onto the highway to go to a listing appointment in Brighton, and I live in Southeast Aurora, right? And it's my buyer. And I was like, did something come up that I missed? And he goes, no, that home's going back on the market. And I was like, huh, all right, let me call listing agent. So I called listing agent and I said, hey, I hear you're going back live on the market. The deal fell through. And he says to me, how did you find that out? Because I haven't changed anything in MLS. And he goes, to my knowledge, the only people that know are the seller and me and the buyer's agent and the buyer. And I'm like, I don't know, my buyer called me and told me you're going back on the market. He goes, how did he find out? And I said, I have no idea. He goes, well, all right, regardless, it's true. He said, in about 20 minutes, I was going to go live back on the market. And I go, all right, my buyer would still offer 666. And he goes, well, let me tell you what happened. He goes, it failed radon. And my seller refused to put a radon mitigation system in at the cost of $1,000. And I was like, huh. He goes, we really wanted to work with you in the first place. So if your buyer is willing to get me an offer in the next 30 minutes of this 666, we'll take your offer. And I was like,
So we lost that one
I'm like,
34 grand.
he's literally losing $33,000. And he said, he's my best friend and I want to teach him a lesson. And I'm like, what kind of money do y'all have where you can teach your friend a lesson, like give him an elbow in the kidney, nudge, nudge? That's $33,000 worth of value.
Right.
And he was like, he was just being stubborn and would not put that mitigation system in at the buyer's request. So the buyer killed it.
Wow.
I'm like, well, unfortunately, I've got a listing appointment now in 15 minutes and it's a 16-minute drive from where I'm at. And he goes, do the best that you can. I will put this off as long as I can before I'm going back active on the market. And I was like, I'm looking at a minimum of 2 hours, and that's if I get to Starbucks and Bright. It's got an internet connection. I can do that. Hang up the phone, call the buyer back just to confirm he's willing to give 666, and he said in a heartbeat. Hang up. The listing agent calls me back, and he goes, hey, what if I just countered your original offer and moved all the dates by 7 days since we're now 7 days later?
There you go.
And I was like, you're willing to do that for my buyer? And he's like, yeah, I don't want this to have to go back active and take all the phone calls. And again, Ricky, we wanted to work with you anyway. And I was like, sure. So he sent it. 5 minutes later, he sends it to me. I call my TC. I'm like, I need you to do this. Sends it to the buyer. And before I got to my listing appointment in Brighton, we were under contract. Now, here's the super fun part.
Without the radon mitigation?
Without radon mitigation, because I told the buyer, this is the deal. In that entire story, it never even dawned on me. My buyer works for the EPA. It's literally his career. So I said, here's the deal. And when I told him the radon, he laughed. He goes, did you know in Canada it's 66? He's like, if you go up the road 4 hours, well, it's really 5 if you drive illegally to Montana, it's like 38. He's like, I couldn't give 2 craps about radon. And he bought that house and we did it at 666. So radon is up to each individual person. Do the research and formulate your own plan based on what you can find, because, right, off the record, about 3 years ago, I read an article that I found that said, we're all fucked and the internet's to blame. And the point of the article was, I don't care what my opinion is and your opinion is on something, we can each go find 5,000 sources to defend our own perspective. No one's learned to debate, no one's learned to argue. It's just, you're different than me, so that by definition makes you wrong, because I can prove it with all these articles I can find on the internet, right? Because we all know you can't put anything on the internet. That's true, right? And it's really the divisive point of our society. Radon is a deadlock 50-50. 50% of this stuff says it's going to give you cancer, and 50% says it doesn't matter.
So with the mitigation, it was the seller had to do that and the seller refused.
House
the
will
buyer
sell
has a chance to back out.
$33,000.
Wow.
I mean,
But what was interesting was I looked back on the moment we walked into that house and I knew no matter what, he was buying this house.
If that's your seller, like how freaking, you're like, I'll give you the
Oh, yeah,
$1,000,
yeah.
just do it.
Yeah, well, I even told him that. I was like, you're costing yourself 3.2% of $33,000.
Right.
And he's like, Ricky, let's be real. I don't need the money.
I wanna.
But you
Yes.
could, as the realtor, you could pony up and buy it, right?
100%.
Yeah, that's fine.
Absolutely. But because it was his buddy, he was like, nope, I'm gonna make you lose $33,000. I was like, I want a friend like that. I just want one. Crazy stuff. All right, let's take 15 minutes. Looking at sellers.
Yeah. That's how that is. So just to clarify with the love letter thing.
Yep.
You kept saying, I wrote it or we wrote it.
Yep.
You weren't the one writing. it.
I did not write
You
it.
presented it.
I presented it.
Sent it, whatever. Okay.
I told my sellers the situation, why I thought it might work.
Yeah.
But I said, but I need it to come in your words.
Right,
And
okay,
so they're actually the ones that
Okay.
wrote it.
okay.
and
So
then-
even if they're the ones drafting it, Donna still does not want me to. send it.
Absolutely not, because like I said, it opens up liability on the sellers for whichever offer they didn't take. Right, if it's a gay couple
Right,
and they chose yours, now it's not,
right,
but it's one of those things that all that has to happen is someone just has to say, no, people have a colossal headache to deal with their
Right.
lawsuits and things like that.
All it has to do is be said and the commission has to investigate.
Yep, yeah, if
So
a
it just-
complaint is filed by law, Craig's going to investigate.
Which just means you got people.
I heard they were there.
Okay, this is so bad.
You got a big giant 2-foot roll of phallic symbol, that's pretty fun.
Right?
Hey, have you done birthday cards this month?
No, I thought about that this morning and I
Hey,
was like,
will you do birthday cards this month?
I will. I'll do them today. It does kind of look like it.
How's it? Sleep that.
Oh, mine's more of like, get the kids to school.
It's really wild when you get past that. My daughter's 25. And so she's been, she lived at home until she was something like 22, moved out with her boyfriend, came home. When they broke up, she came home for like 6 months. Now she's been living on her own for almost 2 years or something.
Mhm.
And, I get to see her like once or twice a week. She comes over, eats dinner, raids my fridge for some stuff she wish she had it in her fridge. or
Grocery
whatever.
shops.
Yeah, she grocery shops in our kitchen. So
I did that with my parents.
I grocery shop extra for her. Like I was at Sprouts the other day and our favorite spaghetti sauce is on sale. So like stupid cheap. $1.50 a jar. It's usually $10 a jar.
Oh, wow.
And, so I bought 15 jars and I put 5 of them in a bag for my daughter. Yeah, empty nesting in your 40s is weird. I feel like I've done all the stuff I'm supposed to do. I already built and sold a business. I put my kid through private school. She's doing pretty good. I bought a house. I've adulted pretty good so far. But I am admittedly regressing a little bit. I'm kind of wilding out in my 40s.
Mm.
I gave up my 20s to be a good dad.
Yeah, my fiance is, he did the wilding out in his late 40s, early 50s. It's like, okay, we're done now.
Yeah. Yeah, a year ago, October, my wife and I, what did we see, I think 13 concerts in 5 different states.
Very nice.
In the spring or the summer, I guess, early summer, we went to Europe for a few weeks. Doing all the stuff I didn't get to do when I was younger. Went to Mexico, took a 10-day vacation to sandy beaches in Mexico. That was pretty nice. Snorkeled with the giant turtles till I got sunburnt like a lobster.
To this, you're better off as a politician with the general public's
Yeah.
opinion. I'm like, what did I do to myself?
Well, I'm real estate and politics. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's.
right. You're a glutton for punishment, I
Yeah.
guess.
You know, yeah. Well, after 10 years in the military, you get,
Yeah,
you take almost anything.
very good. So back to our conversation about Elevate. I feel like we got cut off right now.
He was ready to go.
Yeah. I don't remember where we left it.
I was just curious because I was considering signing up for it as well. I was gonna just start out with a $300 a month package or whatever. That's mostly social media, a couple of leads.
Yes, that's the one I'm in.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's my thing is I'm really good. I've been like a team leader, project manager guy for 20 years. So for me, I'm like, all right, here's what we're gonna do, guys. I get the ball rolling and then I pass it on.
Yeah,
And so it's really hard for me I'm super ADHD. I need to jump on to the next 10 things really quickly because I just can't keep my brain engaged.
yeah,
And social media is really hard for me to stay on top of, committing to the consistency of content
right.
that makes and keeps you relevant,
Yep.
right? And so I'm looking for some outside sources. To me, $300, that translates into $10 a day.
Right.
If I was gonna put that much content on my social media sites, it would take me hours every day. So for
Right.
$10 a day to save myself hours of scrolling over 1,000 different positive affirmations or whatever the hell it is that I'm gonna post on my social media.
Right, yeah.
It's like, it's not even, it's a no-brainer for
Yeah.
me. It's either it's not gonna be there or I'm gonna pay $10 a day to have it there.
I think I'm still a little unsure of how me having the social media presence is going to translate to dollars.
So the gal who was sitting right there yesterday, you were here yesterday, weren't you?
Yeah.
The gal who was sitting right there
Uh-huh.
during our thing yesterday, she has already gotten one listing from her Facebook marketing.
Is she paying for like Facebook ads and that sort of
I want
thing?
to ask her, she's not here today.
Okay.
She was in her office yesterday here. But what I would say is, and this is the toughest part with marketing. You need it the most, but you can afford it the least.
Yep.
But that doesn't mean you should stop marketing, even like, I don't care if you're like an Aboriginal tribesman in Australia, you know what Coca-Cola is. And Coca-Cola is still like one of the #1 marketing spenders in the world. Like they are relentless, they do not stop
Right.
marketing, even though, I mean, they spend like billions a year on marketing, right? And so why? Like, nobody doesn't know who Coca-Cola is.
Right.
But I've never seen an ad for Fanta soda. They still exist as a soda company. Maybe they market in Michigan where they're from and where their main distribution center is. But I don't know.
Why do you know that?
Don't they have a song, Fanta, Fanta, don't you want Fanta?
I don't know why I know that. Obscurities.
I was like, wait, they've marketed because that song, as soon as you said
couldn't remember.
Fanta, I just see the
Started
girls
singing it.
dancing, the go-go girls.
Yep.
Fanta, Fanta.
So, okay, so you can think of one commercial. I specifically refuse to watch television that has commercials.
Yeah.
I only, if I'm watching something, it's either on demand or it's been recorded, so I can fast forward through commercials.
Yeah.
So maybe they do have a marketing presence, but I guarantee it's nothing like Coca-Cola.
Right.
Hence,
Yeah.
Fanta,
Probably
even though they have 1,000 flavors and Coca-Cola has one flavor, Fanta still can't step to Coca-Cola's whatever, you know? So.
Yeah.
Anyhow, again, the point is marketing, especially when it's not quantifiable, is really hard. I had to spend a lot of money on marketing. I was sponsoring huge events and I spent $50,000 on one event one time. And it was all just under the hope, the confidence that just having my banners up at a music festival was gonna translate into me. It was more than that. The whole backdrop of the stage was my logo. So like I went all out, and
Right.
for me, the idea was brand recognition.
Yeah,
And that's really all that marketing is.
that's it.
And so people don't just want to see your logo and your headshot over and over and over again. So what you're paying those people for is the content that people aren't gonna just scroll past. Cause you're pretty and all, but I've seen your face 10 times, I'm scrolling past you.
Right.
You know, what I mean? But if you have some like, hey, do you know why you should use me for real estate? Because I'm gonna help you get the most value for your dollar. Or here's something you should know about real estate.
Mhm.
And it's all that kind of stuff that you're gonna pay people like Tom and his company to put there for you, or you're going to spend the time chasing it down.
Right.
And it really just boils down to, like for me, I totally know how to change the oil on my car. I have not done that shit in 25 years.
Right.
Like I pay someone else to do the shit I don't want to deal with. I don't want to serve. My
Right.
time is so valuable. When I sell myself as a consultant, I charge $500 an hour. So for me, if I'm gonna go consult with somebody or I'm gonna go change my oil, would I rather save $50 and spend an afternoon busting my knuckles and cursing?
Right.
Or would I rather just drop my car off, make some phone calls while I'm waiting for it to get done and then move on to the next thing? That's all personal choices. If you're starting out on a bootstrap budget and you need to do all your own social media stuff, then do that, because that's what's right for you. What's right for me is not trying to build a database of positive affirmation shit that I want to share on my social media posts,
Right.
you know? So I'm considering doing that, but I don't really care about the leads. I will pursue them for the exercise of pursuing leads. Not because I think those are gonna be super quality leads or anything like that, but
Yeah.
if one lead were to transpire from that into a close for you,
Right.
and it happened here, you'd get what, 10 to 15 grand for your close?
And that's why I said I'll pay for 6 months of the $300 a month.
Right.
If I get one deal out of it, great. So far
Super
it's
great.
been,
You're $1,800 in 6 months.
Yeah.
One deal could be 12 grand, 15 grand.
right.
you
So
know?
that was my justification.
I don't think you're wrong. I'm still considering doing it, but I am exploring other options right now. Like Keeping Current Matters is $40 a month for their basic package. And they have a bunch of really great stuff that they offer in that same kind of shareable format, you know? And they've got really great reviews. That Elevate company has a total mix of really great, either people love it or they hate it.
Yeah.
There's no middle ground.
Isn't that the definition of the internet these days?
Mhm.
Are y'all sticking around decorating for the decoration party and stuff this afternoon?
I wanted to ask,
You know it.
do we need to provide the decorations?
Not
I mean,
unless you have an
I-
office.
I can go to the dollar store and get some stuff, but I don't have any.
No, you can't. Dollar store has jack.
No.
I was there last night. Party City if you wanted to go
You're
anywhere.
welcome, if you're welcome to go grab some stuff
Okay.
if you want. The office does have a fair amount of stuff. But it's been the same stuff we've used the last 3 years, so it's sort of dwindling. But Amy asked me earlier, did everyone to stick around this afternoon now for this?
Isn't it happy hour sale too?
It's supposed to be, if not.
If not, I can run to the liquor store.
No, you go to the liquor store, I know where Michael keeps all his stuff. And then really pushed is make sure that we've got help Friday for the 5-day with handing out candy and.
Oh, yeah, I'll be there.
Invited clients and stuff to that.
That I can do. We're knocking doors at noon today.
What's that?
We're knocking doors at noon today.
Sweet.
Yeah.
It's that time now,
It's that
right?
time,
Final
yeah.
push.
13
Where-
days.
Where are you going door knocking at?
We're doing just west of Smoky Hill Library, precincts 277. I know that people don't know those.
No, but I know we're west of the Smoky Hill.
Yeah.
Library.
Yeah, that's
I
his
literally
area.
lived there my entire, I graduated from Smoky Hill High School.
Yeah.
I own a home.
Yeah,
Summer Valley.
So, like last night, I was over on Telluride and Smoky Hill, that area.
Yep.
It's that.
Yep,
that-
it's the most dangerous wintry roads in Aurora, back in Memphis and Tennessee.
Because where I live, I'm over by the Home Depot on Gun Club. And that's where I started, back in June. And I started spreading out that way and started moving west. And then this, once we wrap up today, I'm gonna swing back around and into the far eastern.
See, Lisa, it's a contact sport. All right, cool.
Yep.
We will not be spending 2.5 hours on working with sellers, just so you know, we've got it all over today. So if you want to go grab some stuff, that's great. If you got
Yeah.
stuff, we totally get it. But if you could commit to at least being here Friday
Yeah,
in a costume of some sort.
Yeah.
Like, I just went out 2 years ago and I bought a priest
Okay.
outfit.
Okay.
And people were like, oh, you're a priest. And I'm like, no, if you know Ricky, I am irony. And last year on the scarf for it, I had somebody put lipstick on it.
No, last year you were.
Oh, you weren't here last year, right?
Yeah, last year.
So
you
last
were
year I
the-
was like, well, we had a thing we were gonna do and then Nikki had some life changes go on. And so she was gone for a couple of weeks. And so the idea of what we were gonna decorate didn't work. So my daughter and I are out at this Halloween spirit store trying to come up with something, and right there was a suit. It's a black and red suit covered in pumpkins, and I was like, yep, I'm going as the pumpkin guy. So I put the suit on with a black shirt, and I had 15 pumpkins left over from our pumpkin drop off and everything. So this year we're just doing the same thing. It's gonna be a little more festive because Nikki's here to help me decorate the office today, so
Yeah.
I'm still gonna do the same thing.
And Friday is 5 to 8.
Fridays from 5 to 8.
Kids can come to me.
Kids can come, this place will be,
a
it will take
madhouse.
you, if you want to start up, walk down that hallway, across it, back up that hallway, it's a 10-minute walk, there'll be that many kids. It's insane.
Oh, when are you getting your candy? When am I?
I have one huge bag already because Jen's here this week,
Mhm.
so, whenever else. I don't think I kept the leftover candy from last year, just what I like to do, just carry it over here or go buy, a couple bags of Halls and put them in there, whatever. right? All right, what did you guys learn from what we covered so far working with buyers?
Radon is meh.
Yep, it is. What else? What else did you learn?
I need to go back and look at the welcome letters that I've received when I was the buyer. Because that is a really lengthy to just have a nice draft that I can use.
So
That's what's
here's
time
something
consuming.
that I've looked into in my business, and we've looked into it, and I bet Nikki did it, and I just read her research. And I haven't implemented it yet. We all have this thing where at closing, we buy our clients a gift of some sort, a cutting board, a nice bottle, whatever we're gonna spend for clients, right? But what if, instead of one gift at the end, what if you bought them 7 gifts throughout the process? So the moment you sit down with them, hey, thanks for meeting with me, here's a candle, right? 7 smaller gifts that you give them when you meet with them, when they sign, when you go under contract, when you get through inspection, when you get through appraisal, when you close, and I'm missing one of the dates off the top of my head. Over the course of the transaction, they're always gonna feel warm and fuzzy then, right? And then ultimately, if you price it out right, it's actually gonna be a little less expensive for your business than it would be if you buy one big gift at the end. I still get lazy, especially for buyers, and I'm like, no, home warranty, you're good. But people love it. People love a home warranty, man.
Yeah.
Right? So you could take a look at doing that on top of your welcome letters, right?
Yep.
What else? What else did you learn?
The buyer guide,
Yep.
that's something I'd like to dive into a little bit more.
Yep, especially if you're working with either first-time home buyers or people who haven't bought in a while. The process can be very overwhelming, especially at first. When from the time they meet you to the time they have that first conversation with a lender, it's pretty slow, easy going, right? The moment they meet the lender to pre-approval is insanely overwhelming for them. Right? So a buyer guide to help them, here's the step by step. I'm gonna walk through it with them. I'm gonna say, listen, when we get to step 3, right, we're just gonna take a second, take a breath. We're gonna come back to this so I can continue to walk you through the process, right? I will be with you every single step of the way.
You said there's a buyer guide on command that
Yeah.
we can utilize. Okay.
Oh, yeah, there's a plethora. So if you go into designs in command, you go to templates, you just type in buyer guide and you have like the one
You
that,
wanna come show them? We've got time. So when I hired Nikki in January of 2021, her unofficial job title, her official job title was executive assistant. Her unofficial job title was to become command master. Master, command, and she's done that. And then it was like, so she started in January, it was probably March or April when we made the new rule that Ricky doesn't go into command, and I don't.
You always tell the story about tripling the contacts.
I have no idea how I did it. I went in to look up a phone number and somehow I triplicated the contact.
Am I wrong? Is there not another story where you like erase someone else's
It
contact?
was not in command.
Okay.
Now, I go with that public story because it's kind of funny and we survived it and Adrian Geyer is finally
What did you
forgiven
just
me.
click?
The fact is,
I'm making sure I find
the
it.
fact is, it
okay.
wasn't me, actually. It was my transaction.
Yeah, before you
coordinator.
start teaching.
I was standing right there and I said, do this, and it wiped it out. And it was, I don't know how
And
much.
Adrian
data
is the
it wiped out.
sweetest person in the entire world. And
Have
when I
you- have any
say-
of you had the pleasure of meeting
Oh,
Adrian
yeah,
Geyer?
she did the command.
Oh, yeah,
she
yeah.
did the-
Imagine that woman being really, really, like legitimately angry at you.
It's hard to
It's hard
tell.
to imagine.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine.
Well, I did it. And in real estate, if there's something that you come up with that's hard to imagine, there's a 75% chance I've done that.
Alright, so in command, you go over here to the designs.
Mhm.
You click on create design. And how do you want it? Do you want it for social media? Because it'll make it like that size for it. We're just gonna go print, because we're doing buyer guide.
This is where I was trying to create something and I never got this. It defaulted to social and now I can't send it out of my smart plans as an email.
We have to
Maybe,
create a new one.
Okay, just start over.
Yeah,
why
I would
did it
start
do
over
that?
on it.
But
So
it's
then
good
we're
to
gonna
see.
continue, then it's gonna ask.
For a
us-
small fee, I'm sure my command master will walk you through whatever you want, teach you whatever you want.
Wow. And then it takes a while to load because there are thousands upon thousands of templates that are available.
And you did click on email,
I clicked on print.
print, okay.
Thousands and thousands, or one.
Or, well, no, so this is general, this is your general template. But there's your free licensing, there's your KW prep stats. So you wanted a buyer presentation?
Uh-huh.
Click on buyer presentation.
Buyer guide is what we were actually talking.
Call presentation. It's essentially the
Your
same
guide to
thing.
homeownership.
Yep,
So that's what we can send them and it's gonna say, first is blah, 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 next is inspection, then is.
Probably not a bad study guide for us to remind ourselves too.
it's 100% why I use these in a buyer presentation is make sure I don't miss something.
Right.
Okay,
Checklists are huge.
oh yeah.
What was her name? Lindsay yesterday had a really nice looking checklist that she used for people, a
Yep.
couple different places. in-
Absolutely. And here's the thing, if Lindsay gives you a copy of that checklist, then all you have to do is ask and she'll give it to you.
Yeah.
Honestly, you can trust, just use her checklist. You do not have to research and develop it. You can R&D it, rip off and duplicate and just do what's on her checklist.
Yeah.
And keep in mind that probably 90% of that checklist is gonna be accurate. There's another 10% that are gonna be transaction specific
Right.
that you're not gonna need. But it's a fantastic guideline. Just absolutely use Lindsay's.
Right.
She spent years putting it in place with her husband and her buyer's agent, which are, like I used to tell her, it was Lindsay would spend 4 days a week fixing everything the boys broke, and then 1 day a week determining what they broke that week that she has to fix next week. And she was like, you have no idea. And if you met Matt, her husband, perfect description of him. He just breaks stuff and she fixes it.
So, and if you have like hers and you don't wanna use like their list or whatever, so you can click on remove this page before use. You can click add over here and you can enter a PDF or whatever and add it to here, so you can customize whatever you want.
Nice.
Everything in here, like let's say you don't like this section. You
So-
can remove it.
You know what a great time to work on this would be?
Our
on
workshop.
Thursdays when we do our workshops. So that I can be here to help you out with ideas and concepts. Gwen will be here to help you navigate this. I'm sure I can ask Nikki to come in and help with command stuff, right? And just come in and work on it so you've got it, so that when you do have a buyer appointment, you just come in and thumb through it real quick to make it buyer specific for that person, whatever that's gonna be. Print it out and you're ready to go.
Let's say you have a buyer that hates kids, you might wanna remove the picture with kids in it.
Right.
Right,
But,
we call
and
them
all
smart
of this
people.
is customizable to you. So you can, like down here, you can add your logo. And then our market center.
Make sure your market center's on there by law, it has to be.
And then I don't know why,
For
but
digital, it's true.
but Realtor and Equal Housing aren't on any of these too, so make sure that you're adding those to everything that you're advertising as well.
And does that includes your Facebook page and all that stuff too, right? You have to have your, and so
Yep.
where is that stuff for us? That's in somewhere.
In
resources?
KWPM resources, it's in there under logos
Yeah.
or something.
Also, when you signed up, Amy would have sent you like a welcome package, like here's like the logos and stuff. You've been here for a year, so it might be updated since then, but.
You could just ask Amy, hey, can you send me the welcome email again? I need those links and the stuff in it. She'll fire it over to you.
Yeah,
That's
and
piece of
then
cake. Yep, so now you know.
the more you know.
Cool, yeah.
Thank you.
And you know, to this point, a little sidebar, one of the things that I've learned is when I brought Nikki on to be the assistant, again, her title was executive assistant, her real off-record title was command master. I needed her to master this, which she did. And the Keller triangle is listing, leads, and leverage, right? Sooner you get to a point of business where you can leverage stuff off, the better your business is. Even if I wanted to do this, it would be a challenge for me. And I don't want to do this. And I've become so aware in my business of, you know what I will do? The things I like to do. Do you know what I won't do? The things I don't like to do. So 5 months ago, Ryan Davis stuck his head in my office one day and he goes, what's her job description? Like, do you have a written out job description? Because he was looking for an assistant. And I went through this way back when I decided I was gonna hire an assistant, and I already knew Nikki and I really wanted it to be Nikki, but I still took her through the entire career vision and interview process, which is like 32 hours worth of interview time. But I was stuck for like 6 weeks on what do I want my executive assistant to do? What is her job description gonna be? So I was on my coaching call one day and she was like, so how's this going with your assistant search? And I'm like, I'm still at ground zero. I can't figure out what her job description is. And my coach said, whoever the assistant's gonna be, their job description on a daily basis and their job duties literally is a list of what Ricky hates.
And do all the shit I don't want to do.
And it took me after that phone call, I'd spent weeks on it already. After that, I got off that call, took about 2 hours and I had a job description. I just made a list of everything I hate to do, because if I hate it, I ain't doing it. And I became her job description and she's just blown up what I hate doing. And my life is better, my overall perspective is better. I have way less bad days, I get way less frustrated. I lose my shit a lot less now because I know if it's something I hate, hey, Nikki, please do this. Okay, and you know what, miraculously it gets done. She's fantastic. So naturally, I've designed my business now where that's going away because she's become an agent now and I don't know what. All right, cool, let's talk about winning with sellers. As I said earlier, sellers, it's a little less work, make a little more money, and you can literally do selling from anywhere. You can list a home from anywhere. I've done one transaction, just the way it worked out, where I never met the seller person to person until we were at closing. It was a referral from, hold on one second, it was a referral from the girl at the time that was our director of first impressions. It was her home, she was renting it, and the landlord at the end of her lease was gonna sell it. So I met him on the phone and I ended up listing it, selling it, and we had a closing. It was great.
I'm just trying to remember kwpm.com resources.
No, it's just kwpmresources.com. Wow. Oh, let's do this.
Is that where the realtor and the equal housing stuff is as well?
It should be, I can't guarantee because I don't really know what's there. Why is there no? So. One. Or we're just gonna do it this.
Does that stuff need to be on, like, if you send an email, it just has to be in your email signature, or if you're sending like a flyer, does it have to be on your flyer?
It has to be on
somewhere?
your flyer. I don't have mine in my email,
You don't have what in your email?
any of the logos or anything.
Yeah, you do.
Do
If you're
I?
using your logo, then it's attached to your logo.
The equal housing
Yeah,
thing.
Yeah, that's true. You have it in my logo.
I just did that just so I don't have to put it in separate places. So we attached it to our actual logo
So it's in your signature block by way of being attached in the,
and the logo.
in like the PDF or whatever on your logo.
Yeah, so so let's say I just want to like take one of those shots or whatever, like one of those pictures, and I just want to put my logo on it. In my logo or in our logo, I have the KW Park Meadows, and then I have the Realtor in housing just in ours. It's built into our logo,
Right,
just so that I never have to worry about getting yelled at by Donna because she's so nice and I don't want to see her scary.
She, by the way, I left that voicemail chat and
Yeah.
she still hasn't called me back.
Okay, is she here today? She should be here today, right?
She should be.
All right. I have a seller who won't sign the earnest money release because we backed out in inspection. I won't sign to get my guys' earnest money back.
I had the same exact thing happen in Shenandoah.
I saw Donna get really funny when I was dealing with a pain in the ass seller's agent. She had some not very Donna-esque language.
I love Donna.
I was in this office, Donna sat right there in that office, and I was still over here in the back, that used to be the coaching office, and I Donna slammed the phone so hard it broke. Donna broke the telephone.
Do you remember that? Do you remember the fellow? Because I remember talking to you about it too, that fellow from down in Castle Rock, that guy. Worst guy.
I'm getting there, I promise.
That's gonna open it up 9 times now.
Hot. Oh, while these are vital to your sales business, seller listings are critical to your ability to build it to its highest level with the lowest cost and the highest net. You can run your business in terms of what you're going to spend on leads and what you want. You want to buy leads, there are leads to buy that you can close business. But the idea is to teach how to do it for free or very, very low cost. When you invest in something, whatever you're investing, it doesn't matter what it is. There are one of two things you can invest. You can invest your money or you can invest your time. Door knocking for any purpose is free as far as the cost goes, but you're investing the time to go do it, right? So what do you want to invest? Most people, when they come into real estate, just spend a bunch of money on getting licensed, school, right? You have to join the board, you have to pay for the licensing, all those things. They're tired of spending money, they want some ROI, right? So colors based on what can we do that's free or very low cost. All right, sellers are the same way in terms of qualification, ready, able, and willing to do business in the next 14 days. Whatever your business model is going to be, the number of days is sort of up to you, right? Who are my A sellers? Who are the people that are ready for me to go put a sign in their yard? For me, it's about 30 days, right? You should be qualifying all of your clients and tracking them in your pipeline, buyer, seller, when they're ready. And then you have a way, you can organize it any way you want. I like the 1 through 10 system, 10 being they're ready to do business today. Like if they're buyers, they'd be ready to write an offer today, right? If they're a seller, they're ready to go active today, right? 9 means within the next week, 8 means within the next 2 weeks, and you can set that system up any way you want. So every day, you look at your pipeline of people, and instead of trying to look at taking somebody who's at 5, it says they're going to be business in 6 months, or however your own personal category works. I'm not going to try to get them from a 5 to a 10 today, but what can I do to get them from a 5 to a 6? What can I do today? Is there anything I can do for them today that gets them from doing business in 6 months to doing business in 3 months, or whatever your numbers are going to be? And when you start working your pipeline that way, eventually your pipeline, everybody's name starts working its way up until you close, and then they go over here into your post-closing systems. So turn your 5s into 6s, 6s into 7s, 7s to 8s, and so on. You'll get your A qualified sellers, people that are ready to go. People who are like, yes, my house is clean and I'm ready to schedule photography. Listings, the 3 L's of the MRA, listings, leads, and leverage. Gary Keller has a coaching group. It's the top 100 agents in the entire Keller Lister, Keller Williams system in North America. He coaches them once a month. It's his top 100. They do a baby pool before every class. How long it's going to take Gary on the board that he has to draw the triangle. Because in his world, everything comes down to one of these 3 things: listings, leads, and leverage. Right? Your business will, at this point, all of our businesses are all about leads. Who can get the most leads? I need leads. Right? Those leads need to turn into listings. Here's the other reason why being seller heavy is important to your business. Every seller lead, every listing that you take should lead to approximately a half of a buyer. So if you lead prospect, circle prospect correctly around the home, do the open house correctly, every 2 is roughly the numbers now. Every 2 listings you take, you should find a buyer. Do the open house, call doing the 10 by 20 that I talked about yesterday. For those, you were here for that, right? You do an open house on the believer, you walk out the house, you knock on the 10 doors to the left, across the street, 20 homes across the street again, and back 10 to the home. Knock 40 doors. Invite them to your open house Saturday from 1 to 2. Open house will be 2 to 4. Special invite neighbors only from 1 to 2, so you can figure out who lives in the neighborhood is, because you friend her, but you don't want her in your open house. Okay? You door knock. Take you about 5 seconds when someone answers. It takes about 5 seconds to determine if that's Nancy Nosey. Right now is Joe. She knows everything about everybody in the neighborhood, who's getting married, whose marriage is good, whose marriage is bad. Frankly, who's banging who's got their baby boy graduating high school this year and downsizing, who's pregnant, not growing their home. 20 years ago, she used to have a real estate license, and there's a 90% chance she's on the board of the HOA. And you know in 5 seconds when she answers the door. If you're going to work in that neighborhood, you want to farm that neighborhood, you need to know who that is, and you do not want her in your open house, right? Because she's your information captain. So-and-so just found out they're pregnant. I don't know how they're going to fit in that house. They already have 3 bedrooms and 2 kids. Hey, you need a house with more bedrooms, right? However you want to go, right? So listings, leads, and leverage. You got to have the leads. You got to have the listings. When you get busy enough, you need the leverage.
So you said that when she answers the door, you know who it is.
Yep.
You don't want her at the open house.
Nope, because she's going to stick around and talk for 3 hours.
Right, so how do you switch the conversation
So
to?
listen, I'm doing an open house on Saturday from 2 to 4 is going to be the public open house. However, from 1 to 2, I'm doing a special invite, neighbors only. From 1 to 2. And then I'm going to ask all of those people to wrap it up by 2 so I can do my open house to the public.
Okay,
Nancy knows the neighbors are going to appreciate she got the special invite only, and she's going to show up at 12:56.
And definitely, if you don't invite her in a preview, she's gonna show up during your open house.
100% true, and she's not going to be happy about it.
right,
And you do not want Nancy nosy neighbor being unhappy. It just won't work. But again, you do need to know who she is, or he. It's been a he a couple of times. Well, there's also a 90% chance she owns a pocket dog of some sort. Yep. All right, seller listings are marketing opportunities. One of the original MAPS coaches, Tony DeSello, used to say this: if you want to make business, you do this. Take a listing, sell it fast, tell the world. Take a listing, sell it fast, tell the world. Every time he took a listing, he would take a printout of their MLS sheet, fold it in half, throw a stamp on it, and mail it out to his database. When it sold, he did the same thing. He literally was at the post office every day mailing stuff out. And that's all he did. His phone rang. He worked in Boulder in the late 70s and 80s. And he was one of the top 5 agents in Colorado. And that's all he did for lead generation.
Say it again.
He took a listing, he would print out the MLS sheet,
So it took.
copy it from the book back in the day when they had a book, we didn't have the MLS. He copied it, folded it in half, put a stamp on it, and mailed it to his database. As soon as he sold it, same thing, folded in half, stamp, mailed it to his database. That was it.
So when you say as soon as he sold it, this property sold.
Yep,
That went up, so he's like.
I
hey,
just listed this property in
available.
Boulder at $700,000.
Now, a week later, here's another letter, this property under contract, and this.
He
property
waited until
sold.
it closed.
Yeah.
I closed it in 32 days. I closed it in 48 days, right? So his philosophy was take a listing, sell it quickly, tell the world. That was it. And his phone rang. That was all he ever did. And he was top 5 in the state for like 9 years.
What's cool about technology now is that we can
Yep.
enter the addresses of all your database. There's a mailing section in Word that you can, it'll print the actual
Yep.
addresses and everything, so you don't have to handwrite them.
Take a listing, sell it quickly, tell the world. Okay, we need to work with sellers. You have more marketing opportunities, you have more control of your time. Buyers, you have a meeting up front. When you have a strong enough relationship with your lender, you say, okay, here we are, we're ready for the pre-approval process. You send them to the lender sends them back when they're ready to go. That can be 24, 48 hours, it can be 3 weeks. Check in on them, make sure all is well. But you may not do anything with them for a couple of weeks.
So
Right?
set the expectation with your buyer.
Set the expectations. This industry is all about setting expectations, right? And then you're gonna go shopping, you're gonna get under contract, you're gonna do inspection, and it's all a lot of work every day for 10, 12 days. And then you hit what I call the quiet time, where there's nothing for the buyers to do. From inspection resolution to closing, from a real estate perspective, there's nothing for the buyers to do, and that can take 3 weeks. There will be all kinds of lending stuff. They may have to do some title stuff. So they may have some things they need to do, but from a real estate perspective, we're done. Right? Can be very stressful on them. They can go 4 or 5 days and then they start to miss your voice because you worked with them so much for so long, right? When you work with the sellers, it's sort of the opposite. You work with them a little bit up front, you get all the paperwork signed, you do photos, and then you wait, right? And then you gotta get through inspections and you have a job to do for appraisal regardless of what Lindsay said, I'll still find her on that. It's less work on the listing side. Generally speaking, you take a listing for 6%, you keep 3.2, you pay the buyer's agent 2.8. You make 0.4% more money. Right? Now for me, 2 years ago, at the end of the year, I looked at my multi-year trends report, which I can show you all where to get that for your own business. So you can look year over year at your business. It's a very telling report. You can manipulate math to tell whatever story you want. So when I look at the math, I do look at year over year. I looked at my busy months, how many units, what's my average price point. I looked at my average commission and I was shocked. My average commission that in 2018 was just under 2%. And I'm like, I need to stop being a discount broker. I need to stop taking listings at 2%. Right? These are my friends. So, you know, I'm not going to charge a 3.2, I'll charge a 2. But I needed to come, so that year I was going to focus on upping the most important thing that mattered for me in my business was I wanted to up my commission percentage. Right? So I went from like 1.98 to 2.4 in 1 year. Half a point seems like not very much until you're talking about money of an average commission of $600,000. Half a point matters. And my script that I did was this. I sit down with a seller, that's my friend, right? I still did it, they were my friend, they would come up to me with bone out and be like, hey, we're ready to sell, we signed the contract, Be like, yeah, I still want to come over and do the full listing appointment as a matter of business practice. They always say yes. So my script when it came to commission was this, listen, there are a lot of discount brokers out there and I get it. But if you go back to when I explained to you the definition of working relationships, which is I always compare real estate to a sporting event of some sort. The Broncos are gonna go to London and play Jacksonville on Sunday, right? Each team has their team and their coaching staff. Real estate's the same way. Instead of the team, you have the buyer and the seller. Each one has a coaching staff. Now, as the seller, you're gonna pay both commissions, right? Although you're getting those commission dollars back in the sale price of your house, right? So you're gonna pay me and you're gonna pay the other coach. Why on earth would you pay the other coach more money than you're gonna pay your own? We're gonna pay them 2.8, you're gonna pay me 2.8, we listed at 5.6. It's still 4.4 of a point discount because we're friends. So instead of taking a listing at 6, I take it at 5.6. And I never got one objection or pushback on that when I presented it that way. My commission went to 2.4 on average. And the reason it went to 2.4 was because in 2019, we were still dealing with a lot of discount brokerages in terms of listing a, we'll list your home at 1%, and they, a lot of those would pay 2 or 2.2% commission on the buy side. Now, in your buyer agency agreement, you got to fill in the blanks that says this is my commission. If we teach and everybody writes 2.8, and in the paragraph it says, if the seller pays me less than 2.8, you owe me the difference so that I get paid 2.8. I tell my buyers, I don't care. I'm not going to come after you for the extra percentage. If it's 2.5 on that home, it's 2.5 and that's that. If it's 2.2, then that's that. Right? And so that's why my commission was 2.4. And then in 2020, it drops to it's 2.3. And I haven't looked at it to see where I'm at. I'm probably right around that 2.3 mark as far as commission goes. But if you look at how much money you make relative to the dollars you make, you will work less hours working for a seller than you will working for a buyer.
Can I ask?
And, yeah, go ahead.
I've had one super successful realtor tell me that the biggest change in his life came when he started charging 7% to take listings.
Yep.
And it was all about presenting the right, because it allows him to now offer buyer's agents 3%.
Yep.
And it funds everything he wishes he could do for every bell and whistle possible in
Yes.
marketing.
Yep.
So you combine the flashiest marketing with
Yep.
paying all the buyer's agents 3%.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna get flooded with viewings because every buyer's agent is like, hey, we should go look at this
Yep.
house.
That is true. And that's a great way to go about it. And you can absolutely do that and have a lot of success.
I
One
think
agent,
you
the
might-
agent that taught me the 7% thing is she has a trifold that she takes to every listing presentation. And she says, I will take your listing at 5%, 6%, or 7%.
Doesn't it?
I don't care. It's your decision. And then she gives them her trifold
Menu
thing.
pricing.
It's a menu.
Yep.
This is what you get at 5%. You get a sign in the yard and you put an MLS and I'll answer the phone when it rings. End of story. That's 6%. She has the laundry list of everything. And at 7%, she adds in like 4 or 5 more things. Right? And then she gives it to the seller, and then the seller chooses. 80% of the time they pick 6%. Every now and then she'll get one at 7. One of the things is that she will pay the buyer's agent 3%. Right? At 6, she's paying the buyer's agent 2.8. At 5, she's still paying 2.8. But literally, it's a sign, it's in the MLS, and she'll answer the phone. No one ever picks 5 because there's 3 things she's going to do on 5, and there's 25 things she's going to do at 6, and then an additional 4 or 5 things at 7, and the seller picks. And the conversation at a listing appointment around commission, she's like, I've never gotten an objection. I present them options and they choose. She's like, I don't have a commission issue in my business.
Who is this person? Do you think I could get her trifold?
Yes, she's no longer with our office. She went independent about 3 years ago, but I'm still really good friends with her.
It's something
I'm
I've been
certain.
really interested in offering mini pricing.
Because it does make, because if you just go in with the idea that I charge 6%, you're going to, at some point during the listing presentation, you're gonna have to defend it.
Right.
They're gonna ask you about it. If you just give them the option up front, A, B, or C, which one do you choose, and they choose, you no longer have a conversation about it, you're done. And now you also, it's kind of a 2-for-1 checkbox, because now you also have the list of expectations.
Mhm.
Right, here's what I'm gonna do for you at 6. So it doubles up that way, right? Here's the other thing, I don't care what they ask you about your conversation or about your commission, we have a script response for everything. You need to learn when they say, will you do this cheaper? Will you do this for X%? Will you lower your commission, however they're gonna present it? You gotta know the script to respond to that. Okay, here's the script. No, and you move on. You have to learn to say no. It's the hardest thing I've ever had to learn in real estate. Is Ricky's the yes guy. I don't care what you ask me, it is in my heart to say yes. To say no to them, I sucked at it. So, hey, you know, Redfin said they listed for 1%. Okay, keep in mind you get what you pay for, but I tell you what, I will drop it to 2. And they'd sign, and I just cost myself 1.2% of the listing because I couldn't say no. So I tried no once, it didn't work, and I almost threw up in my mouth. It's just not who I am. So I had to come with a different way. So the trifold thing is a great idea. I just couldn't quite master it. So I went with the other one. It doesn't make any sense to pay your coach less than you pay their coach, right? It does limit me in that, in most people's minds, that it doesn't make any sense necessarily to pay their coach more than the other coach because they want it to go smoothly. You don't want to piss off the other coach. So it does limit me, but I'm probably not going to get it at 6 unless they just avoid the topic, and no seller ever avoids the topic. They want to know what the commission is up front, which is why I have moved mine up front, but standard issue they're going to teach you, put it in the back. So you get through everything else. The idea is that you've just spent 40 minutes explaining to them your value, and now the commission amount shouldn't matter, which is true. Here's the other script that you can help you out with commissions. What's important to you, the amount of money that you pay a realtor or your bottom line net proceeds? What's the most important number?
Which is why mini pricing I feel like is good,
Yes,
because some people don't have the money up front. I
Yeah.
need to just
100%.
bottom dollar, bare minimum.
Yes.
Right?
So if you have an idea of what you're going to list the home for, you should before the listing appointment, do a net sheet. Takes 5 minutes on Land Title's website. What's important to you about all of this? Is it how much you pay the realtor, or is it the bottom line? The vast majority of people are going to tell you it's the bottom line. It's about my proceeds. Great. So what I'm hearing you say is, if I can net you $72,000 or more, how we get there is now irrelevant. Is that true? Yes. Here's the net sheet. I can get you 78,000, and now you just got permission to charge 6% commission. Because it's about the bottom line dollar. How much are they going to get in proceeds? Because now if they say I gotta have 72,000 and you did a net sheet and you can get 78,000, how they get there is irrelevant. And the extra $3,100 or $1,200 or whatever it is, now doesn't even enter their mind. Because now they've got to get 72,000. And how you get there, it doesn't matter. That's just what they want. So you can go that way. If you can master the trifold, that is the way I would recommend you go. And I will get a hold of her. Her name's Jen. I'll get a hold of her.
I love that.
Yep. And she owes me a favor anyway. So I'll call in and pull some strings.
For your awesome piece.
The other thing is make sure that you know, oh yeah, well, I coached with her. She was the co-coach the last time I was coaching.
It's my PC team.
So this will be for my PC peeps, and it's in her heart. She'll say yes.
Cool.
Make sure that you are ready in the listing presentation to have the discussion about what happens if you find the buyer. I have this listing. What's going to happen if I find the buyer? What is that going to look like? Am I going to turn it into TC? Am I going to be a TB, a transaction broker? Am I going to continue to be your agent and treat them as a customer? What's that going to look like? For me, I don't even want the headache. I'm all about headache removal. I'm all about the lumber to the wall as far as the real estate commission goes. And I never, ever, ever want, hey, it's the real estate commission, we're here to help you. I'd almost rather have the IRS knock on my door than the real estate commission. So if that happens to me, which has only happened a couple times in my career, where I have a listing and suddenly the buyer appears and I'm gonna be the buyer's agent, I will refer that out. I'll call an agent that I know, like, and trust and say, would you like a referral? Standard issue referral fee is 25%. I learned it at 26.2% as a referral fee because real estate is a marathon. So 26.2 should be the referral fee. But if I call you and I say, hey, I know, like, and trust you, I have a buyer for my listing and I don't want to mess with double ending it. I don't want to mess with irritating Donna at all, right? I know these people, I've been friends with them for 32 years. There's no way I can go transaction broker on them. I can't. I've known the buyers for 20 years. I can't treat them as a customer. The reality is on paper, I can write it legally, but who I am, I can't do that. So I'll refer it out and I'll say, but I want 30% because they're literally ready to write an offer.
Right.
And there's not an agent I know that would say no to that.
Heck yeah.
Right? You're at the write an offer stage and you're gonna give me 70%?
Yeah.
Hell yes, I'll take that.
Every day,
Every day, all day. Do you have any more?
right?
Right? So
How does
listings
that
are
work within teams?
same kind of way. But the rule is if you're on a team, like Michael's got 2 agents, if you're on a team that's big enough that one of your agents does only listings and you have 1 or 2 other agents that do only buyers, then if the listing agent that's listing it finds the buyer accidentally, they'll just give it to another team member and it stays the same because all the splits stay the same anyway.
But the point being, for my application is, let's say I have a listing and I find a buyer, can I just have Allison be like, she's the buyer's agent, or is it because we're both part of the same?
It depends on how you have it set up in Keller Williams.
So you have to designate somebody as a buyer's agent or a listing
No,
agent?
you just have to be clear whichever way within the transaction you're gonna go. You just have to be clear in additional provisions of what's gonna be. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter per se to you guys, because you're operating out of the same account, right? Like you're both making the money at the end of the day when you pay yourselves, it's all going into you and your wife's checking account or savings or whatever it looks like, right? So it's just a matter of being clear on paper as to what's going on. With the seller, you are on the front end of pricing, hopefully. That is becoming more and more skilled than it's been in a long time. They've said it a million times. It was throw a dart at a number, and that was the list price, you were gonna sell it for more, so this price didn't matter anyway. For 2 years, we didn't even call it list price, we called it the starting line. Right, now we've got to price it correctly where it sits. Right? And if you properly market it, it will bring you more business. It's just what happens. All right, so we saw the buyer power circle or seller service circle for the buyers, here's the sellers. Conversations, pre-listing, listing consult, service marketing, offers and negotiation, contract close and post-close systems. It's not all that different than the buyer side.
Do you know if there's a resource where we can find, just because I feel like that skill and that conversation is going to inevitably have to come into play in taking listings,
Which conversation?
price point,
Yeah.
listing price.
Yeah.
I feel like it would be a really powerful, empowering tool for your conversation with your client to be able to say, look, I understand you've been seeing the news that every house is selling for 50 or 100,000 over asking. Look at the environment. Interest rates were this, now they're this. Here's how many, my question is there a resource that you're aware of that I could look up housing inventory in March of 2022
Yes.
versus housing
In the
inventory?
MLS.
It's, you can find that in the MLS?
When you search closed and then you move over, it's got a calendar and you can go back and you can look January 1st of 2018 to December 31st of 2018 with all your other criteria, and it'll pull up those houses.
I'm more so looking for what was the active listing volume. Like when I looked in February, there was all of 17 houses in the entire Colorado MLS, 1,700 houses in all of the Colorado.
Yes, you should be able to do that. Just search active listings and put the date in there.
Because now it's
Okay, range in
11
there.
times more, so if there's 11 times more houses on the market.
Yep.
And 10% as many qualified buyers,
Yep.
that scenario should help your sellers
Yes.
to understand.
There's a
why.
way, we can play around with the MLS to get it, but yes, there should be a way. You can only go back 7 years in MLS stuff.
Right, but
But I don't know why you want to go back to 2015. anyway.
and for us right now, it's mostly what we're combating is interest rate awareness.
Yeah.
On more of like a 30-year average, as you pointed out the other day. But then also the available listings and available buyers.
Mhm.
How many qualified buyers were there in February compared to now?
So here's another thing in our market too. You're 100% correct in terms of the battle that we're fighting with potential buyers and sellers, right? Two things. I like the fact that I can say, hey, the average interest rate in the last 30 years in our country is 7%. It softens the sticker shock that buyers have around interest rates right now. They're still gonna have sticker shock. But if I've learned anything in 11 years in this industry, it's that sticker shock will wear off. And two, one of the other things that we're gonna be combating that's almost in the subconscious mind is we are in a pretty big election window of our calendar. The real estate numbers in real estate tend to freeze from right around October 20th to right around a week or so after the election, especially when you're in a presidential year or a midterm election. Real estate freaks out for a minute. We're like, we're not doing anything. We're not going up, we're not going down, we're staying, because the powers that be are very interested in who's taking over what. Who are the blue people, who are the red people, and who's going to be in power. Now, in terms of how it affects the real estate industry, the people who make the decisions typically don't really care because they know how they're going to make money regardless. But they kind of freeze for about a month until they determine who's taking over Congress, who's taking over the Senate. State seats matter, right? You're in the middle of a gubernatorial race. It freezes for a month until they determine who wins, and then they'll decide which way they're going to go. Because you can guarantee that the money people in the real estate industry, they're going to go the way that makes them the most money. Right? So we're in this window where you can tell buyers, listen, the election's in 2 weeks, right? If you want to go, I would bet the farm that interest rates are not going to increase much in the next 2 weeks. Maybe probably 3. I give it till the week after the election.
Raise or
Right.
fall?
I think they're gonna stay where they are for about 3 weeks. I don't think they're gonna go up. I don't think the feds are meeting anytime between now and then.
I heard that they're supposed to go up next week. Yeah.
Well, everyone hears that, and I don't know. But I would tell my buyers, here's the thing. I would bet a large sum of money, the rates ain't going down next week.
They're not gonna go down.
They're not gonna go down. If they move, they're going up. Let's lock your rate in now. Let's go. We got a 3-week window where everything's quiet. And there are less buyers for the homes for 3 weeks because everyone else doesn't have a realtor explaining to you why 7.5% is actually an okay number.
Yep.
The abnormality was 3. 7's the norm. 3 is the ridiculous number. This is nothing more at this point than a market correction. We're not even in a bad market right now. You want to be in a bad market, talk to me when we get to 12. Right? And if you don't buy at 8 and in 2 years, the interest rates are 12, aren't you going to wish that you had bought at 8? No, we're still going to wait. Okay, you're making a mortgage payment right now. Only you just call it rent. Why would you not at least put it into something that's going to be yours, right? Gary Keller's got a shirt out that sells out faster than I can order it. It says, don't wait to buy a house and wait. Right? In 2 or 3 years, you're either gonna have, and I know you guys have heard this before, but it's desperate. I'm desperately passionate about it. In 2 to 3 years, 1 of 3 things happen. Rates drop and you can refi. 2, the rates stay the same and you've at least got 2 to 3 years to buy your equity. So your amount that you owe is dropped and the value of your home is increased. Or 3, rates are at 12 and you're like, damn, I'm so glad we bought when they were at 7. And I don't know where they're gonna go. I have a guess.
There's a rough formula too. It doesn't work for every property, but if you are buying a similar property to what you're renting, and I'll use there's something to the effect of what you would pay into in rent in a
Yes.
year, you will build in appreciation in 3
Yes.
years.
Talk to every lender's got their, whatever their flyer looks like on the wealth building. what it looks like to rent and what it looks like to own a home. And depending on which study you believe, I always go with the most conservative and smallest one. But certainly no less than 80% of the wealth in this nation is in real estate. You gotta buy something, I don't care what you buy. Closing buyers today, their loan is $153,000 because they need to buy, right? In this case, and this is going to be a huge marketing opportunity for me. Yes, rates are ridiculous, right? And they bought a 720 square foot, 1-bedroom condo, right? Sales price, contract price 205, it appraised at 224. If you want to call me to buy in with 10% equity at closing, let me know. Let's sit down and have a conversation. Because when that one popped up at 205 and I just glanced at comps, I was like, they need to buy this. I was like, holy crap. Because the comps showed 224 because they caught the window of what it's worth today. What's it worth a year from now? If values drop 10%, they're not even upside down yet.
Also, the listing agent priced it right to get it to sell.
And he needed it priced right to get it to sell because the story is sometime next week, we close today, sometime next week, the current sellers are closing on their new build. So they dropped their price significantly because they knew there was going to be a price to pay because they needed it sold and they knew the price to pay was in terms of the contract price, right? So they also needed a post-closing occupancy agreement because one thing when you work with new builds is that at the end of a new build, you don't get a closing date. They're going to call you and say, okay, we're ready, we're closing tomorrow. And you have to upend your life, whatever that looks like, to go and close on the new build, right? So they don't want to be homeless. They don't want to move twice. So there's a post-closing occupancy in place for a whole month in case they need it. And if they don't, then my buyers can move in. So they were able to offer that to the sellers. There's a huge value in that. In this case, that value was $19,000. It was $19,000 at a $200,000 price point. So that's win-win for everybody. Now it was a bank statement loan, so it's been a hoot. We didn't get clear to close until Wednesday or until Monday at 4:55. We got clear to close. And we got our settlement sheet last night at like 5 after 5. All right, respond right away to your leads. Get valid and complete contact information. Say that to come in and create an opportunity. Determine the motivation. Motivation right now is super critical when you talk to your sellers. Conversation for 3 years is, hey, what are you going to do the day after I sell this house, which is the day I put it on the market? Now it's going to be, I need to know your motivation because I may need to price it ridiculously so we can sell it quickly. What are we doing? What's our goal? Now I do that. That's my business model anyway, right? Is what's our goal? What are we trying to do? Real estate is just a step towards it. What we are trying to get into the school district. Are we trying to sell while values are still up? This is cash grab. What's our goal? Because that will affect my pricing advice and it will change how I set expectations, right? The one I've got on the market right now, I missed on expectations by 2 weeks because I told them I felt like I could sell it at that price in 2 weeks. Well, it's been 2 weeks and we've only had 4 showings. So I didn't set the expectation quite right. And then as I went through the numbers, as we looked through yesterday, and CMA class still sitting there 28, 33, 34 days. So that's a different conversation that I've had with them. It's a different conversation that the agent that's going to hold the open house this weekend has to have. Did I leave that part out yesterday?
Do what now? Oh,
No.
Ricky.
No, I will have that conversation with them.
I was like, you're looking at me like I've had this conversation.
No,
But he was
it's-
looking at me, so I was like,
This is holding it open
The
this
new
week,
jumping ground.
right? So you've
I
got
was like,
to,
we
you've
didn't
got to
know
know
this.
that you have to be abundantly clear and in love with what their motivation is, because that too now becomes your motivation. When you have to have, if you have to have the conversation at some point about a price drop, I hate the word price drop, it sounds negative. If you gotta have a price adjustment, it sounds a little less invasive to me. If you gotta do a price adjustment, I'm gonna spend, in 10 minutes, I'm gonna spend 9 minutes on their motivation. Remember, we talked about you needing to get this done for this reason. Whatever that reason is, we're gonna sit in it, we're gonna sit in it, I'm gonna beat them to death with it. And then at the end, I'm gonna say, to get that done sooner, we need to drop the price to X. Okay, I'll send you the document. I will use an assumptive close on that, right? I'm assuming when I have beat them to death in this conversation with their motivation, that now they'll let me adjust the price to whatever it needs to be.
Can I ask, because during our CMA, the young lady who was sitting here with her youngster,
Ursulina, yeah,
when you pulled up her listing and were
Mhm.
comparing it to the other listing in her neighborhood,
Mhm.
the other listing, I think, was roughly $20,000
Yep.
more than hers.
Yep.
One less bed, one less bath,
yep,
300 square feet,
yep.
less or more, I can't remember which way it went, but it was like,
Hers is 300 square feet bigger.
it's like her property is so appealing compared to
And
the
I
other
believe,
one.
and I believe priced correctly at 625.
I was sitting here going like, how could that house not be the one that's getting tons of showings? How could that?
7.5% interest rate is why, and she's been on the market 33 days, 34 days, something like that. I would suspect something to happen in this next week.
Yeah, she's right.
I also think when you do a listing, a minor mistake can be almost deadly. Because you get one opportunity to go active and make your first impression across the board.
So you think
her tri-level
Three level, two
And she
level?
had it listed as a tri-level and not a two-story.
Uh-huh.
Now, if it was the other way, if she listed it as a two-story and it was a tri-level, she would have heard about it from the buyer's agency and their feedback. She would have gotten phone calls that said, this is not a bi-level, it's a tri-level, because it's got less value to buyers. Buyers, given a choice, buyers would take a two-story over a tri-level.
You
every
can't
time.
edit that?
She did edit it and she changed it 2 days ago. She's been on the market over a month.
Oh, okay,
But you only get the one impression to hit that correctly.
as the. it's been
So that
here.
first month of
That
high.
first month,
she
everything
was
was hitting
missing
as
a lot of-
tri-level,
Yeah,
right? And there are people who may have a search set up for no tri-levels,
right.
might
So
be, and they didn't hit their search.
was that just like a misclick or was her impression?
She
that the home-
misunderstood the clicking in the MLS. Because MLS tried to simplify things, and as typical with large entities, when they try to simplify something, they just make it harder. We used to have two-story. We used to have ranch.
Right,
Well, they changed it because they're trying to go to a more universal language so that every MLS in the country uses the same verbiage. They got rid of two-story and ranch, and now it's number of levels in the house.
So a tri-level, is that one where like maybe the living room and dining room are at this level? There's a family den down low
Yep.
and then all the bedrooms are up. It's kind of like a 1.5 story house, but it has
Yes.
3.
So my general rule is how many flights of stairs are in the house? If there are 3, you have a tri-level. There are only 2 or 1, if there's only 1, you could have a 2-story with no basement, or you could have a ranch with a basement. Right? And when you list the number of levels in MLS, it's counting ground level and above. So instead of ranch now, we have to click 1 level. And then there's a checkbox for does it have a basement?
okay.
In her mind, being
Ground
newer,
above, okay.
bi-level means 2 levels, which it does.
Yep.
So she clicked bi-level, because in the list of options, it's above 2, which is the only thing the box says. And it didn't allow her to put a basement in then, because in a bi-level, you cannot have a basement. It's just not a bi-level then. And a
Oh.
bi-level is, if you walk in and you're on the landing and you can go up or down, if the stairways are in the entryway, that's a bi-level.
Oh,
So she listed it as a bi-level when it's a 2-story.
So you're changing language on me here. I thought she listed it as a tri-level and she moved it to a 2 level.
She did.
So what is, you just said bi-level. I'm sorry.
Because in her mind, bi-level, this house had 2 stories, so it was a bi-level because bi means 2.
So where does?
But then
the
she
tri-
couldn't put a basement on it,
oh,
so she was
because of
like,
the
oh, well,
basement.
so then it must be a tri-level
tri-level. Ah, got it.
That's
to
what
count
she meant
account
by-
for all 3 floors. And in the literal sense, tri-level is 3,
Right,
and she counted it as 3. Not understanding that it's really a 2-story with a basement.
And so my house, I walk into the landing and I either go up or down.
It's
Yeah, that's a
bi-level.
It's a bi-level. I don't have a basement below the
Nope.
finished stuff.
Nope.
That's my downstairs.
Because if you had another set of stairs down there that went to a basement, that's a tri-level.
what's a raised ranch?
A raised ranch means that they built it as a ranch and they blew the roof off and added a story to it.
So what would this be? My home in Conifer, you walk in and you're on the bottom, you have to go upstairs to get to the living room, the bedrooms, all of
Mhm.
that. The where you walk in, the front door is just like a living room, basically.
Okay,
So everything else, the rest of the house is, you have to go upstairs to
Did you
get to your
have a
house.
basement?
No,
So you had a landing and a family room area and then
Yep.
a set of stairs up.
yep, to the rest of the
I
house.
would probably call that a raised ranch.
Is that an
or
option on the
maybe-
MLS?
No, it just says, it says one level. Right, so
So
yours could be a 2-story with no basement.
okay,
What I would do if you really wanted to do, I would not want to be at least accurate with it, and I would go and look and see what the county website says.
okay,
And I would list it as what's in the county website. And then I would be as descriptive as I could in the public remarks and explain to them, right?
right.
That's
Do
what
that.
my last house was too, and it felt very much like a single level ranch, except where you walked in the front door, there was a little living room.
Yep.
and There was actually another office
Yep.
down there.
Yeah,
as
that's what we
well.
had.
And I have asked experienced agents, I've asked new agents, I've asked builders, I've asked
Oh.
vendors, I've asked my CSR client at MLS that are in Colorado. No one can tell me what a multi-level house is.
That's built on a hillside, am I right, Lisa?
Yes.
So I think if that was built on flat land, it would be a single story ranch with a basement. But
Gotcha.
because it's built on a hillside, you're walking in on the more exposed side of the
Yes.
house. But if you're in the upstairs and you go out
Yes.
into the
You're
backyard,
looking at trees.
you're just, it's flat right outside the
Yes.
patio doors or whatever.
Yes.
Yep.
So I would go with what the county said, right? But no one can tell me what a multi-level house is.
Yeah,
A tri-level is multi-levels.
right,
Technically, a bi-level is multi-level.
right.
Right? So in the MLS, it'll show, it used to show bi-level, tri-level, ranch, 2-story, multi-level. And I went, what the?
Yes.
I don't know what
It
that
is,
is.
yes,
Like,
all
it's
of
all of these. I
Yes.
don't know.
Ugh.
The one that I've talked about, you guys heard me talk about the one with the $28,000 sewer repair.
Yeah.
I listed that as multi-level because it had a tri-level. Ground level and above was a tri-level. You walked in on the main level, you could go up to the bedrooms or down to the living room. Then it had stairs going down to 3 more rooms and then another set of stairs down into the unfinished basement. It had 5 total levels.
Oh my God,
But tri-level with basement.
that's a
didn't-
multi-level.
Tri-level with the basement was an option in MLS, but it had another floor. So I had to list that one as a multi-level because I was like, I don't know, 4, 6, 8, I don't know how many floors are in this damn
Jeez,
thing.
that's a weird floor plan.
All right, so anyway, get to your motivation. You gotta have motivation so you know what your goal is and it will make price adjustment conversations easier if you need that. Set an appointment, a time and date for as soon as possible. If you can go this route if you want, you can send them a pre-listing packet, which is all in command. You can find it in command, I'm assuming, right? And you send it to them to fill out. Name, date, dog's name, family name, just a whole bunch of general information. Okay, pre-listing packet. If you can, deliver it in person, preferably at their place of work. So that when you go in and disturb their work and everyone's like, who was that? I go, that's my realtor. Never know what might happen with that. What sellers want most from their agent? When you have your expectations conversation with them, you ask them, what do you want from your agent? What's the one thing? Because my goal at the end of this is on a scale of 1 to 10, you say my customer service, my performance was an 11. Right? Price competitively, number 1. Oh, I'm sorry. Other was number 1. Price competitively, 21. Help sell a market on potential buyers, 20. Help sell the home within a specific time frame, 16. Help sellers find ways to fix it up and sell it for more, 16. And then other. The number 1 complaint every single year, based on the NAR statistics, what do you think the number 1 complaint is that the general public says about that agent?
Not for their house.
Nope,
Listen to me.
they didn't listen to me. They didn't communicate properly. The way they phrase it is they didn't listen to me. I believe they didn't communicate enough, I think is the official way it's reported in NAR. I believe that the problem really is you didn't communicate properly. You didn't listen to understand. We listened to respond. So we didn't hear that. I'm like, how can that be the number 1 complaint when I talk to my clients almost every day,
Right.
right? So listen to them and switch your goal to their goal. Your goal is not to close and get a commission. To me, that's just what happens naturally. But ask them, what's the most important thing to you? Chances are, they're gonna tell you communication.
In the market that we're facing now, do you have an opinion on doing like pre-inspections and pre-approvals or pre-appraisals rather?
It depends.
Okay.
If I'm really struggling to form an opinion on what the price is, maybe.
Okay.
Especially like in a rural community, maybe Elizabeth, where you gotta price out acres and stuff.
Yeah,
If the sellers and I are really far apart on the
right,
number, I might.
okay,
Pre-inspection, not yet, but I'll give it in a few more months. The way we're headed, I believe that will be really, really important because that inspection report now becomes part of your marketing. Look, we've already had an inspection. We know you're gonna do one because you have the vendor that you trust, but we've already done one and we've addressed the bigger issues. They're already handled. So what your marketing is headache removal. We don't have to negotiate out over
right,
this, that, or the other thing. We're aware of it and we've already done it, or we are aware of it and it's scheduled to be done.
right,
For sure, a huge marketing piece.
Yeah.
So that if buyers are going into 8 homes on Saturday, right, which by the way, y'all should, I don't know, do your cardio or whatever, because days are coming where you take them out. My record for one client was 16 in one day.
How do you even keep stuff straight? I was told not to do more than 3 in a day because buyers get.
I believe the number that will overwhelm the buyer is 8, depending on their motivation.
I didn't know.
If they are, hey, when we find the right one, we'll write the offer, 3 or 4. If they're like, we're pre-approved, today's October 26th, and my lease expires at the end of November, and I need to be under contract in the next 3 days, the number is however many we can fit. So it depends on their motivation. I believe generally speaking, that number should be 7 or 8. When I show homes, I print out the MLS sheet of every home we're gonna go see. I number the pages 1 through whatever in the order that I have the schedule set. I write the time window on it, and I have a clipboard and a pen, and I give it to the buyer.
make your notes.
And I say, write your notes on this. And they'll look at me and I'm like, listen, after we've seen 3 homes, you're not gonna remember which one had the tree house.
Right,
You're not gonna remember which one had the brand new roof, right? What was the thing in that house? You're not gonna remember, write it down. Right? In just a second, because I want to finish answering your question in just 1 second. I'll explain to you another way you can do that. So my couple was moving here from San Francisco. I was gonna go show them 16 homes in Castle Rock, Parker, right? The husband had to work for a couple hours that morning. And so I was supposed to meet him at his office at 10 o'clock and go. I meet him at his office at 10 o'clock and he's like, I had a meeting at it. I'm not gonna be out of here until 4. And I'm like, I can't.
16 houses.
Right. So he said, well, if you're good with it, I want you to take my wife out, which generally I would not do. I want all the decision makers at the showing. And he said, here's what I'd like you to do if you're willing. I want you to take her to the showings that you have set up, and she's going to pick 3, maybe 4 that she loves, that she thinks I would love. And then after I get off work, I'm going to ask you to show me those 4 again. So ultimately, I showed 19 that day. I showed her 16, picked 3 that she loved, that she thought he would like, show to him. He loved them all, and I had him under contract the next morning. So that was my record. So it can be done. For me, a benefit that I have, and everybody has this, I don't care what career you're coming out of, you have a skill that will benefit you at some point in real estate. I owned a delivery service for 25 years with my dad, and we delivered payroll for an electronic payroll company. That starting in the mid 80s until 2012-13 was a huge business for us, right? We went down to paychecks every night, picked up all the payroll for all the businesses that were paying our employee the next day, and we went out the next day and delivered them. I delivered anywhere from 0 to, I think my record was 188 businesses in one day. I hit the ground running at 5 a.m. and I didn't stop running until 6, got everybody delivered. But I understand how the city of Denver lays out. And bonus, I can talk to you about this too. The city of the Denver metropolitan area is an XY axis. If you remember linear geometry at all, mark 3 - 2, right, and all that, you can navigate Denver and you'll never be lost. It is literally an XY axis. And when you understand that north, south, center street is Broadway, right, and center horizontally, I'm blanking on the name right now. It is not Alameda, it's 3 blocks north. Alameda is 3 south. But you can base it on Alameda, it's fine.
Alameda 0 in my neighborhood.
It's 3 across. most of it, where you're at, so you're at Sheridan and
Watts.
Watts, so
Between
you're,
Watts and Sheridan.
you're at 7,600 west and 3,500 south.
Right.
So if someone said to me, I need to go to,
Brain is like.
I need to go to 3508 South Wadsworth, I know that I go to Wadsworth in Hampton and take a left. And if it's 3508, it's an even number, so it's on the east.
Right.
So
And I
I know
just
it's
use
on
my
the
GPS.
southeast corner of
Right?
Wadsworth and Hampton.
I'm
Right?
like, go
But I do
past
also
the
map it
McDonald's, turn
But
right.
yes, map it out, but my point is, when I was looking at those 16 addresses, I knew essentially within 5 minutes the order in which I wanted to go do that.
See, my-
Because when you have 16,
Yeah,
you need to order them geographically.
Yep.
Because you don't want to be doing this
Yeah.
for 9 hours, right? Now, if you've got 4, you can do a couple different things. You can say, you know what? I'm going to show them the best fit, the one that I think is the best fit to the worst fit. And then we're going to go to the first one. And I'm going to say, okay, this is I believe this is the best one of the 4. What do you guys think about it? Yeah, yeah, this one would work. We like it. Great. We go to number 2. Which one's better? Is this better than 1? Because now we have a barometer, right? Now, another theory on how to do that is you can put them in geographical order. You go to the first one and you see it. You go to the second one, and after you're done with the second one, you say, hey, if you're going to buy one of these 2, which one would it be? They'll tell you which one it would be. You take the one that it's not, and you wad it up in a ball and you throw it in the trash. You go to the third one. Between number 1 and number 3, which one would you buy? Well, it's still number 1. You wad it up, throw it in the trash. You go to the fourth one, same thing. Is it number 1 or is it this one? Oh, it's this one. We love this one more. So you take the showing sheet from number 1 and you wad it up and you throw it away. No matter how many homes you show them, at the end, there will be one left, and you just simply ask, do you want me to write the offer? Because you know of every home they showed them, that was their favorite. You don't have to wait 2 hours for them to go refer to their notes, right? And whatever, like as we went all day long, this is the one you landed on, do you want me to write the offer? If you do it that way and you show them more than 7 homes, more often than not, they're going to say, yep, let's write the offer. And then they don't have the stress of, I don't remember if that one had, which one had the hot tub? Can we go back and see number 3 again? If you really want, but you already told me that 3 was less than 5 and you landed on 8 being better than 5. I don't know why you'd want to go see number 3 again. You can save yourself some time because like, oh yeah, logically that makes sense, right? So now you know which one you're going to write the offer on.
Pretty sure too that your MLS has it's been a minute for me, but I think there's a function where you can plan your route on the
Yeah.
MLS.
Yes.
So I was pretty.
But as with everything about computer and technology, I don't trust it. I truly believe my knowledge of how the city lays out is better than theirs.
Yeah.
Right? Because here's the thing. If I have to go here, if I have a house here, 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 and here, they're going to take me this way. Because it's the shortest distance. But if this one, if 3 of them are on the north side of 285 and one's on the south, I'm going this way and crossing Hampton once and coming back, and I'll get it done faster. And I'm Airbnb, and I love that. So, all right, so 7, close to the appointment tactics to get the appointment. Show them the benefits. Right? The benefit is let's get you on this road as soon as we can. Because the sooner we get information on when you're financially ready to buy a place, better off you'll be. That's the benefit. And the script practice will go through all of these things. Like I said, I'm a big tie down guy. Does it make sense for us to sit down and meet now? I'd like to get you guys started right away. How does that sound? Sound good? Sound good is a great tie down. If people say no, then I feel like I missed something and I gotta go back and cover something else in our conversation to get to the appointment. And so they say, yeah, that sounds good, great. Tomorrow at 4 or Friday at 6. Moving from E to P, it's one of the 6 personal perspectives, which is going to be on the calendar next week. We're going to do our coaching session from 9 to 9:30 on Tuesday, and from 11 to 12, I'm going to teach 6 personal perspectives. It's a really fun class. Moving from E to P, E being entrepreneurial, P being purposeful. What are you going to focus your energy on to be very specific and very purposeful today? Focus, models, systems, and breakthroughs. If you are focused on building your real estate business, and you build it through the models and the systems that you learn from Keller Williams and your coaches and other people that have an influence on you, you're going to get to a ceiling. It says, you know what, this is the maximum I can handle. Generally speaking, as a rule of thumb, as an individual agent, it's 24 transactions a year that you, to be able to still offer the customer service that you should be offering to your clients. So when you hit that ceiling at 24, what do? Well, it's time to start leveraging and hiring people, hiring and assisting. The old model says until you get to 3 or 4 transactions, you shouldn't even hire a TC. I throw that out because I believe you need a transaction coordinator from day one, because there's so much. There is so much. Can you imagine going through what you went through for a deal that died without Melissa? Absolutely not. And you're great at organizational and that kind of stuff. Imagine if that were me. It took literally 8.5 hours to write my first offer. That's how great I am with electronics. Because it took 4 hours to write it. And then I stepped away for half an hour to go to lunch. And I came back and I hadn't saved it and the power flashed. And I lost it. I had to start over. So being focused on what are you going to do? Being focused on is what I'm doing a money-making activity. If it's not a money-making activity, consider throwing it out. Or consider doing that activity still, just being aware that now you've made the choice that you're going to spend the next hour or two doing something that's not a money-making activity. But now it's your choice. You're being purposeful about it. I taught my kids this. Be purposeful, be thought out, put forethought into your decisions. At the end of my son, who actually his 21st birthday is today, at the end of his junior year, he struggled in school. He didn't understand. He's one of those kids that's really smart and didn't understand the idea of high school to begin with. And so he struggled. If he liked it, he did it. If he didn't like it, he didn't do it. I used to blame his mom for that. Like, that's your mom's fault. So,
what's my job description?
right. So at the end of his junior year, he's looking at finals and he comes to me and he says that I'm failing Spanish with flying colors and I'm also failing chemistry. And he said, I've done the math. If I ace the Spanish final, if I get 100% on it, I still fail the class.
Bless you.
If I get at least a B on my chemistry final, I will pass the class. He said, and my job as his parent the last 2 years was to make sure he got his diploma on time. That was my only focus with that kid. And it was about it. He said, I need to be on chemistry to pass chemistry and get the credit. He used all the hot button words with me. And he said, Spanish, I'm failing it no matter what. So I'm just going to blow Spanish off. And I'm going to take that extra time and study for my chemistry test. And I said, can you live with that? Can you live with the fact that you are admitting that you are going to fail Spanish? And he said, I can, as long as I get a B on the chemistry test and pass the test and pass the class. And I was so proud of him because he had the forethought and he made the decision, this is what I'm going to do. And to me, it was a perfect example of not being entrepreneurial, but being very purposeful. And he actually ended up with an A- on the chemistry test and ended up passing with a solid D and not a D-, which as his parent, I was very happy and super proud of him. And we celebrated. And I said, if you spent 5 extra hours studying and got an A-, why did you put yourself in that position in the first place? But you can see kind of the light bulb click on just a little bit with be purposeful. Be very focused, be very purposeful. Pre-listing packing. Answer their questions and objections before your presentation. It'll save you time, makes the consultation experience smoother and shorter. All true. On the disc, I'm a high I. I don't care that to save the time. That's not of important value to me. So if my listing appointment takes 4 hours, okay. But a pre-list, so I don't do the pre-listing packet, mostly because I'm just lazy and irresponsible. Right? State your value, telling the seller what you bring. My value is that your goal becomes, my goal becomes your goal. My goal is to help you accomplish whatever you're trying to accomplish, which is more than selling the property. That's just a step, arguably the largest step to accomplishing the other goal. Get clarity around what that goal is, because now that's my goal. When you tell people that and you prove to them that, that's how I believe I can change people's lives through the vehicle of real estate, which is really my value proposition. I'm going to get your daughters into that school that you want them in from hell or high water. Right? Pre-listing packet criteria, will you review it in the listing presentation? Do you eliminate the need for a listing consultation? Is it a primer for education? Depends on your business, right? If I were to do one, I'm gonna look at it. I have some questions that I do ask before a listing presentation. I want to know who's going to be there and are they on title? I need all the decision makers there. And number two, I want to know at that moment what they believe their house is worth. Because if they tell me how much they think their house is worth, then when I do the CMA, that tells me how the conversation is going to go and I'm more prepared for it. They think it's worth 6, I think it's worth 550. I know how we're going to, how that's going to go. If they say we believe it's worth 6, and I think it's worth 615, that conversation is going a totally different way. If they say 6 and I can prove 6, it's an easy conversation, right? So 2 of those 3 is an easy conversation. I want to know if I'm walking in and they think that was worth $50,000 more than what I think, right? So I do want to know that. And is it a primer that you want for education? Yeah, they're gonna have questions, right? The sooner you know what those questions are, the easier they are to answer. Basically the same as your buyer. Deliver your pre-listing packet, confirm the appointment date, time, and location. Call them 24 hours. Whatever your communication has been. If you set this up via text, text them. If you set it up on the phone, call them. If it happens to be email, email them. 24 hours, hey, just checking in, making sure we're good for tomorrow at 3 at Starbucks, or tomorrow at 4 at your dining room table. Listing appointments need to be in them. Even if they're an investor and never been in it, you still want to be in them because you want to see it. Right? Complete practice your listing presentation. Again, another time to really work on that is Tuesdays from 12:30 to 2 right here in this room.
Thursdays.
Did I say Tuesdays? I love that you're paying attention. I sometimes misspeak on purpose just to see who's paying attention.
I got you.
Thanks. Arrive at the presentation in a professional manner. What does that mean?
Look good.
Look good, look good, feel
On
good, feel
time.
good, present good. Be on time. You will get a transaction somewhere that they were interviewing 3 agents because you were the one that was on time. Point it out. Hey, it's 7 o'clock. We have an appointment at 7 o'clock. We get started. So very nice and easy way, instead of jumping up and down and saying, hey, I'm on time. Just tap your watch, hey, we have an appointment at 7 and at 7, we get started. Be on time. I will be 5 minutes late. Nikki will attest to this. I will be 5 minutes late to the field. Unless it's a listing presentation, I will kill people to be there on time.
Unless I'm in charge of getting his body to the funeral.
Well,
Then he will be 5
I'll
minutes
still
early.
be 5 minutes late. And I swear it doesn't matter what I do, I'm gonna be 5 minutes late. We would normally practice on how the listing presentation meets seller needs and wants. We'll work on that in our workshop. Talk to them, visualize your dream scenario for selling your home. If you're gonna sell your home because of X, I'm gonna continue to bring up motivation at all times, right? What's that look like to you? What's that mean to you? What's gonna make this a 10, right? Because my job is to make this as smooth as possible. My job is headache removal. There are avoidable headaches in real estate transactions. My job is to identify them and remove them before you even know it's a thing. Be prepared, there are unavoidable headaches where there are going to be some stuff you need to do, which is where I might bring in my secret word. If I call you and I say, you say, hey, what's up, Ricky? And I say, fire. And you know the conversation's about to be one that I am required or have to have with you, but I don't like it either. And it softens the blow, right? Hey, and it happened with the sellers. We were on the market 4 days at 525, 11:30 Sunday night. I got an offer for 460 from an investor. Now I'm required to present that. How do you think that goes when the first offer, they don't understand it's from an investor that never saw it, that's probably going to flip it. All they see is they got an offer for 460, which tells them their house sucks. So I'm calling like, hey, fire, just know, and explain to them up front before I even sent them the offer over. And they were like, okay, that's cool, we get it. It's a hard no, but they were pissed off or upset about it. Listing walkthrough, walk through the house. You go to the listing appointment, Bless you.
Thank you.
You can have a questionnaire, especially for me, when I didn't use the pre-listing packet, I got a questionnaire listing. So I'm getting my plan, can we get started? Do you mind, is it all right if I set my stuff on your dining room table? Listen, I have a questionnaire for you to fill out, if you wouldn't mind taking a couple minutes while I just run around the house and take a quick look. I do like to do that just real quick, just by myself. Been doing this a long time. I want to look at it from a buyer's perspective. Right, so while they're filling that out, you can run through the house real quick. You're looking for holes in the wall, right? Like, what are the things that you see that would need to be fixed? It's really all you're looking for.
Hole where they fell through the ceiling.
A hole where they fell through the ceiling.
What are you doing to
Yeah. Asking for a friend, right?
me?
So you want to do that now. You want to do it by yourself, because if you don't, they're gonna want to talk about the pictures in the den of their fishing trip from 22 years ago with their grandpa who just died last year. Which is okay, and I'm happy to sit there and listen to that story and engage in that in my listing presentation because of who I am as a person. I just don't want to do it in the walkthrough. I just want to take a quick peek. And then I'll sit at the table and you can tell me all about your fishing trip with your grandfather. And I will listen to that because that's the natural way for me to build rapport. That's why I don't care if it takes 4 hours. To that point, okay, always a handwritten thank you. I don't leave it, you can leave it, and we leave the listing presentation, I believe in getting it delivered, put it in the mail, something like that, so I get it 2 or 3 days later. I start every listing presentation with, hey, it's X o'clock, and we get started, because I want time, and then I say, listen, time is valuable for everybody. If you just want to sign the listing agreement right now, I'll get to work for you. Their response will tell me very quickly, a very 30,000 foot level where they are on the disc. If they're like, no, we want to see the numbers and we want to go through it, they're probably a high D. If they laugh and they're like, no, come on in, you need to see the house anyway, right? And they giggle at my dumb joke, they're probably a high I. If they're like, hey, you know what, we appreciate that, but we want to go through everything. We have questions. And they've slowed their speech pattern down, they're probably a high S. And if they say, well, that depends, what's your commission and how much can you sell my house for? Now I got a high C. And I'm gonna stretch myself because I don't do well with high Cs. I know you better in your presentation, it would be super helpful at that point if you have a graph or a chart. Those are your engineers, your attorneys, people that are gonna read everything. People that are gonna send you back the listing agreement and say, this section needs to be reworded. And I'm like, that's standard written by the real estate commission. I can't change it. Those are those people, right? So it will tell me where we're gonna go, right? The most important part for me is I need to know if they're a high C. So I just get right to the math, right? They're a high S. I gotta slow down. Because high S's do not have fast verbal speech. Talk in sentence fragments. Cover content till they get it, but don't be repetitive. Right? If I got a high I, I'm kicking my shoes off, we're doing this on the couch, feet up, you have a beer, like we're having a party out of this. Right? If I get a high D, I gotta move quickly. I can still cover everything, but I gotta go pretty quick because they're typically the ADHD people. And I've got 8 minutes, I had planned for an hour, I've got their attention for 8 minutes. So I'm gonna go through the process really quickly and then they're gonna want to know the math. So that will help, that helps me determine how the communication style is going to go. And if they're a high I, I better have 4 hours because I suck at structuring it. And when we talk about their grandpa's fishing trip from 2 years ago and then he died last fall, perfectly natural for me to have that conversation. And at some point, I now know I'm also going to bring my grandparents into the conversation because it's how it's going to go, right? But I also know if they're a high I also know I'm not leaving there without the agreement. I know I've got them. If they're a high S, I've got them. If I have a couple of charts, a pie chart, I see, got it. High D, I'm 50-50 on if I can keep up with the high D and not talking too many words. Because I'm the guy who believes why use 10 words when 50,000 will do. And I can lose a high D. So at least I know that going in. The listing agreement, make sure that you understand as best you can to this point, how to talk through the listing agreement and what it means. What does each section mean? What is 1? What is 2? What is 3? How does the commission split work? Right? How can I explain earnest money? So that my sellers know at the listing appointment, if the buyer gets to the point through the inspection process, and we cannot come to an agreement, and the buyer backs out, you need to sign the earnest money release very quickly. So that the buyer's agent and the buyer don't get stuck because the buyer is now waiting for that money because the buyer can't write another offer because he doesn't have the earnest money. And the title company by law can take a week. They don't, they could. And you're stuck. So those expectations through the contract. Some agents have sent them a blank listing agreement when they did their pre-listing package. I engage every conversation in the spirit of contribution, and people are happy to be in a relationship with me. The sooner you start believing that, the better off your business will be. If it's not already there, the sooner that it's true, the even more better your business will be. I want to come from contribution. My big why, in case you were unaware, my big why is to leave everybody that I come in contact with better than they were when I came in contact with them. And I don't care if it's someone holding a door form, offering knowledge in a class, I don't care what it is. I just want you to leave a little bit better than you were when we met. I sit with someone next to someone in an Uber or whatever, right?
You'll hold their baby.
I will hold their baby. Pretty good with babies, actually. So, spirit always comes from contribution. We learned that so much when COVID started, right? We couldn't make our calls looking for business because people were terrified, people were confused, they were misinformed, like nobody knew anything. All we could do is make care calls and thinking about you. How's this affecting your family life? Do you need anything? Right? Can I go to my black market toilet paper dealer and get you some? Which to this day will never, I'll never understand that, like, that's what there was a run on. was
When we
toilet
explain this
paper.
to our kids, they're gonna be like, what?
They're gonna be like, yeah, sure. We're like, no,
No, but for
like
real.
for real.
You were using your share of
We,
certain way.
like, we all, right? Like, apparently as a society, we wanted to make a statement that if we die from COVID, we wanted to have clean buttholes. It's the only thing I can, because really, it wasn't water, we had food and things like that, but you didn't see as many pictures on Facebook of blank shelves down the motor oil side aisle, right? But the whole length of the grocery store, not one roll of toilet paper, like, what? That just never even, none of it really made too much sense, but anyway. So that's, we could call and say, well, like, from a contribution perspective, how can I help? Right? And the answer was, there's not much I could do because I couldn't leave either. Right? I couldn't go out and show homes, which I still think was a conservative decision from a lot of attorneys. Because it said at first, we could execute a contract. We just couldn't go under contract. We couldn't show homes. So if you were already under contract, you could do inspection and appraisal and all those things. So what we did, how we did get through it was on the offer, there are 2 blanks at the bottom of the dates and deadlines, section 3 of the contract. So we would write in showing deadline. And we would write in whatever the date was the day after we could go under contract. Because if we go under contract, now I'm allowed out the front door of my home and I can go execute the contract. So we could go under contract and then I could show the buyers the next day, and if they didn't like it, we just killed the transaction. However, my argument was I have a listing agreement, or I have a buyer's agency agreement that I need to execute. And part of the execution of that is to go show homes. And Damien said, don't do it. He said, you can do it, it's your call, but if you get in trouble for it, we're not backing you as Keller Williams. I'm like, well, who makes the decision on which contracts I can execute?
Right.
Like, whatever. Sometimes I understand why he puts me on mute. I get it. So. All right, who's got ahas about sellers? Want somebody to share with me, at least so I know you're doing something.
I wrote down, I like the idea to take a net sheet with, I know not everybody uses them.
Did you know you are required by compliance to have a net sheet in your file? Put it on it. Might as well do it up front. You have to have it.
Right.
It pisses me off when she made it a requirement, because I've done it for years.
Yeah.
And I would sit in a listing, I mean, I don't know who you're meeting, but here's your net sheet, and I bet you 90% of the time I'm right, no one else is bringing one.
Right.
And now Donna's like, oh, it's required. Okay, net sheet, cool. I can show you on, if you don't already know, I can show you on
We
land
talked,
titles website.
we talked a lot, I would like to see it, yeah.
When you do your net sheets, always put a wiggle number in there. I usually put $2,000 and just title it miscellaneous. Because again, if we're trying to get to the 72,000 that the seller said he needed, and something comes up that's gonna cost him $1,200. If I know, hey, you can spend this $1,200 to give the buyer whatever they're asking for, we're still gonna hit our 72. Oh, all right, well, that's cool. If I don't have a goal number of proceeds that I'm trying to hit, and the buyer needs something for $1,200, it's a way different conversation to the seller. So it's really important. What else?
And I go back to the command opportunities within command or whatever. For putting together the presentations and whatnot, just again, having the checklist so that you're
Yep.
comfortable, you're not missing stuff.
Yep.
I
I have a very generic, very old checklist that I can email you that you can start to use. I'm sure there are updated ones somewhere. I just know they work for me.
You mentioned that it would be a good idea to have some graphs and stuff like that.
Yep, just in case.
Where do we, I don't know how to make a graph, so I would assume.
I would
there's
pull
some-
something off of MLS. Right?
I know that you will echo this sentiment. I hear that a lot. I keep hearing, you can pull it off the MLS.
Okay,
I don't know what that means. How? Show me.
okay. It would be, that would be great.
Talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old, because I am.
Talk to me like I'm 5, 'cause so am I. So, hey, I would tell you that sounds like something to put on a list we could work on Thursdays for
Right.
our workshop.
Yes, yes.
I've never had to use a computer in my life before I tried to be a real estate agent. So there's just so much stuff. I literally finished high school the year they were putting the computer lab in, and I didn't go to college, so I don't have any computer experience other than,
So yeah, what kind of stuff are you putting on your graph? Like average days on market, like
Yep.
average price home sales?
because I'm a very visual
Okay.
aid kind of person. I would love to come and do a whole presentation that was all graphs and charts.
See, that's the
See,
thing.
you high C people. with
I'm a
like
high I, so
40s.
I'm like, what's a graph? Like, what do I need to do?
The best crap I ever saw was a picture, because I hate graphs, but I do have an affinity for pie charts,
Okay.
because I think they're hilarious. There's a picture of a lemon meringue pie, and 1/4 of it's missing. And it's lemon meringue, right? So it's in a pie pan, so the top of, from the view is yellow and gray, right? And it says yellow, pie I haven't eaten yet, gray, pie I have eaten. And it cracks me up every time. This graph right here, Market Watch, for the last 24 hours, we've had 202 new listings go on, 38 coming soon.
Yep.
53 back on market, price increase 19. Price increase typically means they had it under contract at more than list price, something blew up, and they went back on the market, but the listing agent was like, well, we listed at 550, and we were contract 560, so when we go back on the market,
Let's go.
we'll go 560.
Yeah.
Or maybe they fixed something that was the reason.
Maybe
they
they
dropped
fixed
out.
something to now make it worth $15,000 more. Maybe they typoed it, and instead of 550, they put 55,000, went active, realized it, went back and up to 550. Price decreased 314 under contracts for pendings, all these numbers.
Okay, so pause, because this is a great chart to potentially share with somebody.
Yep.
How in the hell do I put that into a listing presentation? I can't see anything you're doing.
Well,
He just
it
hit
did not
print.
It did not translate into color like it did over here.
Was there, what did you hit to?
Just
do
print.
that?
He's
Just
just
print?
printing that, he's just printing what's on the
I'm
screen.
playing
right
with it
there.
now, I'll tell you what I did.
Yeah.
If I can get it to work.
So you right clicked and then print.
Yeah, that won't work. It could work because it lists these things. Right? The
You
other
could just
thing
take your
we could do-
highlighters and
You
color
could
it.
do that.
I mean, somewhere in the world exists a very easy template for creating very attractive charts for presentations, right?
It would be in Excel and YouTube would be your best friend.
Okay. So it's an Excel, because I'm just learning Excel too, because I just cataloged over 5,000 specimens, so I'm learning about Excel right now.
Yeah, so it'd be like, or even Google Sheets would do it too, but like, so YouTube, how to make graph Excel.
Okay, so I just made up a couple of things and did a search, came up with 202. Boom, did the
You do line
search.
graphs, you can do bar
I'm gonna go
graphs.
to, I'm gonna go to print.
YouTube's my best
I
friend.
want the 104 MSG reports. Bam, bam, bam. Put in PDF, gotta think about it, put all math together. So that you can present a chart or a graph to the seller of the stuff that is their kind of house that is a comp. I can present them this. Here's what's going on in the market, in this market. 7 to 12 months ago, there were 4 homes on the market that fit this criteria. 4 to 6 months ago, there were 19. The last 3 months, we've gone to 100. So in the last 90 days, we've quintupled our options,
25 times, yeah.
right? So, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, think about it this way, we're really entering a beauty contest. Because the most beautiful home price strike will still sell quickly. We're competing against 100 other listings in the last 90 days. One of the important pieces about being pretty is price.
Have you, on that note, have you ever heard of, have you ever tried it? Have you ever heard anybody that has? I keep getting push notifications since I've started searching real
I
estate.
don't even know what that means. So no,
Curbio, do you know what Curbio
I
is?
do know what Curbio is.
Is that another thing to avoid, or is that? I mean,
I have no idea. I've never used it, not started into that. So I don't know. I don't know. That would probably be more of a one question because she's way more into the techie side than I am. I'm the people guy. She's the techie person. But that's a chart you can send them, right? That I pulled up through the MLS.
Okay.
Right? Now, I also, for the purpose of this, I only pulled up the active listings, but we are in a beauty contest. Part of the beauty is the price, right? If we price at the upper end of these 100 homes, maybe the ones that are a little less pretty, that are less expensive are the ones that are gonna sell first. Pricing is really important. So let's talk about that price. What's the price? If you let me set the price, I will sell this home tomorrow. You can almost stake my license on it. No seller in the right mind should let me set the price if I'm trying to sell it tomorrow. I want a 525. If I really wanted to sell it tomorrow, they said, we are done. I almost stabbed him in his sleep and I cannot move out until we sell this house. I don't care what we sell it for. I need it under contract tomorrow. I would drop the price to 450. I'd probably sell it. I'd get multiple offers, probably sell it for 475, 480. But they shouldn't do that. Right? I wouldn't do that if I was selling my own home. Unless I really needed to get out to sell for the IRS. So there are charging graphs such as this that you can pull off of the MLS. Right there, you can show them some averages of those listings. Right. For the homes in the last 180 days, average was 4 bedroom, average was 4 bath, average square footage above was 1588. On average, total was 2156. On average, 331,988 was the list price, and they can read all of this themselves. So that's just a couple of quick ones that you can pull up that will suffice. You just get 2, right? Because the chances are, here's the other thing. If they've rescheduled 3 times, and they're still interested in selling, they're a high C. Because high C people are really high Ds that hate people. They would sit at their desk all day long and never interact with another human being. You already know they're a high C, they were scheduled 3 times. You better have a lot of charts and circles and pie charts and graphs and stuff for that.
So you've referenced this disc
Yep.
several times.
Yep.
Yet I know nothing about it other than your references.
Google Tony Robbins DISC profile, DISC. Take the test.
It's a free test, isn't
Take,
it?
would it take you 20 minutes?
Yeah, I saw.
It's a free test, isn't it?
It is a free test.
They
Now,
also
there
put
are,
on the Facebook page, Gwen did.
yep, there are, you can pay for, which is what I'm really striving to get to, is so that the coaching program can say thank you. And I'd like to buy the $14.99 results, because I want to see, this is what I would be looking for. That will tell me super quick. This is what I'm looking for, this chart. Where are you on the D? Where are you on the I? Where are you on the S? Where are you on the C? It will definitely help me understand how to communicate with you better, whether it's personal relationship, coaching clients, buyers, sellers, whoever.
Is that your son?
This is my son. My son is the most uncomfortable, scared person on the planet that hates kids. Or hates people, right? It's the highest S I've ever seen. He's almost off the chart S, which means he's terrified to do anything because he's gonna fail. Terrified of it. See, so that's.
So what's the purpose of taking this? It helps you figure out how to navigate your own path by way
It
of.
can, it just helps you, it just helps describe your personality type.
I'm like, oh, great, I took the test. I'm a lost cause. What do I do now?
It's not a lost cause because there's no right or wrong or good or bad. It's just one of those things in life that it is what it is.
Like, I'm a really high I, and then my S and my C are neck and neck. Like, those are my next two. So it's like, I'm really good with people once you get me out of the house. You gotta get me out of the house first.
And 8 AM meetings are not the best way to go about that.
Ricky's like, you
There's
think I
one.
wanna be out?
Yeah, your eye is off the chart.
Ricky
Yeah,
was
but
here-
look at his
Ricky was
C
here
and his
before me
D.
this morning. I had to take
It's
a
like
look.
0.
That's
Where's
my
that?
disc.
Yeah, his
My
C.
natural style is literally off the chart. I'm more driven than I would have thought I was. It's still very, very low. My S is 66. All right, and my C is 8. So if I saw this as somebody, I would look at them and I know already they talk a lot. They have no organizational skills. Their car's gonna look like who knows what the inside of their car is gonna look like. If I knew that, if I saw this, but I knew that person was a realtor, I would know that their office is gonna look like a realtor school threw up in it. The only reason why it has any semblance of an organization is because of her. Right? I would know they don't like to fail. In certain circumstances, they'd be all right with it as long as they learn something. And they're not driven. You put this person in a room with 100 people and they'll come out with 98 new friends and 2 people that hate them. And you know what will happen? If they know that there are 2 people that hate them and which 2 people they are, they'll go home and cry because 2 out of 98 didn't like it. It's a true story. I'm pretty sure that's why I had that polls for sucking my thumb, sucking my feelings. This person gets feelings hurt very, very easily. The 4 agreements, is anybody familiar with the 4 agreements? One of the agreements is don't take anything personal, and that is literally impossible for me. Everything that happens in my day is personal to me. I'm the life of the party. You want me at your party. You know what this says? You want me at your party. You do not want me helping plan the party.
That's right.
You do not want that.
I'll bring the beer.
Friday night, this just happened. Friday night, Jen's flying in from Wisconsin. She's supposed to land at 7:58. I was bowling in a fundraiser bowling tournament way up in Arvada, and we were starting bowling at 6:45. Jen's supposed to land at 7:58. So she's at the airport. She's like, do you think you'll still be bowling? Should I just come to the bowling alley? Should I go home? Should I go to the kid's house and see the baby? And I'm like, you can do whatever you want. I figure I'll be bowling until about 10. She's like, if I land at 7:58, I can beat the bowling alley. Best case 8:45, probably not. I'm gonna come to the bowling alley. My daughter Bailey is gonna pick her up. Great, so she gets on the plane. Scott, My son-in-law says, hey, Bailey's picking up Jen. What time does she land? 8:58. At 6:45, I realized I sent the wrong time. It is now 7 and Jen's gonna land at 7:58 and need a ride to the bowling alley. And Bailey thinks she lands at 8:58. So I text Scott real quick. I'm like, hey, screwed up at 7:58. No response for about 20 minutes. So I text Bailey. I'm like, hey, I sent Scott the wrong time. Can you be there at 7:58? She's like, we just sat down at Chili's. So it turns out Jen ended up taking a $60 Uber from DIA to the airport that I was, because somebody's dumbass put me in charge of planning the ride. Do you know what confuses the hell out of me? Time zones.
Great, that's why Arizona was great for me.
I don't mind changing. I know right now it is 11:15 in Denver, right? If I have a class scheduled at 1 and I'm in Wisconsin, well, that schedule is really now at 2. I can't tell you how many times I sit down for a Zoom class at 1 and realize, oh, I've got another hour. It's insane. This will be fun. Hey, Britt.
What?
Well, first of all, you don't have your glasses on. It's good to see you. Can you read that?
My glasses are fake.
Can you read that?
No, sort of.
Come up front, just take a quick glance.
What are we looking at?
Disc results.
Ah,
So
okay,
take a quick glance and guess whose disc results those are.
yours.
But if this was if the C was 98 and I was down here and I said, who is this? She's gonna have a few people that it could be. But when she looks at this, she knows damn good well, that's Ricky. He doesn't plan shit, but I want him at my party.
Because Ricky's I rating on the disc test is his entire identity, in
Yeah.
case you haven't.
Most people,
This-
their disc
where-
will be high in 2. See a lot of DIs, especially in real estate. High Ds, high Is make great real estate agents. High Is, I have to stay driven. I have to really be in touch with my big why to get out of bed. Or sleep 12 hours. That's what
He
you-
might be on Zoom.
Are you on Zoom right now?
No,
Okay.
well, we were, no, we're not, it's time out.
Okay.
So as soon as you can figure this out and mixed listing appointments go, it just tells you how to communicate with them better. And again, if I saw this to a seller, my listing presentation, 6 to 10 at least. I got a high D, I got 8 minutes.
And did you already talk about how it helps you to show up for them, like knowing how you show up?
Yep.
And how you need to.
Be
tone it
aware,
down on
yep,
certain
be aware
things.
of how you need to show up, right? Because you gotta show up everything with a client throughout your first appointment to closing. You need to do what I call, it needs to be a home game for them. You gotta meet them on their terms. You gotta communicate in their way. You have to communicate with their medium, right? If you got someone who a high C, they don't really want the phone call. Send them an email, right? Text. If you've been texting back with them, mostly stay with text, their choice of medium. It's actually a question in their appointment. How do you prefer to be contacted? Text, email, or phone? The vast majority of people, regardless of this, are gonna say text. I can respond to a text from a class. If you guys get a text right now, you can respond to it. You can't respond to a phone call, right? So ask them, right? If they're a high S, you gotta slow your speech pattern down.
So I know I said I'm a visual aids kind of person,
Yep.
but I still have no reference point for what DIS and C stand for.
So
So-
there's in the actual
Yep.
Tony Robbins thing, he gives you an entire 4 or 5 page breakdown of each individual characteristic and what it means, what their behavior and their mannerisms are.
Yep.
It's probably on the first,
It probably.
it's not this one, it's gonna be the first, there's 2 emails.
Yeah.
But the shortcuts to help you remember.
Yeah,
D is typically your drivers. They're your type A car sales and the type of personality. They want to go real fast.
I can send you.
They don't
the
care.
email.
Yeah, they don't care if they break stuff because they're going to be back the next day, spending 8 minutes on that topic and fix it anyway. Really, really quick. The people that will do 8 hours worth of work in 4 hours, right? High Is, life the party, high energy, want to be influencers, right? High S's want to slow down and they want their day to go like this. High Ds are comfortable going like this because they know they're going to break stuff and they don't want to spend a lot of time on stuff. High Is, we live in the gray. I don't want black and white. I'm comfortable in the chaos. My day goes like this, and that's a good day. High seas want their day to go and just behind the computer.
So you're referencing it from the point of sort of being able to get a quick read on your potential sellers.
Yep.
So that you know how to communicate with them in a way that's palatable to them.
Yep.
So
And
being in touch-
understanding if you show up as like a high D, someone who's a high C, you're gonna have to really tone it back to have a good conversation with them, or they're gonna be like, whoa, get out of my living room, like, you know? Yeah.
Like, you scared me.
Yeah, no, please help me.
Yeah, put a super high D in a listing appointment with a super high I. You gotta show up a lot different if it's a high I. You gotta show up with some energy.
I just emailed it to you.
Thank you. I did a listing appointment one time. Went in, super high I. Seller was super high I. We bounced off the walls and like we were running around the house and we were like 2 8-year-olds. I was exhausted when I left that appointment, exhausted. She said, we're meeting with the other agent tomorrow morning. I'll call you at lunch. And I tried all the scripts. I'll save you the time, sign with me, like all the scripts, right? She said, no, I'm gonna do my due diligence. I'm gonna interview one more agent. You're the second of 3. I said, great. She called me the next day. She said, hey, we would love to hire you to sell our house. It was a divorce situation, right? Birds of a feather. I'm divorced twice. I do a lot of business with divorced people. And I said, fantastic. I'll get you all this stuff right away. If you don't mind me asking, what made you choose me? Expecting her to say, you have the most energy. Her response was, you have the least amount of energy, and it was very smooth and we understood what was going on. And we just appreciated you not being a spaz. And I was like, I was the biggest spaz I've ever been in my entire life for an hour. Like I was exhausted. And now we're really good friends, and her eyes is bigger than mine. She's this little Asian chick that runs around like she's crazy. Like I'm like, you need to learn, you need to develop a speed habit so you will slow down. So
one of the open houses I went to, I think as I'm starting to understand this a little bit better, there was one of my favorite agents that I met with over the weekend. He started out every sentence kind of slow,
Yep.
but then I could actually like see his brain was working faster than his mouth could. And he was like, by the time he finished every sentence, I couldn't even understand verbally what he was saying. But I was getting the gist of his message.
Yep.
You know, he was like very excited.
I would bet you're an SC would be my bet. I already know she's a high I. Right. Dave's, I'm guessing Dave's high D for sure. You're a pretty driven guy.
I've taken it, but I don't know what I was.
Right. So,
I don't think I ever took it. You asked me to take it way back in the beginning.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever did.
Yep. And as coaches and leaders in this market center, we put so much on the disc so that we understand how to make it a home game. You guys got to go out and make it a home game for your buyers and sellers. Our job in leadership is to make it a home game for our agents so that we know how to talk. I know how to show up to a one-on-one. When I show up to a one-on-one with you, I'm gonna need some caffeine because I gotta match your energy, right? It's natural for me, right?
Yeah.
Do you wanna have fun? This will be fun for you.
Okay.
You may not get to see it, but I can tell you the story later.
Okay.
You set a one-on-one with Gwen.
Okay.
Just set the appointment.
Okay.
She's gonna lose her mind. And I guarantee you,
Why are you meeting with
she'll
me?
be like, why are you meeting with those? She will call me or text me and be like, I need you to do this one-on-one. Because she cannot handle the high eyes. She doesn't naturally have the energy to do the high eyes. Honestly, this is the main reason why we wanted to do it together and have 2 coaches. Right? I told you earlier, I'll match the high I. I can slow down for the S. I can do the C because I can understand the math and I understand you, but with high C's, by the way, you better be on time. The high D's are a stretch for me because they move so fast. I know I have their attention for 8 minutes in a one-on-one. And if we haven't covered the content in the first 8 minutes,
Really?
you don't have to spread that rumor. If I haven't got their attention and I haven't taught them and covered the information in 8 minutes, I lose them. And then they hate me and it's my fault. Well, Ricky didn't teach me shit. They're right because they're a high D and I'm not. Like I have to show up way differently for a high D. Now, put a high D in front of Gwen, perfect match. Right? We will see a lot of one-on-ones in my office take 45 minutes and a lot of one-on-ones at Gwen's take 20.
Yeah.
It's just what it's gonna be.
I was gonna say, when I first started though, and I learned all of this, I had like an identity crisis for the first year and a half or 2 years that I was in real estate, because I'm like reading all of these people trying to show up as like a million different versions of myself, so much that I didn't know. And I wanted to appease as many people as I could, appeal to the largest, group of people. And I feel like there's definitely a balance to that, and just attracting the people that are most like you to continue to do business with, because
Right.
there's enough business
That's
if
right.
so it's very helpful to know these things. And if you're anything like me, obsessive compulsive with weird stuff like that,
When I
just don't
first
take it a
met
step too far.
Britt, When I first met Britt, I was like, oh, she's I. The second time I met Britt, I'm like, oh, she's ID. The third time I was like, she's moody. And it just took a while for me to figure out, wait, like she's probably fairly even across all the disc profiles, with probably the smallest one being a C as a guess,
I have
but it's
really
not much
high
below,
DIS and
Right.
then C is. the other.
right? That's what, but it took me a year and a half to figure that out, right? There's an agent in this market center, her name is
Crazy.
Cheryl Sartain. She's been a ridiculously successful agent for 30 years. Her disc is like 64, 65, 66, 64. So I was talking to her about it one day because she's shown up with a complete
Yeah.
bitch. And she's shown up, been the life of the party. She's shown up with spreadsheet. Like, so I asked her one day, I was like, how do you know which way you're showing up on your natural presentation on any given day? I get that she's got this mastered and she knows how to show up and in the audience. But it's just your natural day when you wake up. And she goes, when you see somebody for the first day, you ask, hey, how are you? And I'm like, yeah. She goes, I have to ask myself, hey, who are you today? She goes, that honestly completely depends on how I wake up. And I'm like, are you like quad polar? Like, do you take meds? She was like, nope. And I'm like, the good news is it's very easy transition for her to show up however she needs to show up. It's easy for me to show up how I feel like I need to show up because I've been doing it for a while. But if I get trapped into a meeting with a high D, yeah, I'm in trouble. You don't tell high D personal stories, you lose them. High I's, you don't even really talk business. You associate to grandpa on his fishing trip, they're signing with me. I don't even have to talk about the business, right? High S is sort of a balance between the two. You can tell them a story. For the love of all things Christian, do not tell it to them twice, because the super high S, if you tell them the story the second time, they will believe that you think they're stupid. And that you got to repeat yourself. When the fact is, I'm just a high I and I'm not shutting up until you tell me to. Right? The high C's, here's a graph, here's an email. It didn't even want to come in.
Yeah,
We
they
just
probably
do
do.
this in an email.
Yes.
Yep, that's how it works. And you can Google Disc and read all this stuff. You can take the test, it's all free. And you can get a ton of information on it. And I truly believe it will make all the difference in the world. You're door knocking, for the reason you're door knocking, you need that fast to determine what's their communication style. Right? High S, oh, cool. Want a cup of coffee? Let's hug it out. Everything's great with what you're doing. High D's, you got 60, 70 seconds to keep their attention.
You can read their body language, the way they.
High
interact,
S,
or the- yeah.
You're not gonna probably for a bit get invited in. You need to, like, you may not even want to be on the porch, like you gotta have some distance. The good news is you don't have to deal with high Cs because they ain't answering the door anyway. Accountants, engineers, lawyers, they're not answering the door,
Their answer on their regular phone.
Yes.
Right now.
How can I help you?
Yeah.
right?
Sitting on the
That's a
other
high C.
side.
Yep.
The eyes
sure.
through the door open.
The eyes
Don't
through
know
the
what
door
to
open.
say.
Yeah, I got
Or
coffee, let's
like-
go, woo,
They're
yeah.
52,
Right.
and then I'm a high I, but like, if I'm at home, like, I don't want to talk. Right? Unless I
Well,
know
I've only had one of
So
those
I'm
for
not
a
even answering.
Well, I don't
You
even.
never,
I
you
know
didn't knock on my
that.
door when I was home, like, I didn't get this. Right? Yeah, absolutely
I'm
true.
an introvert.
All right, in case you didn't know, we're all done
Once
for
I'm out,
today. You guys can go do whatever you want, but please stick around and help decorate.
Quick question.
Yep.
I'm trying to get my website stuff a little bit worked on this week.
Yep.
And there's a space on there for office phone number.
Yep.
What actually happens if somebody calls the office asking for me?
You can
They
ask them to
know.
forward it to your cell phone number.
that something that you could set up with front desk?
You can chat with them about it, yeah, and if not, they will at least give you like,
Give you the message.
yeah, to pass it on or give that person like, oh, actually, he's out today. Like, you can just talk to Jesse about what you want. And make sure that Amy and everybody knows for if they answer the
I
phone.
don't know that I have to put it on there. There's just a space on there in the template.
There is some rule somewhere that you have to have an office phone number that's not your cell.
Yeah.
I don't remember
just-
what it is. I don't remember what rule it is.
So is there someone, she knows how to patch through a call? like
Oh,
that?
yeah, absolutely. They'll answer the phone
Yes.
and
I
if they answer the office phone, they're like, hey, I'm looking for Nick Conley. They're like, hold on a second, and they'll just pass through your cell.
Yeah.
So like Amy, like, she's actually on her cell phone today. Can I give you the number?
Thursday,
Whatever you
12:30
want.
to 2.
Is the workshop.
And we're doing that every Thursday, like, that's like our study session, bring your laptops,
You
let's.
get Neil the house yet?
Yep, so be
Whatever
here
we
for,
decide we wanna grind out, or like,
Or
I
driving
wanna work my open house because I'm doing an open house this weekend, if you wanna do a
I
fire
was like,
presentation.
I said,
That's
how
how
was the show?
we just come and work on it, and maybe I say, hey,
And I think she might
Dave,
have.
I need to get the command set up.
yeah, 100%.
I was like,
So be here for tonight till
oh
noon
my
and we'll take
God,
a half
I'm
hour break.
so sorry.
I
I
think
never.
I have a meeting that I have to do until
She
1
doesn't like.
tomorrow.
Oh,
but
it's
when
funny,
we
you're
do
like,
this-
I
Showing
love
to me all
her.
the time, like, yeah, like went on and on and on. And then he's like, just kidding, she was great.
Yep.
I'm literally sitting there waiting for the text to come
100%,
back.
that's what we were hoping.
You're like, oh shit.
That's.
Well, so Ricky tells me, and he was like, oh, he was like, so Brittany reached out and she's like, oh yeah, Nikki's been
Right.
doing showings for me. And
And
he's like, and at first you're gonna freak out.
I don't mind. being told
He's like,
what
and
to
I
do.
promise you it's
I know,
worth it. And
you
I'm
know,
like,
And even
okay.
though I went to coaching round.
And
I
and
don't
then he
mind
tells
being
me, he's
told what
like,
to
she
do.
wasn't very
Okay.
helpful.
Yeah.
She-
So,
I think she might have been
so one of the
crazy.
things
I
that we're
think she
doing
might
is
have
we
been
really
smart.
want to protect
I
our
was like,
people through the
you
coaching
should
program.
It wasn't
You're in this
even
room on Tuesdays
noon
from
yet. Like I met him at noon.
Another
Like
coaching
it
program,
wasn't,
you're not
it wasn't like a Saturday or
We'll make an
Sunday. Like
exception
shit,
for
I
you
already
for
had
the
3
first 2
mimosas,
weeks.
but sure,
Because
let's
you're
go
in
for it.
coaching, depending
Pretty
on how
sure it was
the
like a
program
weekday.
gets.
It was
Yeah.
a weekday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
What are
like
you
Wednesday.
feeling
Well,
here?
He's like, yeah, sure. I was like, I
it's-
knew about it at like
it's,
7:30. So I'm
the
like, oh, let me
Democrats
just
are
have this Bloody
putting
Mary.
money
real
into the incumbents.
quick.
So
So I
this
was
is
like,
the circle
I
wagon on
was
the
like,
incumbents. This is
did
an
I,
open seat.
I mean, my
So
hair was
they're
in a
not
messy
leaving
bun.
her
Maybe
in
that
those
like,
who only have her as
I know, I'm
a
like, was there
candidate
anything
people who
specific that
are
made you
for
think she was
Democrat Party.
drinking? Like all these
They seem to
questions,
think
and then it's just
that
kidding, she was
the
great.
polls out.
And I
It's
read
gonna
it
be
to
close.
him,
It's
like
gonna
I
be
didn't
race
give
within
him
because
any
there's
sort of
18,000
like
Republicans,
preface
that's
or
1,000
like
Democrats,
anything. I'm like,
20,000
I just got this text
So, and
message.
that's our district. which is-
I
think
instantly, my
district is
palms got sweaty and
Um,
I'm just like.
I
I'm
own a
overheating,
whole, I know
I'm
I
like,
own at least one
did I
home in that
drink
district.
too much
I
the
don't
night
know the second.
before to where you
Really?
could smell
Yeah, it
it on
runs
me? Like,
from-
what?
Coming out of
No,
nowhere.
it was, I think it was like a
all
Wednesday
the
or
way
something,
around.
like I didn't drink too much.
I'm a Jordan, I'm
Oh,
basically
so
Jordan.
funny.
Bunkles
You
Park.
should have seen his face. He was like,
No,
Is where I'm living.
We're not that far.
I don't know.
I was like, you let me know next time, I'm gonna be like, so are we meeting at the bar or?
do you want to? Yeah.
We go as far
Oh
west.
my
as
gosh,
Park.
that's well, and that's what I said. I go,
So yeah, that's where I was at.
I said, I'll meet you in Evergreen this time.
Spooky Hill Library to meet up.
And
So
he's
if
like,
you win,
oh,
what
is
do you hope
Nikki
to
busy? I
accomplish?
said, she's probably wasted,
one
you
thing
know, or
I-
something like that. And he started
my
laughing really
website,
hard, but
the-
he's
the
just opened his
Republican
dry
Party
sense of
is
humor. I'm like, I
across
expect
the
that
law
from like my
enforcement,
family members and my
business,
friends,
okay.
but not
What I
just some
wanted to
random
do is
client
to
that I
really
met
talk
like
about water,
3 days
water
ago.
resources.
Well, I asked him, I was like, what are you not there?
I mean,
And he was
that's
like.
one thing.
It's a
that
big deal in your
I
district,
was
right?
You know,
like,
and so I was.
Is that water? It might be cheaper to buy gold than it is
He
water.
was
in
like,
your
she
district.
was a
Yeah.
referral.
I pay where I'm at.
I was like, oh.
You pay like
they're right, we love
$118
referrals.
give or take.
That's
every
how we
month for
grow our
water.
business.
You know what the actual water
Yeah, he
bill
is
part is?
dry.
Yeah.
30,
Yeah.
everything
Like in
$90
text
in
message, it's
fees,
like in real
and
life,
access
it's like a
this,
text
Then you
and
need
message.
to get rid of
Add
that
an
kind of
emoji.
stuff.
I know, I'm like,
More
I'm
water
an emoji.
storage.
I'm
we
an
need to
over
talk with the
emoji here.
agricultural
Just to make
industry
sure
about
it's
helping
exclamation
with the
points, all
And we
that
need to
extra.
also look at the Colorado River.
and honestly, this is
You
my
decorating?
Yeah.
What
probably
are you
Jane's
this year?
opinion. I love that you say talk to the agricultural community.
Mhm.
Democrats don't even want to have one. of
I don't,
those.
I mean, I, yeah.
I
They don't
know.
even want agriculture, they don't want farms.
I know. It's, yeah. And that's
You got my
why
vote.
I got
It's supposed to be
Rockenfeld's-
hour today.
Rod Rockenfeld's out. at the East
Oh, I
District
know,
East
right? Yeah.
East
Well,
of
I
me.
don't know, get my child
And
from
he
school
was
and then
able
I'll come
to
back
get
and
me
start drinking.
a couple thousand from some of the rangers out
What time does it
there.
go till, do you know?
really
Just until
want,
we're-
as I said, the exact same thing. Between Polis and the current Democrats, they just don't want to
So-
acknowledge. And it flows into the whole gun rights thing too. because
Sure, it
People
all
don't understand.
Flows into the same.
When you're out there, man, you're isolated. It was in the 1800s. And you got protect you against animals.
Yep.
And stuff like that. And I don't live out there, but my grandfather was a farmer, and so I have that connection, you know? So, no, I mean, that's
It
one
always,
big
it
issue.
always, guns crack me up as a topic, because I'm like, listen, I don't know how you can read the Constitution any other way than I have the legal rights under the AR-15.
Right,
You can't just, now, if you want to have a conversation about changing the amendment.
Yeah.
Maybe we'd have that conversation, but don't come at me with how the amendment, like,
How it had verbiage of it in
the
its
verbiage
current
says I
state.
can have one,
Yeah.
period. Do I need one? Probably not. If I'm protecting myself from animals, do I need an AR-15? Probably not.
And
Ought to work,
And the one thing
but I have the right to own it.
the one thing that cracks me up the worst, and I answered this in one of the surveys, they talked about like banning assault style guns. I'm like, well, first off, we got to get our terminology right.
But
Because what is
Yes.
assault style?
yes, if you
Because
shoot me
assault
with a
style-
9mm, I'm going to feel assaulted.
And then so many people who don't own guns, who don't use guns, think that a semi-automatic is like a fully automatic, which is not the same.
Right.
And, you know, I fired a fully automatic, you just pull the trigger, that's a machine gun almost.
Yeah.
And so that's the issue, number one. And then what they come back is, well, they want universal background checks, they want this, they want that, they want that. Colorado has some of the toughest gun legislation laws in the country already.
Yep.
Now, if you want to add a waiting period, fine. I got my gun at once over here, bass fishing, whatever, and I didn't pick it up for like 2 weeks just because I couldn't get there. I'm okay personally with waiting periods. I
Sure.
think most people are. It's just when you say you can't do this, or the fear that in a state like Colorado is already as strict as it is, what's the next step? And you know what the next step is, you know, what is that? And that's what we're pushing back on,
Yes.
is that type of stuff.
Absolutely.
And then they come back to school, and I taught at Johnson and Wales, and they walk across that, walk the dog. I'm more in favor of really hardening our schools and not making them soft targets. That, and unfortunately, we live in that day and age. When I first got
Yes,
my
we do.
teacher's license, I never, ever thought I'd have this conversation.
When you got your license to teach, if they just said in however long ago that was, this many years, this is where you're gonna deal with, you'd be like, you're
What-
full of.
Yeah,
There's no
what the
way.
hell? And the fact that I was having our campus safety come in and doing active shooter drills with my
Yes.
classes every semester.
Yeah.
The
and, you know,
9-year-olds do active shooters more than they do tornado
And
drills.
Yes.
Give me a break.
it's terrible.
Absolutely.
So we have to harden our schools. And because you're not going to be able, unless you have a complete gun, ban, and you're going to have like they have in England and Australia, which is never going to happen here. You're going to have people, criminals don't obey the law.
Preach.
And so, but, and so even if you ban guns, there's still gonna be black market guns. So the issue of protecting our public schools, we have to put money into that with resource officers. And, part of my thing too, on my website, I want to increase teacher pay. The fact that teacher pay, this public school teacher pay is so low in Colorado, we have some of the highest cost of living in Colorado. How are you going to get people to stay as public school teachers here? So we need to address that. We should be top 10 in the country, I think, in public teacher pay. But, those are some of the issues that, we're running on, but it's going to be a toss up in my district. And I mean, now my people tend to think I'm going to win. I'm like,
That's why they're your people.
It's very, she's got you there, dude.
The only thing that, I came back to them on, the only thing I felt good, because they've been saying this all along, and these are folks that have worked in the state Senate, have worked in the state house, that type of stuff. And there's 10 House district groups that I'm a part of. It's a Republican House Majority Project. And there's 10 districts that they've targeted, and I say they, the Republican Party, that they feel they would win. There are a lot of districts like mine, okay, where we're toss-up districts. But talking with that lobbyist last week who works with Democrats, who basically said, yeah, they're only really circling the wagons on the incumbents. They're letting the open seat, like my opponent, kind of like they're ignoring her, and they're willing to concede that to protect them because they have a 41 to 24 advantage in the state house. So what that means right now, anything they want to do goes straight through the House and Senate.
That's terrible.
Yeah, and that's what we've had. We've had one party rule. And I told people at the door, I said, I would have the same problem if the Republican Party had one party. Because what happens is now you stop listening.
Yes.
And when you have one party in charge for so long, you stop listening and you start believing your own press. And it's good to have, debate.
A
I
little
don't mind
opposition,
debate.
right?
I don't mind
Yeah.
perspective of the other side. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. And then you're right, we don't get that. now.
Yeah, and so what we need is 30 seats. We need to pick up 6 seats. And mine's one of the top 10 that they've targeted. And it has nothing to do with me, it's the district.
Sure.
And so it's,
Well, it kind of does have, you could just go in there and completely. pick it up.
oh,
No
yeah.
chance. So
Well,
It
trust
is
me,
about you.
there's been, they would have had, and to your point about that, these districts were kind of like on their big board, but who came out of the primary, obviously, there are some crazy people that I've met who are running. They're nuts. And, it's, so sometimes you get that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's House District 42, that's one of the guys.
Yeah,
He's been
what's your district?
61, which is out by South Small.
That's where I am.
So, yeah, it's two teachers, myself and Eliza Hamrick. She's a retired school
Really, you guys are
teacher.
both teachers?
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep. And just different perspectives, and she's running on gun violence. That's her whole thing, is gun legislation.
Wow,
And
it's.
so it's,
It is a hot button topic.
if you keep bringing it up, every time. So, I
Well,
mean,
they really do get to dictate what are the hot topics.
they do, and what
They
they,
get to choose that.
what they
choose the ones
chose-
that They won, that they win on.
what they chose this summer, obviously Roe versus Wade, that was a big thing.
Yes.
Which in Colorado is a non-issue because of the law they just signed.
Right.
It's been over Colorado, it's been a pro-choice state since 1967. And obviously, that's my answer when people bring that up. Number one, it's a done deal. Number two, and then of course, they'll ask me, well, what about Oklahoma? I'm not running in Oklahoma.
Right.
It's state house. I was running for US Congress, different ballgame.
Right.
Maybe it's more.
You have eyeballs on that at some point. If this works this year and you start where you are.
With me, I never really, I always had interest in this, but this never was like, I want to do this. This was, I knew people in the Republican Party, I knew the vice chair of the Republican Party, the state party, and we started talking. And what I looked at was I didn't like the extremism of either party, and I wanted to present an option. And I felt this was the best way. I'm more of a Dwight Eisenhower Republican, a Gerald Ford Republican, Ronald Reagan. That's where I'm at. And I wanted to help, voters, not sounding arrogant, but just give voters a choice and helping steer the Colorado Republican Party towards the historical Colorado Republican Party.
That would be awesome.
And yeah, I mean, because, I
I'm at the point where like a few months ago, I was on 225 and I was gonna pull on I-25 north.
Mhm.
They added a stoplight. And my response was, Democrats want more control. I don't need more control.
That's where you're at.
I have no idea how that stoplight came to
Right,
be.
but
The
that's-
statistics
that
probably
is-
tell
They
you
want you to stop.
They want me to do what they tell me to do. They want to control me. And I believe that as a philosophy, all they
Yes.
want is bigger government and more
Yes.
control. I don't need more government in my life. I need less. I'll pay my taxes, leave me the hell
And
alone.
this state, and the entire West really has always had a libertarian field.
Yes,
Leave me alone.
yes.
And I think that's where the Republican Party needs to go, is to
Fantastic.
embrace that. And that's more of a 1970s Republican Party. It really is.
I was alive in the seventies.
Yeah. So,
4
But-
months,
but to
4
answer
months
your-
for being alive in all of the seventies.
but to answer your question, this has been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed it. I've enjoyed having these conversations, and I've really enjoyed being able to run as myself. That's the one thing. I haven't had to tweak anything.
That's
I
awesome.
haven't had to say things that, I got asked early on during the primary part of it, are you a MAGA Republican? No, I'm not. I'm a Republican in terms of self-determination, prosperity, independence, that traditional Republican. And I said, if that resonates with you, I'm your guy. But if you want me to swear allegiance to one person or one current movement, that's not who I am. And so,
That's awesome.
yeah, and so I felt really good about that because I've been unaffiliated in the past. I typically would always vote Republican. And I feel really connected to this district because most people are unaffiliated. So we'll see how this goes and see how much I like it down there. if I
Certainly, good
get
luck,
there.
and I will be absolutely keeping an eye out.
Yeah, that's what, we'll see when we had to go meet all these different lobbyists. When I was deciding whether I was gonna work at your castle, because I interviewed with them, I could hear. Adrian was one who I talked with early on. I think I told you I had met with Thrive, but they were a little bit too intense.
Right.
Well, when I was going through the whole lobby process, I met with the Colorado Realtors Association. Walked right in.
Sure.
And there was Donna. And I was like, of course, this is a little bit too much. And then I had a great conversation with her and everyone else there. And then I guess she came back and told Adrian, you need to call Dave. And so, because I just had a great,
Yep.
yeah, totally.
Yes,
So,
no, definitely. I'm gonna vote independent in that district so that you can become a realtor.
yes.
No, absolutely not.
It's awesome.
Give me like 15 minutes,
Okay.
Lisa, and then we'll chat about.
Awesome.
You gonna be here tomorrow then?
No, actually, I have to work over at Kaiser
Oh,
tomorrow,
okay. All right.
so
All right.
I'll have to catch up on Zoom.
Have a good one.
Thanks, you too.
See you tomorrow. Hey, buddy, how are you? I know, it's been a while.
Not much.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be over here now, so.
Oh my God, how cute is Pete NASA? You are so annoying, oh my God. Mine.
Thought I forgot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I forgot, you didn't, so that's on you, but whatever. Good to see you. Sorry.
there, before we do, have a great day. Michael was there, before we did, well, before we did, have a great day. Just wanted to check in with you. Hi. Sorry to interrupt that. Okay, that would be awesome. Okay. Cool.
Good, how are you?
All of your weekly photos out, and like what you did over the weekend. Well, you are enjoying your fun time with your. I was like, wow, that was quick. Immediately, right? Like right now, actually. It's very sweet. So they're really working. What else? Yes. No, I finally enjoyed like, oh, we can leave the house and we don't have to have a babysitter, you know, they can be here to. No. But you got lots of time, so. Oh, girl. Sorry. Or a bird, or like a turtle, I don't know. Oh, that's a lot. There's only right for water. Yeah. Maybe. Did you know that ahead of time? Oh my gosh. Yep. Well, that's wild. Kind of dodged the bullet on that one. You have to handle them. I remember when I was younger, you have to handle them regularly. Otherwise, I feel like they lose some of their domestication. It's not mismanaged. And this time, what's not to love about that? All right, man. Well, it's good seeing you. I'll see you around. Sounds good. You know what, I just had it on my. I just thought I would. No. Yeah, I know, I just got 2 more minutes to work before. Yeah, it's probably about 30 left. No.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, thanks for asking. No worries. First, do you have any questions for? What's the type of pay hourly? And now, are you making guaranteed certain hours per week? Hours of assistance, and I have one space. And what, typically probably maybe a show that 40 hours. That point, it's another one where hours.
Oh. Oh, is that now?
A lot of times that is the case, but right now. A lot of days, they're actually right now.
Give them.
Now, how it works with balancing assistance is. Yeah, correct. That's long, but you know, that other one is that. Because their minimum that you have to come up with yourself. Is around 3.5%. Credit scores were above 700. Well, that's, correct. So, for instance, Catholic, one down payment system. And one program that they have is called FHA professionals. Talk about FHA finance. Typically, okay, but on Java. You're above that 660, you want that 55%. Yes, that would be part of, the application. What we do, that income is basically, all of your monthly bills that you want on credit, plus the mortgage, divided by that gross monthly income. That's what we calculate through the application. That's one of the things, what qualify for it. A little bit higher on that side, but.
Oh my God, my hair. Nobody told me it was like this.
income, that's for X amount. And if you wanted to, like. A lot of people that I work with, go up to what they call. Well, that's up to you. On that. And closing costs would be down. Closing costs are. Which are. Let's just say, you have $1,000. Now, one thing that is good about rates being higher right now is the market has slowed down. There's a lot of opportunity as the sellers to pay some or all. But yeah, correct. Exactly. So that's why that it is a good opportunity. Now with that, there's 4, 5. Like this. Contract. Well, I mean.
I just saw their problem.
20% now.
That's why now.
Wider. Honestly, track of it.
Heidi Fitzgerald. Right, you probably know. Rats.
sorry, something that I apologize. Yeah, I would say. Yeah, 30 years is definitely the typical one. Or probably 50. Long time for that, but- I don't think it's hard to do. Let's say, you know, the month of- Always pay extra. I typically don't recommend that, but yeah, most people, unless you're income high.
Velocities that take.
Well, I mean, the tough thing is that it's hard to say, without seeing that. My recommendation would be, to go ahead with an application. Now, you know, there are items that you need to get. Any of those items, get those things done, you know, it's gonna be. That you want to do. But even if you start saving up, I'll take it, right? Now, I've had some people on the rules that just don't there's one more on that much, which is for up. And at that point, whatever there's that. Well, I mean, I don't think it would be a bad, I think it would be a good idea to do the application. That would be my recommendation, you know, do the application. See what exactly it is that it is. See if there are certain things like work on it. They'll kind of go from there. Just have to try to- So I would be that. I think that's the first step, you know, for the credits, see where everything is, and then, you know, if we're able to do something, it's not. Yeah, so it's a mortgage application. Correct. No. Yeah, I mean, just having a mortgage hold. Way back. That's the first step, is the letter. Yeah, so that's what I was recommending, so I can send you an email, with the online application. And it's under Patrick Langman. Yeah, you can go ahead and complete the application. Best email is Sarah L. White 884. Okay, cool. So I can send you the application, again, you go ahead and complete it, and I can take a look at the number and that count. Yeah, that would be later on.
Excuse me, Katie, you're not coming over.
Yeah, I typically just need to call. Once you're ready, you have everything ready to go, then. Okay. Yeah. Of course, my pleasure. I'll get you that application over in just a little bit. If you have any questions in the meantime, definitely just let me know, okay? All right, you're welcome. Thanks for doing, look at the new job on Friday. Oh, maybe it's already.
I heard that.
Oh,
Yeah, whatever. No swearing.
Hey, good, how are you? Yeah, correct, place up.
I didn't get something to eat.
Everything's changed. Right here.
I called it boobs. Oh, that means I'm wrong.
Are you talking about boobs? Not appropriate. Not appropriate for the circus. It smells like, Melissa, it smells like dead flowers in here.
I know, there are dead flowers in there, it's totally perfect.
No, go back.
Here, oh, I got you this one. Isn't that cute?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I got you a talkie on her, so you can flip in and out. One is- Oh, that's pretty strong. And I got you the last one.
We're down at the wrong. Like, who knows? And I'm gonna do that. I don't know either. I'm gonna move everything out of this office so we can figure out. And I tried to use the wrench today and it was hard. Oh my God. No, it's okay. We have tools here. A chart? Is it in there? Okay. Whoa. You should have warned me there's a big spider in here. Oh my God, it was sick. I'm sorry.
I'm stressed. Don't laugh like that, sorry. Are you hungry? Yeah, no, okay, but the water is here. Water? Water? Okay, that's cool. Are we gonna come out here? Can I take this off? Yeah, stairs. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna go see how it comes upstairs. Just for reference. What did you guys hang up yours with? Oh, paper clips. Paper clips? So just unfold paper clips? Yeah, I was thinking that too. That's excellent. Do we have paper clips? Yes. I think so. Okay, but like, you know what? I'm gonna fly off the cliff. Maybe, maybe we can put the bats out with these. Would that be cute or no? And this. Okay, so here's for the TV. Yeah. Okay. Let me see if I can- Original voice. just because we're all. And we're probably gonna have to. Because they're gonna come here. They're gonna come here to there. So we're probably gonna have to like move these around so we can put the other two in here. And then we also have to take the black stand and the. We need to put everything in the original place. It has to be like put up with so much paper. All that's our stuff.
Phillips.
I don't know what that is.
Cross.
I don't know what that is.
You know what a cross is?
Oh. Oh. Huh? Yes, okay. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Let me check. Give me a second. Basically, if we can take the table out of one of the list, I put it in this one. Can we do that? So. I don't know what to do. There's space.
Oh, 110.
All right, you might need to text him to back me up. Okay. All right, thank you. Bye. I just got the line with Patrick. Yeah, I don't know. What did she say? Who does the booster? Drizzly. You know, drizzly? I never heard of this such, but now. What do we want? We want Coors Light. No. I don't know what most people drink. I don't know what most people drink. Oh, yeah, that's Crystal and Heidi make it. Yeah, so you know Crystal and Heidi. Crystal. Yeah. Ready? We need your alcohol expertise. My alcohol? We don't know the word. They're gonna, I just got the phone. Mark. How are you? So, I need your help because I'm wondering. I know that one of my Oh, okay. Oh, perfect, okay. That's like, everything right. Oh, you know, we're for that, so, yeah, beers. Will you try to run Michael? Yeah. All right, I'll give you some rock and coke or rock and coke. Water. Sparkle water. Right. Sparkle soda, we got soda and soda. I'm sure we got fun. Otherwise, it's probably in my car. Otherwise, it's probably in my car. I love it. Who's ankles? Yeah. So what do we have here? Just, so we need to cover this. Yeah, cover this with that. Or should we just take it, the wall we need to cover? Yeah, I might have already taken that down. It is on the counter. So we'll just cover this with this tabletop, maybe we'll get another one. Yeah, so just be closed. Gabby. What's up? He's 10 minutes away. Okay. Yes. Come help me all. And yeah, I'm just bringing. Okay. Okay, so that's what it should be. So all you guys are. Okay, we can just do this. Okay. Okay, so we're not gonna do, it's just gonna be an open door. Yeah, we'll turn the light off and it'll just be somebody standing. Okay. You know who's over? Yeah. Okay. It's the opposite. Then. What are these should go? Like camera. Who's here? Okay, so either way. Well, I don't know. This is what is. And that would be. Are those stripes on now? Next one. Do you want to open this one? Hey, Melissa.
Are you tortured? But.
Like, when I called you last night, it was like, yeah, between 8 and 8:30, I was like, okay, good, so the laptop and then. Okay, so that one. Open. Actually, it doesn't matter, either one of these, yeah. What do you think? Well, if we do something to kind of block this, or we decorate this.
So we'll decorate this.
These two people can talk. Here, they're decorating down there. I'm up here. So we'll put it in here, cover that door. Wait, this is closed. Well, this one's so closed. Well, if you like that, just stand it this way. Oh, yeah. I mean, all the walls get covered. So we won't be seeing what's her face. And we won't be seeing this. It'll all be covered. Okay. So, got it. Yeah. We'll do it then. Push two, and then that. Always the best call for Halloween. Always kick ass. It leads right to the best. Right to you. Oh, is that it? You're too kind. Hi. I was gonna start digging stuff out. How are you? Oh, all the stuff. Okay. I'm gonna try to get on it and start decorating. You might have something in front of your office, but I don't think so. I don't think I do. But I'll go look. Grab some stuff. Okay, right. Okay, I just wanted to. Ooh, wait a minute. Do we want this or Post-its? Okay, copy letter things. Hi. What are you doing? We're moving into the office. Okay. I wasn't, but now I am. When? You think? What was it from? Wait. Yes, for sure. Yeah.
Well, for all the application. Yeah, regular situation.
Oh, 90% of it is crazy. That's right. This is so cool. Yay, hi. What is this? No, this one.
What?
Oh, so let's do it. Just a black. Who did pictures? Oh, you got the memo? Oh, I need to go get
What
my.
happened there?
What happened?
And then I took the longest.
You to be your. That's the long way down. Yeah. I don't think that would be enough. Oh. We have a roll on it. All right. Thank you. Okay, looking good. You're a little guy. Para yo ver. You want me to put it more in the center? Y luego lo mismo que el otro. Por No falté. Oh, Don't get us higher, no, that's all. Unless you're jumping off the slide. There's a lot to hey. The goodness. I'm gonna get someone to help you. There's a guy. We're taking them out and that's. I've never seen it. She has two here.
So are you? Good to hear it. Still have time to chat? Awesome, this is cool. Yeah, so, sound like you're interested in that process going first of all. Awesome, cool. What, do you have any questions for me? Well, as we're going through it, you have some questions. How did you get in contact with What about your time? Right now? So regards to time frame.
I would like show.
Is it a factory home or? Yeah, that works well. Sorry, it's kind of cut down, it's 4, 5. In regards to monthly payment, what do you think you're really trying to stay within for like the maximum payment? With regard to down payment.
Thank you.
There are down payments.
Come on, you can do it. You got it.
What's your, is it just in the promotion establishment?
No.
And what would you want to have in there?
Yes. Do it.
And you also get tips.
Never.
And I did pull that home.
That's good as it gets.
That one like does say that it's rated 5+.
You okay, girl?
I was gonna smaller atheist.
Yeah,
Ice.
no, I.
I stole more tax off the board by your desk, Myrna.
Okay.
Let's say a condo or offers option.
So, this is what
Ow.
I don't know. There you go. Oh, in this?
Rates right now are the side, so it's not that's now. Okay, that was that. And then now, what part of town? do you- Yeah, so the next step would be to go ahead. And please an application. And what is the best email? Yeah, just get last. RATY@gmail.com. Perfect. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna submit, I'm gonna send you this application thing. On out the calls that happen to when you're ready, meetings. Credit verification from credit bureaus who sell it. So that the board can calls. Okay, and then in regards to documents that will be, that's, stuff, now, you have paperwork or authority that raise that you got. And now, in regards to the hours that you work, how many hours? do you work? Yeah, so I would say two most recent pay stubs, and then And how sure are you about that? When agents-
We're gonna take those tables. We're gonna move them over here to the office. Yeah. We're, just put those tables in here. Can we do that? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, everything can stay in there.
Yeah, so that's the one contract. Like that. So we are able to have. That.
Oh, it's so nice to have that.
What's the question for that, right? Yes, we can work on that application. Documents like. How as well. And then I would say also. File 2021. That all that. Once I do that application, then I'll, so I'll want to go back, correct?
Yeah, you got the heavy in there.
He's like, what's it? Has to fit. Debbie, look at her. She said there's one down there. It has to fit. It will fit. It will fit. We just gotta figure it out. I know. Let me. Is it too heavy for it? Here's what I was thinking. We can get, okay, listen, you guys decide. Here's what I was thinking. These are L shaped, like this. So you can turn the other one around so it's like this. And then it turns into a square. That's why I said. They're both not in one, sorry.
You know what?
All right, let's do that. I'm gonna put the chairs on top. Yeah. Hey Tyson, who wants to put the chairs on top?
Chairs are on top.
Yeah, I was like, also, I'll check with the time. Well, everything's going good and everything. Well, yeah, I'll check with the time. Yes, I'm just. Go ahead.
Oh, Robert. You got it? I got it. Are you gonna surprise me at some point? There we go.
Hey, Sarah. You get all back to your chance. Thanks for watching.
So good. I'll walk the other way so I can find it. Is this ours? Or is it? Everybody knows there's food at the lunchroom, right? Oh. Yeah. Oh, a lot of the stuff was ahead. Like I said, that's it. She writes it on me. Sorry. There's food.
You have a little bit more like pull here, so. So,
Yeah, the ladder is somewhere up there. Okay. Alright, so. That's what we want. Okay, cool. Okay, that I will bring the, I go get the ladder again. Get it. No, I ran it out.
He'll always like you. Probably back in the, back by the storage. No, they're not by the front desk anymore. Oh.
Sí, están ahí sentados.
¿Primero?
No me veo. No, en el teléfono. What are you putting away? You don't want to put it underneath this guy? Which one? What do you think? I was honestly thinking of it today. So, yeah, so it worked perfectly fine.
We don't have an issue, we don't have an issue. Anything else? Y vamos a sacar el juego. We need to cover this up. So sorry. Oh, Oh, there's the alcohol. No worries. Right, right. Right, exactly. Just the website that is what's going on there? They're out there now. Drinking mad dog. I am beauty now. Well, that was really good, but this, no, not today. We just gotta cover the windows in that window. Yeah. when you guys pick each other up, I like that. Yeah. Oh, so she's gonna have a big monitor in my face. Augustine friend. Hello, Augustine friend. Oh, nephew. Okay. Not Augustine's nephew. Right? Way down here. It's traditional, let's go. No, I've got. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Let me, yeah, I gotta go look it up. Start seeing which one. What number they say? I'll get there. Yeah, it's good. Wow. So, I mean, for Gabby. No, oh, no. Okay. No. So I only have. So I'll make. Okay, all right, she was, so I probably. Won't do it. But, yeah, that's great. Okay. I dropped off some stuff. Leave them on, and then when I bring Jay back later, we can turn them on. They will go out. Should last more than a day. I bought them. So they look like your candles. Do you want to plug in your computer, Crystal? Oh, did my dog run out? Jesus. Is there another light? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was turning off. So. So where's that face that way? No, it's gonna go right on. So the face that, it's gonna have to be flat anyway. Yeah. And then we'll have to check out. Yeah, it does, but what? But they will, I understand it's not there, so the crowd is gonna come like this. No, yeah. No. Emergency. And then this fell. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. No, I thought. It's on me, I think it will break. It's not enough, so what we're gonna do. I don't know how much. They're a lot lighter. I have two. What kind of eyes? Two-piece light-headed eye. It's a light-headed eye. Come on. Yeah, we got to. Is there another one? And how tall is it? That's okay. I'll bring more. Oh, no. Thank you. I know. So I really like plan this out next year. Yeah. We're laughing. Oh, so you have a. Don't worry about this. Okay, you can do this and this. So this is for the door. What are these? I haven't given up for yet. This will also have like a black. Yeah, okay, so I'll put the black. I do want to put the tiles. Well, so that, because I'm gonna set up on the wall. You want to get the fan towel, but you don't want to do. Oh, yeah, anything else? Yeah. Yeah, so I would think to just.
So why?
Star Wars.
Hey, Kendra, I called Michael again today,
Any answer?
and it's going straight to voicemail. Well, not straight to voicemail, one ring like deep line. I'll keep trying.
You want to see?
That's good. All right.
it on our lights.
For like 3 years. She was like, Ian's sister. Oh. I like your Carly.
No, we came back to it. Losers. Losers. Oh, somebody's going to office furniture. Hired people?
I didn't feel like. Oh, nothing. It's okay. Bring the shoulders wide. Okay, yeah, perfect, perfect. Sorry, it's chaotic today. Christoph. Okay, red lights. It's a movie. Light bulbs or like what are we looking at? Like light bulbs.
Awesome. Message me.
So they're looking at the 500, 700 range. They have not told us, so they don't know what it is. They want to. Like I'm okay with showing them on 7 later. But I don't like.
Yes, I just texted you over my email. I'll reach out.
He said that just.
Did you get some food booze?
No.
Just booze.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, no, I was like. I love this. I know. Left her all alone there. She's so, should we? Yeah. Lo bueno es que yo paraba porque ya iba a decir, like,
Yeah, this one's got this.
she puts a lot in this. I know that. Yeah. But she did that. Like this whole way. Yeah. Okay. I don't know, because that says. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we have this, we have to there. Yeah. Yeah, look at you. You guys make this part or this one? Okay, what's on the opposite side? Yeah. Okay, come on, okay. Let's go get done. I feel like there's no way anybody will ever do it.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, take it down.
So we'll just do, you just do the black card, and we'll do the measure. Oh.
At this door hanger though, it looks like it has a light up. Oh, but this door's gonna, oh, and it is gonna be closed.
Well, here.
Yeah, but it's.
I was like, if you're gonna throw them away, please. You would be prepared.
I know, they would.
Yeah, okay. That's why I asked. I asked.
Yeah.
I think we're going.
Yeah.
Stick these in, so it sticks on the last with the eye, you can show it. Okay, so. He said. You did, I do. Are you kidding? We should. We're like, woo. Dark anyway, so. And if you are, let them try better. Let them do better. But like, you know what's that? That's higher. That's the side of it. He's not alive. Okay, perfect. Map at 4. So. No. Why you don't make me do this?
No, like the glass is not covered.
Those are the times that are fun. Well, no. Yes. He's like, yeah, I know. What you doing for me? Yeah. Grim Reaper is in heels, so. It's a sheet, it's awesome. A little Gucci heels. Gucci heels. Gucci heels. All that's really matter of the eyes. Really. Yeah. Yeah. That's good. Like, big, like. Yeah, look up. see her and she was sitting there, she's like, yeah, yeah. I don't want to see it. Exactly. Perfect. No, that's the kitty. Let's take it up. Oh my God, I have such a picture of you. Look how big, it's so crooked.
Not that you take the eyes in there.
We can make a hole. Were we gonna make a hole? I literally thought we were gonna cut a hole. I thought we were gonna cut a hole in this.
We are, but it's like the-
You know, it seems like clean, but we kind of get you.
Okay, now watch. We just need to.
I'm. Okay, whatever. Now just. Over it. Girl, I'm really hungry. No, no, I thought. Okay, so yes.
Hey, John. I don't know where it is. Well, I'll try to.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'll keep you updated on, what you do, okay?
Yeah, thank you. So our clients are really, it's awesome. Might as well put it in. Okay, no, but I'm talking to you later now. You already know. I'm not on my new. All right, so this looks like. Couple lights that we have. This, right? So we highlight. Jason? They're working, we're like. We're even though we're sitting here. It's actually we're sitting. I looked up and I got scared. Yeah, we are. We are. We are. We are. It's not that big, but it's kind of. Yes. I was like, if we had one plastic to cover right here. What's the hallway? I want some. I want some. Oh, my anything. Okay, stop helping. I'm trying to party now. I'm fighting myself. You should come to the party. Oh, yeah.
you, run, outside the work. Yes. Okay, we gotta escape. And then for some reason, others walk. Don't want to put people, we want to put them in the because it comes to work. And there we go. And that's how you do it. So I'm gonna traumatize them. So walk down skills. Shane, what's Shane? Shane. Shane. Yeah, that plastic chain. Girl, look at that red big plastic bit. There's that chain. Yeah. Oh, we could like do something. Go work it out. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty cool, right? We're right there. Right. Hey, good morning, Lee. I don't know, she's not that way, so maybe. We're waiting for her. We're sitting there waiting for her. Here. So thank you for you. All of our. Oh, this is a real test. Oh, girl, what? I already knew. Right here. I'm serious. What is this? Oh my gosh, girl, right in the face, and you didn't even see. I'm sorry, you know. Right here. Here, thanks.
hallway, so we're gonna take it. Take this and do, so it's side by side, so it looks like it's a hallway. Yeah. Half and half. This one, this way. Yeah. That way, it's a hallway. Two of these, so it might have- this way. You can make it heavy, cover that. So I don't- Yeah. The hallway, so that was that way. Over that lady's head.
I didn't do this, but I would absolutely like that. Quite emotional. But I think pretty. I think pretty okay. Yeah. Take the bottom here and kind of do. You're going to jail. It's a great reaper. No. Oh my God. Next, feel this folder, are you guys doing it? No. I don't think so, no, it's great, you don't have enough. You guys can have it. Oh, no, we don't need it. No, I think it's too big. I was thinking, where's the hats? I need to find that all. See, look, there's a one. I need that. Oh. Oh, wait, no, that's not. That's not right. It's that's what this is. Where are we gonna put the candy? We're just gonna keep it in the little bags. So bad right now. Okay. What can I do? Sorry. It's like. Oh, did you hear that? She said, I'll kill myself. Oh my God. So I was like, die. It's like psychopath. Oh, yeah. No, I think she would die for you. I don't even like you, but if you find that. Oh my gosh, okay. I'm just kidding. We can put it as little eyelashes. I'm part of the. I think we should hang that. Yeah, like eyelashes. I think so. Again, yeah, we gotta reinforce that. Yeah. I don't know. Old string things you have. What do we do with the flowers? Should I just roll it there? I feel like I'm pretty much. Yeah. And then we can take whatever back. Yeah, so listen, go in there, in 2 months. Yeah, and then what, don't get it out. So they can load it back up on the cars. Yeah. I got it so hard. So we make like one. Yeah. Oh, look, here's the thing.
So the hardest part, I think you all for the bottom. I mean, that's. Surely. Okay, I got it. I like that. That's a good idea. I love that. Got good ice. For tomorrow? Yeah, so it's your company. Yeah, I love that. I love it. Yeah, I love it. Yes. Here.
I'll try to figure out how to. But I'll try to.
Okay.
Let's go to food.
I know, that's like, but it could be a dead skeleton. Dead skeleton dinosaur. Maybe a dead skeleton dinosaur. So you're covering that? Yeah, you're gonna cover this, yeah, with the black. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Then we'll hang stuff on top of it. Yeah. Are you using this one? Well, whatever you don't use.
No,
then
yeah.
just like-
We're just gonna
Okay.
use these bats and then, yeah, whatever we don't, okay, yeah.
Okay, no, that's perfect. Cool. Thank you for taking off those shoes. They were hurt.
Oh, sure, anytime.
I'm glad. Seriously, I'm like, why do you wear those hot shoes? No. They were pretty hot though. Yeah, they are, always. I'm like, well, they're like, on you, but not me. Okay, so, closed door, open door. So this one will be closed, so which means we need to cover it. So pretty much the walls get covered. Everything is covered. This will be open and someone's standing here.
Is it already taken? Because
No.
that could be my spot.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be
Okay,
great.
we'll do this.
Because you could like,
Do you want to do this?
share it. And this one right here will also be open, but you need to cover this. And then,
You want to do that
want
one?
to do this instead? And we've got some of this stuff here, if you want to use it. If you don't want to use it, just shove it down, because this one will be closed, but it has to be decorated.
Right.
This gotta be decorated. We love Gary, but he doesn't belong with this. So we cover it, they're covering that, we're covering this, we're covering this, we're covering, and you see these random things that are in the floor?
Yeah.
It's because we figured this is probably what's going on as well. Sometimes we get to it and we open it and it's this big.
Right.
We need something bigger.
Yeah.
So we have to pivot. But you'll see if it says open, that's was somebody's office for a hot minute and then we'll look down there. So, yeah, just cover the wall.
So this is like, just cover.
Cover it and make it yours.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's okay. No worries. We'll be back over there in a minute. And and you'll see down to the Day of the Dead, that's the distinct.
Yes.
Yeah, and then around the bend, Arctic. They're like, oh. this is undressed. What? And I'm like, yeah, we've been saying this for weeks. We need to know what you're doing because it's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, I see that it's a big deal. But they're fine.
Right.
So. But Don, he's like, "What is this private version?" Against the back boards of both, and I was like. It's like.
Yeah.
Or.
I'm super excited to see this. My first word, so many stories.
Yeah, you could, so decorate out your too, just as long as everybody can come through. Gotta think about kids coming through and, you know.
We'll be able to stand here.
We have standards.
How are you?
No, that door is. Probably, I mean, it wasn't. Close it, bye.
I think so.
I might text you.
Okay, yeah, okay, everyone.
I'm gonna get a background. What? Okay. My office? I did. We're gonna be in here. When them two, my boyfriend were like carrying stuff, I was like, just lift it. They're like, we can't just lift it. I'm like, hey, yeah, I'm gonna have to figure it out. Our side scares me. It's gonna be scary. No, he fell. I was like, catch it up. And then tomorrow. Oh, look at you. It's sore and swollen, but you know, not. No, sorry, everybody will go out for it. Everybody's better. Nobody. Oh my gosh, I'm making a lecture. I like how the Yoda doesn't Josh at all. Oh, yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, the corner of the first. Or even a car. That was a cat. Okay, here's the. Come on, babies. Come on, babies. Come on, babies. Wait, look. Let me get the key over here. Bessie? Got you, Yoda. Out. Have a nice trip. How's it going? Good. Let me pretend I'm watching. This one. I am. Oh, here's one right here. Oh, maybe right here. Up here. I don't know. But all these really powerful species, that would be better. Okay, now. Dude, Melissa. What? They were literally about to buy it for a freaking thing. I'm so glad that they didn't. I really, because I saw the little space and sorry. Yoda has a sandwich. Do you want more? Okay. Almost. Just look at all the right hand section.
I'd say,
We're gonna do let you know. We'll come back to the-
want us to do.
I gotta go up back. Okay.
I'll see ya, baby.
Okay. From encouragement.
I will.
That's actually really cool.
That's a door.
I know that thing.
You can like sit here. Like comfortable here. Like, just one. But they have, like, over here.
forward. I don't know. I wouldn't say no. It almost smells like a, yeah.
So there's some cool stuff in here. I was looking for more horizontal stuff. What is that? Oh, isn't that cool? There's this one. This is whole hallway. Yes. There's these three. I've never seen this stuff. Yeah, I don't know where it came from. Oh, here's this. Yeah, I think this is a whole set, because look, there's. What's the about that tape? She's in there. Yep. We didn't have the tape yet. Oh, we did. There's a whole bunch of the little tiny tape up there. Wire, careful, still sharp. I don't need that. I don't know. This, and these things together. Pictures are just awesome. These like lanterns. Yeah. This was like a festive, like fun. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Mustachio question. You guys can use that for your photo. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Restaurant. Western. Yeah. But this right here, this is cool. Yeah, like a candelabra. Oh, wait. Oh, I see what it is. I don't even know why that corpse thing is. It doesn't really go there. So it's detected. Oh. This is broken. Probably next. It's like a little, no, but right. Yeah. Oh, it looks messed up. Oh, look at that. And this. And this. Things from this. Yeah, well, I'm gonna give this to her now. This. Okay. So that sounds really good. Oh, that might work really. Yeah.
And if we go back now, you know, 4 to 5, there's a good chance that there's, you know, plenty of that where you could have to pay, you know, $20,000-$30,000 over asking price, you know, just to be able to get something. So right now.
Yeah, let's not.
Yeah. Right, look at it, why we use so many. Oh, yeah, see, look at this, Lindsay, have you ever seen this stuff?
Creepy pictures, I know, those used to be, I put those on, I think I got those on one year.
I've never seen it.
Yeah,
This?
all the, I think, so. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
3 of these.
I did these ones, we did these ones all along the, I think this was actually Tara, that's how long ago it was. Tara. Tara McCarthy.
Yeah, we made a cemetery, they made a cemetery on their thing. One year I did a tree. Oh my gosh.
Oh, no. You know what I would do for people? Oh, we there.
Well, I figured you were because you have fancy hair.
I did a speech this morning, I'm on the news tomorrow. You were just.
Here, this one says photo booth.
I'm not gonna have you after the third, so just. That's awesome. I mean, my public speaking is good. Oh. Oh, those are cute. These would be cute for Ricky and. Yeah. Okay, as soon as I send my clients this, I'll come out for 20 minutes for it.
Spiderweb tablecloth and it's missing. I've got eyes on you. Have to take. Did you take?
This tape sucks. Not really. It's on the big page.
It won't work. You know. Unless Gary is here.
We have
Yeah, I was just thinking, oh, can I just step out?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Bigger shape. What? No. Okay, take the stick out, please.
Do you want any of this pirate stuff?
That's close.
You could hang it right here.
Black and then do this like pirate map and you can hang this from the ceiling.
My friends live that they'll come to the house.
Yeah, we probably need, I don't know how many people we have coming.
You could, you can hang like one of these here, one of these there, if you want. Just want to do black, hang this guy. Huh? Or brown or something. Like this, if you're gonna close it, and then just hang these two things like pirates.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
He doesn't.
I don't like one.
Oh, you can do it this way.
Oh, which we can. Yeah, we can go for that. Okay, sky down.
Does it come down like the others?
You could just then make it back and just hang easier right here. It's all pirate.
Yeah. So she's having help.
Oh.
No, I didn't mean it. I just took it right in those hands.
Can you get up there and do that?
Okay.
Here's the, here's this ladder.
Really cool.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? Because it'll like shine.
Now.
Yeah.
I am a major at not.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I know. Everything fell out.
Everything.
Perfect.
Yes.
No, I like it. See, gosh, I roll it a little bit more. It won't go up there?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Genius.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you play.
I'm literally terrified that.
Almost sick right here.
Well, there's stick like ramen in there anyway, but.
Better?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit better. Yeah, because most kids are going under it. Pass it, it's things like that. Yeah.
There, okay, now.
Oh, that's cool. That looks good. Or do you want to do the next one? Yeah, just like right there.
Yeah.
Unless they're. We're decorating. Well, they're decorating.
They're just painting.
You're right for the next one? Yeah. About right.
Good. The mouse? No, that's my biggest fear. Oh, no. Nothing. No. Oh, I don't know. That's the best you're gonna get. Wrong for some like, well, like.
All right.
I'm done with these pirates. Right there.
Yeah,
Right
it's like-
there. We just, if you have any of the 3M hooks, it's gonna make it much easier. I can try to remember to bring some.
I have some in here.
You do?
I have a couple, yeah.
I think we just need two. Would you rather do it here?
The hooks, 2 hooks,
Here.
2 tapes for her.
Well, we gotta cover this anyway.
Oh, we need to cover it, let's let it be. See, my friend wants to be a pirate.
Yeah, yeah, right here. Yeah, I like it.
You have 2 hooks? Yeah.
What's this?
That would be awesome.
We were gonna use it for, so we did cover it for that. I'm so sorry. I will need someone to. Well, this is one of those areas that we could put that vertical or horizontal stuff. You want to know?
Oh, we're out of horizontal stuff. Well, that's what I was wondering if you didn't want to just make that black. Do you want me to cover that whole thing right there?
This part? Yeah.
Maybe we could just put black right there. Or like on that wall, yeah. You know what I mean? This here, because then this covers a lot more space. There's a sort of decorated right there. Okay.
And we can almost do.
Did we do okay, Bonnie?
Great.
Wait a second. I'm gonna send my teenager home with you, okay? You need another one, right? Oh, man, he would love that. So would I. Pretty excited. I just know that. Remember to tell Tori you didn't know that? Yeah, she said she was going to. They have more. And the pirate. Black is, well, at least it's good. Because I don't know if we have enough black left over. We have like 8, but. You know. Stuff we could have done.
Oops, sorry, we went.
Sure. Sorry, at least you got a little pirate thing now. Yeah. You're right. Eric, hope you're pumped. Pirate for you. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna ask Tori, I'll let you know. Thank you. This here. So, yes. I looked that way, and so are they decorating my door, or do I need to decorate my door? The one by me, the one across the street. We're decorating it. Just got one door. Well, that's what you're doing, okay, that's what I want to be sure. So then. Ew. Oh, this is. Oh, that's right. Oh, where do we want to put these? Oh, wait, so they actually. But I know they have a plan. Yeah. What? Yeah, we've been mailing the training calendar.
Oh, I saw that. I
Yeah.
was like, what?
Yeah. It's like $50 a mail.
And
And
we-
people love it. Oh, you do. Right, they don't mail it to me. Yeah, you tell, and we can take some people off, right? So those who say they don't want it, we'll just take them. Okay, let's do that. Let's make it this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just did this way, this way, this way, this way. Go more. Let's do it here and put, even this back. Over this, and here. Oh, really? Yeah, the ones that are right now. I don't know what he's saying. Cool. Like, I don't remember ever seeing these, I just assumed you guys would. Oh. These, Amy. Huh? These.
Oh, yeah, I've seen those, I've seen those. It's.
Where's the green one? Too?
I just saw her, but I don't know where she went. I'll be right back.
Oh, like at the haunted mansion, that's what I was thinking.
I know, I don't like the baby ones. Yeah. Take on from the other side. So we can use bigger tape without being on the front. Can you still see it? Does it still do it?
Yeah. We're looking at black.
That one's gonna be a little harder to, that's what I was thinking about, is that one. This one might have to go. Well, we could do it on the inside and, oh, it's got that thing.
You are? Still trying to figure out how to make it.
We have that other one.
That's gonna be tricky. Even when they're rushing.
I know. Is this good?
So let's do.
Gary's not going to.
Why did they get rid of the print? I don't know. Yeah, well, it projects, what do you mean?
That's a TV.
No, it actually, you're right. It's because of that video, that thing up there is a video. From a video.
Gary's.
And then put the purple.
Well, you have to be playing it over there. No? We're good.
Still more
Dude. I know.
People need to be picking up their shot. I don't remember even who they are. I don't trust them anymore.
They're dead to me. I should go see who I'm mad at.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that. I'll put those into the kid. Hi, your mom. No way. I don't think that. You're not, mom is what? It's hard to deal with. That's what Dominic said, I was hard to deal with. Watch it. Watch it. Or just.
Well, it's a normal person, but then it turns into a skull.
You get more blue tape?
No, there's one in front of that. Here, why don't we use this one? In front of your mom's. I mean, it's great. Oh, in front of your mom. Oh. Yeah, show the next to Amy's. There's a black tape off on the floor. Would you go grab it? Okay. I don't know what we're gonna do with them. But we don't have any of this. So we'll leave them alone. I just wanted it to be more spider web. And less. Less eerie, more spider. Here, bottom edges.
Very difficult.
Love. Wanna do this? But it looks like it's not.
Very neat.
I just, oh, yeah.
I
see, it's
usually
not
do
even
that.
stickers, this is- It is, it's just covered. Go right up to the edge of the space.
So 5:13.
513? Doesn't it? What's going on here? Oh, you have the whole wall. Okay, well, why is your cemetery crooked? That's a cemetery. You gotta be straight. That would be great. Yeah.
Fixture.
Yeah. Oh. I could use the green one, I need to. Okay. Or do you want to show up? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Here, here. Here, help this. I don't have a head, but I don't want to go. So, They, well,
to. You know, I will never do that. Oh, yeah. Somebody that's. Well, shit. I was excited before the minute. Yeah, it's probably just fine, but just like. I know, right, we'll get over across the hall from each other all the time. We're gonna come back. Let's go. I don't make you laugh. That's so. I was offended too. I was offended. She's so offended. Oh, we're triggered. Give me a break. I put up with so much stuff from the two of you. What's in it? Right? He knows. Thank you. He goes, what did she do to you? I mean, you do have this always ends up more like. I think it should be dark and scary. A lot of people have food. You can't like hide in the corner. Okay, that was a lot. There's a circle. Still the name. Oh, that's just the stick. Yeah. Because there's bubbles. Brown. Still. He has the best olive skin you've ever seen. No, it's not unless you go to the pool. It is. Give me a look. You started from all the way, yeah. You can go to the lake with me, go paddleboard. Well, he's got more, because I've got the Puerto Rican and the Brazilian. He has Spanish and Mexican. On top of that. You? He does that. Oh, yeah. So I like to start keep up. One brown, one blue. Oh, the only thing, you think that.
Spread the bottom out though, the bottom's all wrinkled. What? Yes. I feel like that's sarcastic smoothing. Please, oh, that's, feel sarcastic. That's good. Yeah, I think that was good. Liam goes, uh-oh, I feel this. Oh, she's been up on this. It's like, it actually looks good. Whatever. Sure, okay. Yeah. Hey, let's. That is good.
And then we have this purple thing. Do we have like, do you want me to just do this type of stuff around that curvy wall?
Don't we have that? We don't have any more.
There are no more ripples.
Where did they go? Because
They're
not where I asked her to put them.
no more what?
They're like vertical. Horizontal.
Horizontal.
Yes. When we say vertical, we mean horizontal.
Oh, gotcha.
But they're not put up.
I know,
So
where
where
do
do
they
they
go? I have no idea.
Or did she send her home?
Ads in it. She's hourly.
Oh.
She's hourly. That's the way the world works.
I know.
She's gonna do the mailboxes, the bottom one on Friday, so she can still put stuff in people's mailboxes for those things. We need to help mailboxes. Okay, somebody your spoon.
So Brett, in the office or in that bullpen thing, see if there's something,
What bullpen thing?
the open space.
Oh, where we
for
had all the
drawers.
decorations?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's some newer stuff over on the couch.
Most of that is gone.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's all gone. I was just in there.
Yeah, I think. Budget was just looking at it.
What about, is this stuff all ours?
Like all the
Yeah.
new stuff.
Oh,
Yeah, it is.
Packaged. This is what we should,
You just have it in the middle of that body bag.
a
So
body
Walmart
bag.
has a bunch. So I go to Walmart tonight and I'll see what.
Well, look at, we should put these, we should hang these up in the front hallway. Yeah, that'd work. Cause they're not spooky. No, but we just rearrange them differently. Looks good, huh?
Yeah. I just don't remember them like this before.
No. True.
You should go and see it today.
Huh?
Maybe what I know is, and David will- That's all. Ricky said there were 4, plus one up, plus Zach was on. So what did you learn about Zach today?
What's the issue with Brent? I don't understand why Amy needed to talk to Ricky and
Deactivating
deactivating.
license. And he's one of Ricky's.
Advisees.
Oh,
Insurance. Liam, go see how this is on, because we just issued our records, like in the last 2 weeks we had 2. Right, so bring the ice license. Weird. Kelly Morley is inactivating
Straighten
hers.
out the
That
bottom.
doesn't-
and didn't, what's her name, just Annie Griffin just reactivate hers?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know her.
Oh, I think she was here. Andy Griffin, somebody was.
Was here today, you mean?
Yeah. So I didn't recognize her.
No.
Are they doing the, like, where you feel to see what you think? Material, remember?
Oh, yeah. we're not doing
Oh,
that.
are we doing
That's right, I remember that.
still? We're still not doing that?
Yeah, I thought Gabby might like to do that because she loves that kind of stuff,
Oh, that's right.
but I don't think we.
Decorative barbed wire, careful, still sharp, even though it's fake. Still sharp.
Still
These
sharp.
don't have any of the, oh, here they are.
Can I put these up
Overhanging
too?
things. Well, the things that make them stay open.
You know?
Mhm.
Oh. Not those things?
Well, it's these, but there's all of these. They don't fit. This is the wrong one anyway, actually.
Oh, let's just go in there.
I need a real drink.
There's another.
There's some. And then some of this kind of stuff.
Boo.
How long are you guys gonna be here? Wanna what? Yeah, I'd like to not have to do anything on Friday.
How are you making them stay open? I don't get how you're making them stay open.
Oh, those are cute.
What? What are? What?
We're all. Here's this. China. Huh? China. It's from China. I like this. Let me see this. Oh, it's a witch's hat. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's good.
Where is this going? You know yet?
Huh?
You know where this is going? Is it the Adams Family chandelier?
Seems that way. Can I throw this? Can I throw this away?
Well, we had to choose.
Like,
Which I'm not doing tonight.
this is all broken,
Yeah.
like.
Broke.
What is this? Because
You don't want to take it back together?
No.
Oh, these are cool.
Well, this.
Where's the traction? Where's the traction?
Under the table.
Oh. I just tricked it more. See?
Cute.
Look.
Here, get a thing of tape.
I don't know where they are.
All right, come here.
Okay, coming.
Sorry about that, but, yeah, you got a little bit of time to chat? How's it, keeping in contact with, what's, the first? Colorado right now? Have any idea, like, the large. All around that. What's kind of the right thing for the first price? Yeah.
Wait, this, we never did this door. And this one. Are they? Yes, is this one locked? Oh, when he comes. Yeah, these are Are we decorating this one?
That was beautiful.
Oh, it's- So this door is closed. This door's gonna be closed. Initially, this one was in. This was never.
All right, perfect. Well, I'll reach out to her on that, no questions, anything else.
Yeah, I do. Don't touch anything. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. We're done.